Taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet. Rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sleep isn't just rest, it's restoration. Poor sleep can increase your risk of cognitive decline and dementia. Getting 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep each night helps your brain clear toxins and stay sharp. Research shows that up to 40% of dementia cases could be prevented or delayed by addressing risk factors, including lack of sleep. Tonight, give your brain the rest it deserves. Learn more at alz.org/healthy habits. This message is sponsored by the Alzheimer's Association and the Arizona Department of Health Services.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about a 5th straight win? Another dominant Eduardo Rodriguez start and a Corbin Carroll walk-off. All of that went down last night at Chase Field on a night where Erod went 7 innings and gave up 0 runs. The bats were asleep for most of the night, but when it mattered most, Corbin Carroll showed up.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
A 2-1 win over Colorado, and Mike Soroka will look to keep it going tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night at MSG, the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Cavs thanks to 26 points from Josh Hart in a 109-93 win. Tonight we get Game 3 of OKC and San Antonio in what should be a real good one. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sobolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. I say it all the time. Happy Friday, the 2 greatest words if you work morning radio, unless it's a happy Friday before a 3-day weekend.
Baby! Last day of school. I got my sweatpants on. I'm ready to go.
We are going to begin with a bit of solemn news, the passing of a great sports villain, Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
Suddenly passed away with a serious illness. Truly one of sports' great villains. There was one time, Vinny, that Kyle Busch, he was so hated after crashing Dale Earnhardt Jr. that he had to be escorted from a NASCAR track.
Mm-hmm.
People were going to tear him limb to limb.
What a shocking development.
I know.
I don't know if you went back and watched the footage from his last race at the end of the race.
Yeah, that was...
His call into the pits was harrowing.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, obviously it became more harrowing, but what a sad story.
Yeah, very sad story. Very young, too.
41.
41 years of age.
I saw something from Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying how they resolved the issues over the year because he reached out and he wanted to sort of clear the air.
It's been a rough year for NASCAR fans, man. They lost Greg Biffle in a plane crash, and now Kyle Busch. Yeah. And this is a sport that people love it because the drivers are, you might meet your death on the track at work, and then you lose a couple of fan favorites for things that have nothing to do with racing.
Yeah,
so there you go.
I never really thought of it that way, but it is one of the somber thoughts about certain sports. I mean, boxing, I guess UFC, auto racing, skiing. I mean, injury is always a part of sport, but there's not a whole lot of them where death is part of what you sign up for.
I know.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking the same thing about that, because that made me think of when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died.
That was absolutely devastating.
During
the
race,
track.
but not in like a crazy, fiery, wild crash.
No.
It just looked like he just hit the wall. It's amazing how, like you said, in a dangerous sport where you're thinking this could happen at any time, a lot of these deaths are just hard to believe.
Spit it out, Ferret. Yeah,
I couldn't think of the right word. I won't say inconsequential, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm not trying to start the show off on a bummer, so I'm going to bring some sunshine to the show, some literal sunshine. Jarrett, what do you think about the fact that it's light outside by the time we get to work now?
It's interesting that you say that, because in the winter, it's a little dark and depressing when it doesn't get light until the second hour of our show.
Exactly.
Oh, I love it.
Man, do I hate the summer.
Yes.
I hate it.
This is the sign that the summer's here.
And it's nice. It brings the energy a little bit more early in the show when it's bright and beautiful outside. But it also just knows that it's unfair that the hottest time of the year is also the longest time of the year when it's hot.
It's one of the great paradoxes, man. Everywhere else in the country, this is like the greatest time in the world. School's getting out. Summer's ahead of us. Woo! And we're like, oh, this sucks.
And we just have this harbinger of misery.
Yes.
Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs win streak now at a season-high 5 in a row after a 2-1 win over the Colorado Rockies in the opener of a 4-game series at Chase Field. Corbin Carroll, single, scored Gabby Moreno 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth to lift the D-backs to the win. Carroll had given the D-backs a 1-0 lead in the 6th inning with an RBI ground out that plated Ryan Waldschmidt. That lead stood until the 8th when Arizona reliever Juan Murillo hit Tyler Freeman with a pitch with the bases loaded to tie the game at 1-1. Eduardo Rodriguez, stellar on the mound again. 7 scoreless innings, got some good defense behind him as well. Rodriguez's ERA at Chase Field this season now at 1.31 in 5 starts. That 4-game series continues.
Give it up to E-Rod.
At Chase Field with D-backs right-hander. We can start playing it again. There's a good vibe around the D-backs.
Mike Soroka.
I'm not only going to allow that, I'm going to suggest it might even be time to bring back another Diamondback staple after last night.
Oh, I was thinking it too.
Ooh, what's that?
The
baby.
Yes, that was
massive.
Saved us.
Saved us. That was true gink.
Wait. Who saved us,
Who
Jared?
saved us,
You want
Jared?
to do it now?
You want to wait? You want to build it up? You got it in you right
We're
now?
not guaranteed these vibes are going to
Are you
continue.
feeling a
Jared.
little phlegmy right now? Are you? How are the pipes doing right about now?
You want to do it now? I could do it now.
Last night, the Diamondbacks would not have won without stellar relief pitcher That's the way to begin a Friday. Go to break, Vinny.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Anyway, wow. That was 2023
yeah,
form
it was
right
a long
there.
time coming, man. Long time coming.
Soroka against Sagano, the pitching matchup. First pitch, 6:40. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock.
My headset fell off. That was so...
Yeah.
You were shaking.
I thought your brain might hemorrhage. I thought some bad things might be happening. But well done, Jarrett.
The Knicks keep rolling with a 109-93 beatdown of the Cavaliers in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks used an 18-0 third-quarter run to open things up for their 9th straight playoff win. Josh Hart had 26 to lead New York. Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges each had 19. Knicks lead that series 2-0, and the series shifts to Cleveland's Rocket Arena for the next 2 games. Game 3 tomorrow night, 5 o'clock on ABC. Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals tonight at Frostbank Center in San Antonio. Spurs hosting the Thunder in a series tied at 1 apiece. Oklahoma City got relatively good news on forward Jalen Williams, who will be evaluated on a day-to-day basis after leaving Wednesday's Game 2 win in the first quarter with a hamstring injury. He's listed as questionable for tonight's game. For San Antonio, Dylan Harper, it's not a hamstring. It's an adductor injury. He's also questionable for tonight, along with De'Aaron Fox. That game tips off at 5:30 on NBC and Peacock. NFL MVP Matthew Stafford and the Rams reach an agreement on a 1-year, $55 million contract extension, a deal that could be worth $60 million if incentives are reached. Stafford now under contract with the Rams through the 2027 season. Interesting.
Very interesting. Now, why would he do that?
Mercury lose again. They fell 97-88 to the Sparks at Mortgage Matchup Center. De'Erica Hamby, monster game for LA, 27 points, 15 rebounds. The Mercury have now lost 4 out of 5 after starting their season with that rousing rout of Las Vegas.
I'm going to tell you, this is the weirdest thing. So they opened the season with a great win against a great team. Then they played a really good first half in the second game, and I thought, this team might be unbelievable. And they have been El Suckaroo ever since.
Yes. El Suckaroo?
El Suckaroo. I got to stop saying that.
They're on the road for the next 3 starting Sunday in Atlanta. ASU routed Cincinnati 10-2 in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 baseball tournament at Surprise Stadium. Landon Hairston, 2 for 5 with a home run, his 28th of the year. That breaks ASU's single-season record.
Harry Bonds.
Harry Bonds.
Harry Bonds.
Dominic Smaldino.
Oh!
And Matt Polk also homered for the Devils, who will move on to face West Virginia. In one semifinal tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN+. Kansas against Oklahoma State in the other semifinal. ASU softball in Austin for a super regional matchup against the third-ranked Texas Longhorns. Game 1 of that best of 3 tonight at 6 o'clock on ESPN2. The winner of that best of 3 series will head to Oklahoma City for the College Softball World Series, somewhere ASU has not been since 2018. Bick mentioned it, the NASCAR world shocked and saddened by the death of driver Kyle Busch. The Busch family, Richard Childress Racing, and NASCAR issued a joint statement Thursday saying that Busch died after being hospitalized as the result of a severe illness 3 days before he was to compete at the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte. No cause of death was given. Busch experienced unbelievable success across NASCAR's 3 national series. He won a combined 234 NASCAR Cup, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Truck Series races, more than any other driver in history, and only 41 years of age, with young kids, too. Just an awful story. Stanley Cup Playoff Eastern Conference Final Game 1 belongs to the Montreal Canadiens, who took down Carolina 6-2 in Raleigh to deal the Hurricanes their first loss in this year's playoffs. Game 2 of the Western Conference Final tonight in Denver. Avalanche and Golden Knights. Vegas leads that series 1-0 face-off 5 o'clock on ESPN. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, May 22nd. Coming up, the D-backs are officially rolling. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score. And Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. No card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
I mean, I think it's been a little bit of everything. I think we've had some really good offensive games, and then we got a day like today where we don't swing it, and the pitching just kind of dominates. And so, it's good to see. I think we're kind of hitting our stride and playing some good baseball.
Yep, Corbin Carroll, after delivering the game-winning hit in the bottom of the ninth last night, 2-1 win over the Rockies, and that was a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel for a while. Agnos, making the start for Colorado. Erod's been amazing all year, really, really almost unhittable.
Yeah.
At Chase Field, they got good defense, a little bit of timely hitting. It's been enough, and they're taking advantage again of what is in front of them with this schedule, Bick, and this is exactly what they needed to do.
Yep. Yes, make these victories easy and seamless and like clockwork. Now, you mentioned yesterday not easy. In fact, the Diamondbacks were again struggling against a pitcher that you would expect a good offense not to struggle with. But they've got a good recipe now. The length that their starting rotation is giving this team suddenly is absolutely remarkable. It wasn't that long ago when I had mentioned that the Diamondbacks had only 5 quality starts and the Dodgers, I think, had 21 at that point in time. Yeah. They now have 11 in their last 15 games. That is how much this season has been flipped on its ear.
I think it's 12 out of 16 last night now.
So it's 12 out of 16?
With Erod, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best meeting ever.
Yes, well said.
You know, some of those work meetings, you walk out of them and go, this could have been an email.
Yes.
That one could not have been an email.
The best meeting ever.
The rotation's been so good, and looking at the sounds today, Tori was talking about how it's hard to keep the bullpen like warm.
Yeah. Guess what?
What a great problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good problem.
What a great problem to have. You know, it's like they say, bullpen, they're like officials and umpires. The less you see and hear of them, the better.
It's like they say, bullpen, schmollpen.
That's what they say.
Here was Torey Lovello on that subject.
Yeah, it gets a little challenging when your starters are doing what they're doing, and there's some dry spells. RT hasn't thrown in a couple days, so it's a nice problem to have, but you want to get everybody involved and keep them sharp. It is a challenge, but it's a good part of the game. Your starters need to carry that workload. They're the marathon runners, and the sprinters come out and finish it off for you. But we'll be in a good spot tomorrow, and we need to just continue to mix up the usage and spread out the usage. I think we've done a really good job of that in the first month and a half of the season, where I haven't been totally reliant on 2 or 3 guys. I think there's an enormous workload that they've spread around down there.
Now, it wasn't perfect by the bullpen. Murillo got into the soup, as they say, in the 8th inning because he gave up a single to Johnston, the single to Rumfield, then walked Castro, and then hit Freeman with the pitch. That's the tying run at that point. Jarrett perfectly described Ginkel's performance with his amazing.
That was well done. Yeah.
Gink exclamation.
Where the color in his face literally changed to beet red.
That's really the first time in a while that bullpen has been in any sort of trouble.
It's been a while since Kevin Ginkel has looked that dominant.
Yeah.
So I think that was really, really promising because that was some soup that he inherited. And what does Jarrett like more than Kevin Ginkel and soup?
It was a perfect combination.
Perfect combination. And then Eduardo Rodriguez, I had a couple people reach out to me after our interview with him recently who did not know about his childhood accident. So once again, for those who don't know, when Eduardo Rodriguez was 8 years of age in Venezuela, his father was a truck driver. And so it was a wet day, rainy day, and he climbed up on the back of the 18-wheeler, lost his balance, fell backwards onto the ground, elbow first. Cracked his right elbow so bad it came through the skin. Dude, as an 8-year-old, was put into a cast for like a year. And he didn't want to stop playing baseball, so he learned to throw with his left hand. When the doctor finally took off the cast on his right arm, the doctor said, "That arm's messed up. You're never going to throw the ball with that right arm again." And Eduardo Rodriguez just kept going, throwing the ball left-handed, and here he is.
That's such an amazing story.
Isn't it crazy?
It kind of reminds me of the plot of the movie Rookie of the Year. He's like a Venezuelan Henry Rowan-Gardner. Here was
I had the same
friend
accident
of the show, by the way.
When I was a kid, I was literally on the monkey bars, right? Is that
monkey bars?
Yes, and I kind of do the thing where you bring your legs up over and kind of hang.
Classic.
And I slipped and fell elbow first, but it was my left elbow.
Were you
not
doing
my right
your
elbow.
transcendent monkey call at the
Oh
time?
my goodness, full experience.
Vic, I did that, but I landed on my face instead of my arm.
Is that what happened to it?
Yeah, exactly. I broke my nose. It was at a swim meet. My parents were not pleased.
Oh. How old were you?
I was probably 9 or 10 years old.
How old were you when you did it, Big?
I was about 9 or 10 years old.
There was monkey bars at a swim meet?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably out playing while I'm guessing
while I'm waiting to swim.
Oh.
It was
boy.
It was one of those you swim and then you had an
Time
hour and a half in between and
yeah. Okay.
I was just having a discussion. Can we veer off for a second?
I don't care. It's Friday
before
man.
3-day
It's
weekend,
Friday.
right?
Right.
I was just talking to my younger son, and I don't know how we got on the subject, but I was talking about all the times as a kid I got hurt. Just doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
Broke my wrist playing touch or some bastardized version of touch football. It was just stupid. My kids don't have those stories.
Because we put our kids in bubble wrap, Vinny. Did you not know that?
Yeah.
They gave it to us when we left the hospital. They said, Mr. Murata, Mr. Bickley, here's a big thing of bubble wrap. Wrap your children in this, and they'll be fine.
Worst thing kids nowadays injury could get is a carpal tunnel from
It's
playing video games
dude.
or tablets or
texting
phones.
too much?
Yes.
Texting.
I'm glad I have those stories, aren't you?
Oh, dude, I told you the story of my shattered toe playing scrimmage football. I've told you about when I was running through a mini forest to a friend's house and I landed heel down onto a rusty nail protruding from a board. I had a childhood littered with that stuff. But again,
ran through a sliding glass door, right?
Well, that was on purpose. That was when I was young and really convinced I was Batman.
Even still,
I literally did that.
Convinced I was Batman.
Yes, I was a show-offy young kid, and my friend was over, and he had a lot of friends over, and I'd love nothing more than to annoy my brother by being just the kid who was always around. And I came out in my Batman costume and ran and jumped through a glass screen door.
Did your brother's friends just lose their minds laughing?
Yes. My mom lost her mind.
Can you imagine? You would have been a viral superstar for about 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That existed.
Would have been a good 24
And again,
hours.
it's. I look back and I think about some of the incredibly stupid things I did. I mean, incredibly stupid.
Yeah. But that's what made
thank
you
goodness
who
for
you
that
are
hospital
today.
bubble wrap, man.
Yeah.
Thank God for that bubble wrap for our kids.
Now my kids don't have any good stories because of it. Here was Erod talking about 5 wins in a row and 2 walk-offs in that stretch.
Everything, man. Every time you get a walk-off, it's just special for us as a team. Like that's something that we always celebrate. We always want somebody want to be the hero, and we didn't have it in the 2 games this week. So just something that we're not allowed to see, and I just want to continue.
5 wins in a row.
I mean, I don't count it. I just want to keep winning, But we got to keep winning, and in a lot of that's a gift for us. We just thinking about go out there and execute it and put the game and win the games, and we win 5 already. So hopefully to keep counting more.
It wasn't all pitching, although the defense came through. And I was watching, I saw Torey Lovello sit down with Lena and Cam from 12 News last night because the game was on Channel 12. And he was talking about, hey, I'm a pitching and defense manager. He must have been thrilled last night. The defense in the 5th inning alone saved the game.
Oh.
The play that Arenado made on Karros was ridiculous.
Yep.
Vintage Nolan Arenado.
Yep.
And then Erod made that play at the plate look relatively easy, and that was not an easy play.
Perfectly placed throw.
Yeah,
Perfectly.
Great job by Moreno.
Mm-hmm.
They're
and then
rolling
Corbin
right now.
Carroll to end the inning.
Yeah.
So it was bang, bang, bang. It was that. So when Torey likes to drop the phrase "Diamondbacks baseball," I think that's it. That's it right there.
Now they just got to find a way to bottle it.
Mm-hmm.
That series against the Rockies continues tonight out at Chase Field. Arizona Cardinals tickets are on sale now. Be a part of the Red Sea at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals host NFC West battles with the Seahawks, 49ers, Rams, plus the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Raiders, Jets, and Broncos come to town. Get your seats now through the official Cardinals app. Coming up next. So wait, you're telling me a team built around Donovan Mitchell and James Harden is not coming up clutch in the playoffs? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
Bloody what the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It also supports economic development and growth in the community. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations to Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP, Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, winners of 9 of their last 12 and 5 in a row, and getting it done in dramatic fashion again last night. Corbin Carroll walked it off to give the Diamondbacks a 2-1 win over the Rockies in a game where the offense stalled, but Eduardo Rodriguez continued to be great. 7 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, and the D-backs found a way to get it done. And they'll look to make it 6 straight wins tonight with Mike Soroka on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Cardinal OTAs continue to roll on, for all the angles, stories, and more, be sure to catch them at arizonasports.com today. And in the NBA last night, the Knicks took a commanding 2-0 series lead over the Cavs with their 109-93 win. And tonight, we get Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, with that series tied at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Cleveland just holding the ball near midcourt. 3, 2, 1. It's over. Final score, Knicks 109, Cavs 93. New York leads it 2-0. 2 wins to go for a trip to the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years.
Dave Pasch on the final call on ESPN Radio. 2-0, 9 straight playoff wins for the New York Knicks. We just talked about the D-backs rolling in the regular season.
Yeah.
The New York Knicks are rolling in the postseason. After winning the last 3 games of their series with Atlanta, then they sweep Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And now they've taken the first 2. And it looks like they've almost taken the heart of the Cleveland Cavaliers in the process.
Yeah, game 2 was a Josh Hart kind of game, and the game last night kind of has a lot of people wondering if the New York Knicks are a team of destiny or a team of density, as they might say in Back to the Future.
Yes.
And I think it's a fair question because you could make an argument that this team, the Knicks team, might roll into the NBA Finals and get squashed, revealing an Eastern Conference that's just kind of okay. You know what I mean? Kind of took the quick flight to the NBA Finals and kind of found out where the real basketball is played.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that way all season long, that the Eastern Conference is just okay, to use your terminology.
Yeah.
And the difference between the just okay teams in the Eastern Conference and the top 2 of the Western Conference was this giant chasm. I'm not sure I'm feeling as confident in that now.
Yeah.
Because of what the Knicks are doing.
Right.
They're really
There's a
feeling
different vibe
themselves.
about them. Yep.
They're healthy again. Anunoby came back for this series. He's contributing. But also the fact that whatever team comes out of the West, they're going to have a lot of battle scars.
Ooh.
Because that is a very physical series.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see what Game 3 looks like tonight, how San Antonio responds after getting treated very physically with not a lot of whistles against Oklahoma City in Game 2. So the Knicks, I don't know if it's a chasm anymore. I still think it's a gap, but the Knicks are really good.
Yeah, listen, there's been a different energy about them ever since Karl Anthony Towns became the point center. Suns fans will remember that phrase very, very well. Early in his career, Amari Stoudemire didn't like this ball finds energy offense. He kind of thought, look, I am a star. Give me the ball, right? He wanted shot attempts, and he had a really good case. If you saw early Amari Stoudemire, you'd say that dude needs to shoot more. So Mike D'Antoni geniusly came up as they left player exit meetings that season, came up with this idea that, Amari, we're going to give you more. You're going to be our point center. Remember that? And it was just like a play on words, and Amari was like, okay, cool. I'm down with it, right? So my point is this. It was a little alteration to the Knicks offense that has really kind of leveled them up. And last night, you couldn't help but feel that Villanova energy, right? Those guys, those guys that won a title together for Jay Wright. That's what's different about the Knicks. They've got that to lean on.
Not only were they leaning on what they learned from Jay Wright at Villanova, they were quoting Jay Wright after the game.
I know.
Josh Hart was on the podium with Karl Anthony Towns and was asked about analytics. And Josh Hart was not good in Game 1. I mean, they won that game, and if you look at the plus-minuses for the Knicks, anybody in the rotation was plus double digits. Landry Shamet was a plus 25. Josh Hart in Game 1 was a minus 23. So he's asked last night. He was fantastic. He was the best player the Knicks had on the floor last night. He was asked about analytics, and he said this:
"I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game." Oh my God, bro! I'm not gonna lie. That was Gerald Wright, his quote, man. So shout out Jay Wright.
Wait, hold up. No, we're not moving on from that.
That's a great quote.
Oh, my God.
Analytics drunk, lane post to a drunk person? It ain't going to get you home. You can lean on it, though.
I was with Cal, so I ain't hear that.
You ain't even go to college.
That's fantastic. That is a great exchange. Wow.
That exchange right there doesn't fully encapsulate like the Knicks vibe, but it shows it so well.
Yeah, no, you're very, very right about that. And I don't know if you know this, but a connected team is a freaking dangerous team.
Let's party!
Let's freaking party!
And let me tell you, if the Knicks get to the finals, dare I say win the finals, New York's going to party.
Oh, my
They're going to have to be connected the rest of the way.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of people leaning on lamp poles in New York City, I'll tell you that much.
Climbing lamp poles.
Climbing
taking
lamp
them
poles,
down.
Right?
Yeah, they ain't going to get you home.
But ain't going to get you home. That's fantastic.
On the flip side, Kenny Atkinson, as I did say in the splash yesterday, he did resurface after disappearing at the end of game one.
Yeah, he did. That's
he
good.
He coached the full game, but he did say this about his team.
We need to get our legs under us, quite honestly. Like, we know their rest advantage. So getting home always helps with that. But definitely probably didn't have the juice tonight that we needed to, which is kind of, it's going to hit it sometime.
Yeah, and I want to give some love to one of our favorites.
Let's do it.
Mikal Bridges, who has been remarkable. This 9-game winning streak in the postseason lines up exactly when Mikal Bridges started shooting the basketball.
Yep.
In Game 3 against Atlanta, they lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
He went 0 for 3. He's getting absolutely skewered in the New York press. The Knicks fans are, what did we get? What did we trade all those picks for this guy for?
Right.
He stinks. In his last 9 games, Mikal Bridges has taken 92 shots.
Mm-hmm.
He's made 62 of them.
That's 68% from the field.
Yeah, just under 68%. 48% from three-point range.
Wow.
And hasn't missed a free throw.
Wow.
He's not living at the rim, by the way. We've watched a lot of Mikal Bridges basketball. He's not operating in the paint.
No.
What he has done is remarkable.
Yeah, and you got to be happy for him because he has taken a lot of heat from the New York media. 5 draft picks for that. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He has been fantastic. It's very hard not to kind of like what the Knicks have got going and the energy and I'm glad they're kind of taking care of business right now because that Cleveland in the NBA Finals isn't going to work for anybody. James Harden has to exit stage. Could you imagine James Harden and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Oh my God!
The foul baiting that would be going.
No.
Could you imagine
Bouncing
that
off
series? Bouncing off each other, right?
Hey, by the way, James, no turnovers for James Harden last night.
Yes.
No
Not
impact.
terrible.
No impact on the
No
game.
impact
I
at
don't-
all. Yes,
the game either.
Minus 22 in
my
32
goodness.
minutes for James Harden.
Well, to your point, like it's hard to sort of gauge how good actually are the Knicks or how weak actually is the Eastern Conference. It might be a rude awakening when they get to the finals, but
that's what's going to make it fun.
Yeah.
Because
Fun
hopefully
ride so
they'll come
far.
in and like Vinny said, whoever comes out of the West, there's going to be a lot of battle scars. There's going to be there's going to be a lot of attrition.
I still can't get over the weirdness of the Detroit-Cleveland series. Both of those teams with an opportunity to close out on their home floor absolutely laid eggs. And for Detroit to do that in a Game 7 to that team, that's not a real – I mean, everybody's questioning the toughness of Cleveland. Are they too soft to be here? And they're kind of answering it with their actions or lack of actions. If I'm a Pistons fan, I'm beside myself. The Pistons might have had a fighting chance.
Listen,
against
I'm
the
right
Knicks.
there with you. I'm right there with you. And to cough up that series to that team, not a good look. Not a good look.
Coming up next, a contract extension in L.A. has everyone asking one question. Why did the Rams draft a quarterback in the first round again? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you're the Suns, does this push you to try and do something crazy this offseason? Because there is very little in sports, especially Valley sports history, that I've hated more than hashtag the timeline. Do you remember that with the Suns?
Yes.
Hey, everybody, just wait while we stockpile Josh Jackson and Marquise Chris, and we're not going to try to win for 5 years. And like such a waste of everybody's time. If you're a team trying to win right now, even if your window's open, there's a pretty good chance these two teams are going to slam that window shut on your fingers.
I know. Just how demoralizing is that right now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summer is about to descend on Arizona, a time when your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, that means heat is pouring into your home, overwhelming your AC, costing you a ton of money. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they'll build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically built for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted fitted on site. Now, you combine that with great installation crews of full-time vetted employees, and the results are windows that seal off your home from excessive heat and monsoon conditions, windows that literally pay you back. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they will guarantee them for life. And with the valley on the brink of the long, hot summer, here's my friend Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great deal they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1, welcome to Freeway, 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Chandler, Sawyer, Hunter, Tyler, I'm so happy to be able to teach the blessings and the lessons of this game to you guys, through you guys. You're unbelievable cheerleaders for me. I appreciate it. I am so happy to have you at the games on the sideline with me, and I can't wait for you to cheer me on next year when we're out there kicking ass. And so I'll see you guys next year. Hopefully I'm not at this event, and we're getting ready for another game in SoFi. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Matthew Stafford back in February, closing his MVP speech, saying he's coming back for another year. There had been some question at the end of the year. Of course, Matt Stafford up there in years. What is he, 37 years old? But wins his first MVP. A lot has happened since February on the Matthew Stafford
Yeah, sure
front.
has.
The Rams in April used their first-round draft pick, number 13 overall.
He's 38 years old, by the way.
38.
Wow.
To draft their quarterback of the future in Ty Simpson from Alabama. And then yesterday, another news item concerning Matthew Stafford. Gets a one-year, $55 million extension. So that means he's now under contract for the next 2 years in L.A., at a total cost of $107 million.
Okay.
Makes you wonder about all those things that led up to this.
Well, yeah. So what exactly is happening here with Matthew Stafford? That's the question. Does Matthew Stafford want to play 2 more years? Do the Rams know it? Do the Rams have money right now that they can absorb some of this now and leave it up to him if he wants to continue playing? What exactly does this mean at a time when they had just spent a very, very, very valuable draft pick on a quarterback, on Ty Simpson? Everybody assumed that if Matthew Stafford stayed healthy in 2026, Ty Simpson would not see the field.
Yeah.
Do you draft somebody 14th overall? That's where Ty Simpson was, right?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Do you draft somebody 13th overall if you're expecting him to sit for 2 years?
Well,
I don't know about that.
No, I mean,
Even the Packers don't do that.
not
right.
Well, they
Late
did,
first round.
They did not that high.
I mean, 13th is in the NFL equivalent of a lottery pick.
Yeah, but if you feel like you've got your guy, does the number of the draft pick matter?
Well,
if you're going down that road, because we just talked about the Aaron Rodgers return. He's coming back next year, but also brought up the fact that at the beginning of his career, he sat for 3 years. Jordan Love in Green Bay, behind Aaron Rodgers, sat for quite some time. It is not the norm now. Normally, now the operation with quarterbacks and high draft picks is, hey, if you're going to fail fast so we can move on.
Yeah.
And we can find the next candidate to do it. So there's a real commitment being made to Ty Simpson in the form of a $55 million contract.
Yes, exactly. So the question becomes, why are the Rams doing this? And I guess the answer is, by doing this, Matthew Stafford does not become a free agent next year. Which is to say that if Matthew Stafford low-key is kind of angry about the Ty Simpson pick,
yes,
which would kind of explain exactly why Sean McVay was acting so weird on draft night, even though he had already privately met with Ty Simpson, and even though he had fully blessed the idea of drafting Ty Simpson. So you got to believe there's something that Matthew Stafford probably ain't happy about with all of this.
Yeah. Well played. Because Chris Canty of ESPN Radio kind of thinks that was the impetus behind this whole deal.
We just want to make sure that you're happy, because we know what we didn't maximize your window to contend for a title before you retire. That's what this is about to me. This is Lesney saying, hey, man, you're coming off of an MVP year. We're planning for the future. We're going to use one of the 2 first-round picks that we entered the offseason with on trading for an all-pro corner. But then we're also going to use one of those first-round picks on a quarterback of the future, neither of which directly helps you. So we're going to make you feel better about that approach by giving you $60 million.
Yeah, you can certainly come to that conclusion. It's a nice way to say, hey, we're sorry we did that. Here's $55 million.
It'd make me feel better.
Yeah.
But it also puts the control of his own, the end of his own timeline in Matthew Stafford's hands again.
Well,
he's not going into this season as a lame duck.
Well, I think to the contrary. I think what it does is it puts it in the Rams' hands, because this way Matthew Stafford doesn't go, you know what? Screw those guys. I'm going to go play for somebody else. Screw you guys. I'm going home. So, Matthew Stafford doesn't go back to Detroit for 1 year with Dan Campbell to bring them a title. Right? Can you imagine that?
Stafford and Petzing taking the league by storm.
Can you imagine Matthew Stafford making a heartfelt play going back to Detroit?
They do the trade over again?
And Jared Goff goes back to
the Rams?
I could not imagine that.
But that's what it does. So it's a clear indication, though, everything is making sense now. Because that Sean McVay vibe on draft night was absurd.
He had some other stuff going on.
But now at least they know Matthew Stafford can't peace out. So if the Rams go and win a Super Bowl, he can't go to, see you guys. Have fun with the quarterback you drafted in last spring. Have fun with that guy, guys. See ya.
And his 15 career starts.
Right, see ya. I'm out of here.
Elsewhere in the NFL, ASU Sun Devil, Cam Scattaboo.
Oh, boy.
He was at an event, a team town hall event at Beacon Theater earlier this week for the New York Giants. Before OTA started, talked about his injury, his broken right fibula and dislocated right ankle. It was in the top 3 of the gruesome injuries in the NFL in 2025. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
It was gross. But he said everything's going good. Scadaboo said, quote, obviously there's ups and downs in the injury process and coming back and rehabbing, but the mental battle has been the hardest part, making sure that I trust it fully. I'm a little ways out, not too far, but I'll be ready to go, week 1, ready to go. Then he was asked what would be a successful season for himself.
This is great.
Because we said, hey, it was a successful season for you. He said, no, it wasn't. I had 400 yards on 100 carries. When I play 17-plus games this year, it's going to be 300 carries for over 2,000 yards.
Oh, boy. So he's going to go from averaging 4 yards per carry to nearly 7 is what he's going to do.
I don't think he even thought about that.
I don't think he did the quick math.
I think he was like, all right, 100 carries, 400 yards. Well, 3 times that. 300 carries, 2,000 yards.
I'm good at the math.
He's really leaning into the whole
ASU education.
That, yeah.
Look. We had Gronk for years. Okay,
I know.
I have to get it where I can get it now.
I'm looking up Cam's numbers from his last season at ASU, where he had just under 300 carries, 293, 1,711 yards, 5.8 yards a carry.
In college.
Different,
but
let's get only 13 games. If that was he'd be well over 2,000 with 17 games, right?
If you see if he immediately is RB1 this year with the Giants, or if it's going to be a two-headed monster thing, or if he's situational, like how much will they lean on him this year?
They still have Tracy, correct?
Yes.
Look, he's a solid running back. I think a lot of that depends. The anointing of him as RB1
Giants,
is going to have a lot to do with his injury status.
The Big Blue, the Giants fan base adores Cam Scadaboo.
They do.
He is like so perfect for that market. So he's going to get every chance to carry the ball 300 times for 2,000 yards.
I mean, Malik Neighbors is coming back. They're going to have to throw the ball at some point
in time. Yeah.
Hey, Cam is Cam. He's never going to change.
No, he's not. Say that again.
Coming up next, we will continue to talk Cardinals and NFL. We'll do it with Lorenzo Alexander, who joins Bickley and Murata Mornings next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just as I'm genuinely surprised that you knew an Arctic Monkey song, I'm just as genuinely surprised that there isn't more openness to trading Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, or Haywood Highsmith, because I just think that it is so redundant having all of those guys on the roster, and they're just so out of balance, and it seems like, especially with Grayson and Royce, that those would be commodities that they could get something for that brings the balance.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing. American value for American values. Buying a new vehicle should not feel like a battle, and at Earnhardt Ford, they've built their entire experience around you. They are known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust. It is a legacy that you can count on. They're also known for no bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, your budget, and your timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. And right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. That's right. You pay what the employees pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end June 1st, 2026. And it's going on right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. I-10 and Ray Road are online at earnhardtford.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream. It's one small step for man. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about a fifth straight win? Another dominant Eduardo Rodriguez start and a Corbin Carroll walk-off single. All of that went down last night at Chase Field on a night where Erod went 7 innings, gave up 0 runs, and the bats were asleep for most of the night, but when it mattered most, Corbin Carroll showed up.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
That's right, a 2-1 win over Colorado, and Mike Soroka will look to keep it going tonight. First pitch from Chase Field will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night at MSG, the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Cavs thanks to 26 points from Josh Hart in a 109-93 win. Tonight, we get Game 3 of OKC and San Antonio in what should be a good one. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals OTAs now.
We continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's our pleasure to welcome back to the show to talk Cardinals and NFL with us, Lorenzo Alexander joining us on video.
Hey, fellas, what's good? What's going on this morning?
You tell us, Zoe.
Hey, man, I'm good. I'm living my own dream, so I'm doing really well. Things are good. My daughter just graduated high school. She's headed over to UCLA, so blessed, doing some work at Cal. So I got a lot of things going on and just in the Valley enjoying this time. So, and then my son is over at Brophy doing his thing too. Going to get an opportunity to play, I think, varsity next year. So it's going to be fun to see these next couple years in the Valley for me.
Real quick, I mean, I know your views on college has changed as a parent, but as a proud Cal alum, does it irk you a little bit that your daughter's going to UCLA? Even though they're in different conferences
It should
now.
irk her more than it irks me. I actually give her a hard time. Cal is the big brother of UCLA. We actually planted that school, so they are connected to us. So I always call her baby bear when she's walking around. She gets upset with me, but I say, hey, that was your choice.
Exactly. All right, so let's start with the Arizona Cardinals because not a lot of people have high hopes for them this year. The schedule looks very tough, coming off a 3-win season, being stuck in that division. Do you see a path out of this for this team? Do you see a team that could maybe rally around these low expectations and surprise a lot of people?
I mean, in the NFL, anything can happen. I don't know if this team is ready to do that quite yet. I think anytime you have a new head coach, quarterback is kind of up in the air, young football team that you're trying to build this new thing. I don't know if they're going to ascend quickly. Now, we've seen it, right? Because a lot of times young players don't know what's happening, what's going on, like the Patriots last year. But the Patriots had a really easy schedule. I think we saw Houston do it a couple of years ago when they jumped up. But, obviously they had a Stroud who played out of his world his rookie year. So I think the goal this year should be is play competitive football, be in all the games, look sound, look like you have potential, that you're really laying down that foundation of what you want to be for the next 5 to 8 years as a football team. And then obviously a lot of that's going to depend on quarterback and trying to find that person. But I think they have enough pieces in place, what they did the offensive line, obviously Jeremiah Love, what they have on the outside with Michael Wilson, some of the pieces that will come back on the defensive side as well, where they should be competitive. And if not, we need to worry.
Lorenzo Alexander, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. The word voluntary gets thrown around a lot in the NFL at this time of the year, and people focus on it, but people also focus on who's not participating voluntarily. And there's two such names for the Cardinals. Bigger deal that Jacoby Brissett's not at OTAs or that Josh Sweat wasn't there?
I would say Jacoby Brissett because he's the quarterback and what he's going to mean to this football team. I know he's holding out for a contract reason. So as a player that's also in that locker room, I'm not really worried from that sense. He's got to take care of his business. I think he thinks that's the best way. If I was him, I wouldn't be doing that because I wouldn't be allowing the other quarterbacks to be getting reps right now. I would take a total different approach. I would show up and do everything and then at the last minute do a hold in, because then they panic if you really want what you want, right? And I don't know if Jacoby is built like that. I know I wasn't as a player where I would come in and be here with my teammates and to be able to hold in. But from a business sense, I think that would probably be a better sense, because if you allow guys to get reps and coaches to get comfortable and gain that trust, they can start looking at you. Well, you're not really a part of our long-term future, so we're not really pressed to do anything. Josh Sweat, he's a defensive end. I don't know him personally, so I don't know how much of a in the locker room leader he is as far as helping young guys, showing how to be a pro. I think guys that are like that are really hands-on and intentional, you really want those guys around. But if Sweat is more like, he kind of does his own thing for the most part, I don't know if he's as big of a piece missing out. He's a DN, he's kind of a plug and play guy, and he's going to go out there and get you double-digit sacks.
I'm curious. Let's go back to Jacoby Brissett, because as a football player, I'm sure you have a really good idea how he is perceived in that locker room. A lot of fans are angry at him now, thinking that it's really ridiculous that a quarterback who won one game is kind of holding out for more money. I think from my standpoint, if you watch Jacoby Brissett, you realized he was really, really good for most of the time that he was starting. What was your opinion of what he put on the field last year, and how do you think the group inside the walls look at him?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he did an excellent job. I mean, obviously he's not in the upper echelon when you think about Lamar and Josh, and that's what everybody wants, right? That's what they're comparing you to. But you don't have to be that in order to be great in this football league, in order to get paid either. I mean, look at Kirk Cousins, right? In that terms, right? Really good quarterback for a long time, but you would never put him in the top echelon of quarterbacks in terms of winning the games or winning Super Bowls or anything of that nature. So I thought Jacoby did a great job. I actually was kind of getting mad for him in a bit because people were talking about who was our quarterback going to be. I'm like, man, this dude was balling last year. I think it also shows that how much of a team game football is. I mean, all these great quarterbacks that we talk about, they had a lot of great pieces. You know, they win the game in 2 minutes. And that's because their defense gave them an opportunity to be in a position to only need maybe a field goal or a touchdown to win. But if your defense is giving up a lot of points, you ain't able to run the ball because the offensive line isn't that great. That is a team issue. It's not necessarily a quarterback issue. I don't know if you put anybody or drop anybody in this team last year. Maybe they win you a couple of more games like a Josh Allen because they're special and they have that X factor, but they're not winning the Super Bowl, and that's the ultimate goal.
Lorenzo Alexander, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I don't want to harp on it, but I want to go back to the Josh Sweat part of not being at OTAs. And you said it. Look, we know why Jacoby Brissett is not participating, and you can agree with it or you can disagree with it. I agree with what you said about Josh Sweat. You can plug and play, and he's going to give you double-digit sacks. But contract is not part of the issue with Josh Sweat. He's very handsomely paid. Should that be taken as a sign of being disgruntled in some way? Should Cardinal fans be worried that maybe he doesn't want to be here?
No, not necessarily. And again, like I don't know Josh and I don't know him personally, so I don't know what's going on in his life. But I can kind of refer to mine when I was might have been year 13 or so. Actually, you know what it was? It was after I had my big double-digit sack year in Buffalo. We got Sean McDermott, and they wanted me to come back early. I was living in Virginia at the time, and I was like, hey, is there any way that I can zoom in and spend more time with my family and zoom in on the meetings and get caught up, and then I'll be there in like 2 weeks later, right? And so I don't know if it's a situation like that. Has he had a new baby? Is he married? Is he doing some family things that he doesn't necessarily want to sacrifice at this stage of his career because he's a pro. He knows he's going to be able to show up and insert himself. It's not a new defense. Right. So those are some of the things that I would have to take into account before I said, ooh, I'm worried he doesn't want to play here before, just based on him not being at OTAs where all you're doing is glorified walkthroughs essentially. And you get to hang out with your teammates. But again, if he's not that guy that's, a leader in the terms of I'm trying to develop young guys and being intentional about it, you're not really missing a lot in terms of his lack of presence.
All right, so from a linebacker's perspective, I want to ask you about the Cardinals' offense outside of the quarterback situation. I really think it's a huge year for Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think he's shown that dog in him that he needs to show, and I hope he found it in the offseason. But when you look at that, you look at Michael Wilson, and then Jeremiah Love, who they drafted, what do you think of the Cardinals' offense and what their potential might be, Zoe?
And you forgot about the best player over there, Trey McBride, right? And he's going to be dominant as well.
Right.
So it does, right? It does scare you. I mean, obviously what they were able to do last year as far as putting up all those points and those numbers, I think they have a very good group. And to your point, Marvin does need to step up and be more consistent. I think being healthy, I think also being around a guy like Jacoby helped him last year. That was a lot more intentional about getting to know him and helping him and giving him stuff. He has to have somebody like that as a young player. So I'm excited for it, but everything is going to be, based on that offensive line. Can they open up holes for Jeremiah Love? Can they put them in, third and mixed downs where it can be pass or run, and that play action game that we really love comes alive that we've seen from the Rams and the 49ers. And so that's what I'm kind of holding out on. The sexy pieces are real sexy.
Yeah,
they put up a lot of great numbers. They're going to do that. But can that offensive line allow the quarterback to operate efficiently and then allow Jeremiah Love, like I was saying the other day, not have to make people miss in the backfield, but make people miss on the second level. Yes. So now he's hitting his head on the goalpost versus getting a real cool, but he only got 5 yards type of run. So
love it.
That's what I want to see as they progress as a football team.
All right, last thing real quick before we let you go. Are you going to the unveiling of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo? Do you got the invite, Zoe?
I do have the invite, but as most people know, I'm no longer playing, and so the unveiling does nothing for me. I'll be coaching my son's 11U football team that weekend, and getting out to Buffalo just way too hard and getting back. So I don't like missing practices. And so I'll be locked and ready, trying to win games here locally in the Valley.
There you go.
Zoe, always a pleasure to talk to you, man. We'll do it again soon.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Lorenzo Alexander joining us via video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, the D-backs playing their best baseball of the year, and a very exclusive group of fans is seeing it live. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Sure, yeah.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
7.7 million. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the country. If you're one of them and your debt is private, you should really know about Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi, experts at helping people that are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loans. They've helped thousands of people in this situation, people just like you. Here's what makes Y-Refi different is that they don't start with your credit score. They start with your life. And they ask questions like, what can you realistically afford? What does a payment need to look like for you to actually be able to make it every month? Then they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that number. And once you're in with Y-Refi, you are in. There's no surprises, no rate jumps, just steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who've called Y-Refi thinking they were at the end of their rope, nothing left to try, and then they walked away with a real concrete plan for the first time in years. That could be you with one phone call. Give them a call today at Y-Refi, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet, A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hi, it's Vince Murata, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
We have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Chris Garagiola on the final call last night. Corbin Carroll with the heroics in the 9th inning. Lots of good performances all the way through. Pitching-wise, defensively, the Gink doing his thing, doing Kevin Ginkel things. And the D-backs have won 5 straight games. That's a great number. What's...
Hey! Yeah, listen. We were treated to a 6 a.m. gink from Jared Carlin this morning.
Goodness.
Hopefully that will get up on social media before too long.
Yeah.
But gink was that good last night. That was vintage gink.
The 5 wins in a row.
Sorry. Yes.
Good number. No, you don't have to apologize. That was well worth it. Not a good number. Bob Nightingale pointed this out last night on Twitter. He wrote that storied spring training Arizona Diamondbacks Colorado Rockies rivalry isn't quite what it used to be, apparently. Tickets sold for tonight's game, 14,761. Smallest announced crowd in 3 years, going back to May 8th, 2023, against the Miami Marlins. Not necessarily a reason for concern. We talked to Derek Hall about it. He acknowledged, hey, this is a lean time. We know we live in a sports city where attendance, the reality of it is, a lot of it is generated by who the opponent is. And the Colorado Rockies, they're the worst draw in baseball.
Okay, I think there are levels to this. Okay. I think when a baseball team is in Arizona is anywhere from poor to okay to maybe kind of good, then the opponent factor really kicks in. I think when a sports team in the Valley is excellent and is really a draw in the Valley, then the quality of opponent only matters a little bit. I think the Diamondbacks, in terms of perception, are a team up until now that most people are like, nah, I don't know. And as a result, I think the quality of opponent has really kind of had an impact. Now, I did not know this, but Jack Summers, our buddy, had written a piece about this while we were discussing this with Derek Hall yesterday. He points out, now this is before last night's game, which was the lowest crowd of the week, through the first 24 games of 2025, that's last season, the Diamondbacks had drawn 32,607 fans per game. Throughout this year, in the same amount of games, they are down a whopping 5,413 fans per game. It is by far the biggest numerical drop of any team in Major League Baseball, 16% down from the same time last year. At a time when most teams are doing good, when Major League Baseball television Game of the Week ratings are through the roof. So people are asking, what's going on here? What Derek Hall told Jack Summers is there's a couple things going on here. Number one, the quality of opponent. It hasn't been like it was at the early part of last year. Okay? Number two, they gave up 2 home games to play in Mexico City in a very small venue, which brought the attendance number down.
On a weekend, by the way.
Right, on a weekend.
Yeah.
So instead of having 3 home games against the Padres, which you would have had without the Mexico City trip, that would have been 90,000 fans, probably easy. Now you got 39,000 in 2 games. So there are these external factors that explain this, but at the end, this discussion yesterday, and a lot of what we talked about with Derek Hall created a lot of talk and buzz on social media from people complaining about the price of going to a baseball game, how the concessions are really high. And look, the Diamondbacks, to their credit, just like the Suns, they've got a value pricing menu themselves. They've got places where you can get inexpensive hot dogs and beer. Now, other people will say you got to look real hard to find them. And if you go for that real inexpensive beer, you're probably getting a watered-down light beer.
Yeah, and in a small cup.
In a small cup.
That's the reality of going to games.
That's
right.
Right. But it's available. If you know where to find it, it is available. My point is that when a team in the Valley is good enough, all of these little things go away.
Yes.
With peak Suns, you saw it before they had the bad end of January and February and March. They were starting to build something where you could feel it at the arena.
But I also think a couple things I wanted to add to this, Bick. Yes, that phenomenon when a team is good, I think it takes this city longer to latch onto a good Diamondbacks.
No doubt.
Yes.
And it's not going to happen in May prior to Memorial Day weekend. August, it seems late. That's kind of the history. Also on the year to year, and Jack did a really good job on that piece on D-backs on SI, but the parameters were same number of home games this year to this point last season. Well, you had a better front-loaded schedule last year of attractive opponents coming into town. The Dodgers have not been here yet.
Yep.
The Cub have not been here yet. The Padres have not been here yet. By the end of the year, in September, the Yankees come to town for 3 straight games. If the play continues, I don't have any doubt that we won't be talking about attendance being down in September.
Yeah. I think I agree with everything you say, and I think there's another factor. And I think that here in the Valley, not only does it take a while to get into baseball season, I think that there's a delayed response. That I think the last couple of years, people have been more interested in the team going into the year, but now you've got 2 years of failure stacked on top of each other, and a team that has not been back to the playoffs since the World Series. And as a result, I think people now are waiting for proof that they are that team.
Yeah.
That's a great point, because this team, a majority of its core, has been together since that World Series.
Yep.
And the last couple years, they've been right around mediocre with the same team.
Yep.
And if you're just a regular fan, you look at what the Diamondbacks did. Oh, they're rolling out the same team. And we talk about it. It might be good that there's groups sticking together. You don't see that in sports very often. But as a fan, you go, oh, I saw these guys play a year ago. Why would I go see them again, you know?
Well, and the perfectly mediocre start to the season didn't help change anyone's mind. So you're hoping maybe this turning of the corner, this hot streak, will get everybody to start to buzz.
But go back to 2023. That was not a season-long love affair with that baseball team. Diamondbacks fans specifically, they're fashionably late to the party. But when they show up, they mess stuff up.
Oh, yeah.
When they get to the party, they're there. They're there to have a good time. It just takes them a little while to get there.
Yeah,
that's dependent on the team, too.
Let me tell you, if they continue to play this good of baseball, that June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and 4th Dodgers series at home, it's going to be packed.
Even that Suns team that made the finals, earlier in the year, there was hardly any fans in the arena that were.
There was some games where it was close to empty.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So it took a while there to really.
The other thing Jack pointed out is that the Diamondbacks, according to one report, have the 9th highest average minimum ticket price in Major League Baseball.
Ninth highest?
9th highest.
Wow.
Which is, and your reaction is exactly my point. The Diamondbacks have always prided themselves on being among the most affordable, but I give the Diamondbacks no grief if they had to raise their prices, because they put all this money back into payroll. They rank top 5 in baseball in revenue allocated directly back to payroll. You have no quibbles with what the Diamondbacks do financially. Yeah. You cannot. They honor that agreement with fans that I talk about all the time.
They do.
So we'll see what happens.
Do you want to watch the Sun Devils take on Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium? Arizona Sports sending one lucky winner to London in style with royal box seats, sideline passes, round-trip airfare, and more. Listen for daily trivia for your chance to enter. It's all brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the Friday edition of The Reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
We have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins
reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and the worst thing about chronic joint pain is the sense of resignation, the sense of acceptance, and how at some point you stopped calling it pain and you started calling it just the way I am today. And deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, should never be normalized, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics deliver long-lasting, regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools, treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain, and it's all organic, all natural. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. There's no downtime, there's no surgery, there are no steroids. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule a free consultation at QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. And someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, winners of 9 of their last 12, 5 in a row, and getting it done in dramatic fashion again last night. Corbin Carroll walked it off for the D-backs in a 2-1 win over the Rockies, a game where the offense stalled, but Eduardo Rodriguez continued to be great. 7 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, and the Diamondbacks found a way to get it done, and they will look to make it 6 straight tonight with Mike Soroka on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Cardinals OTAs roll on, for all the angles, stories, and more, be sure to catch them at arizonasports.com today. And in the NBA last night, the Knicks took a commanding 2-0 series lead over the Cavs. With their 109-93 win in tonight, we get Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, with that series tied at 1 apiece. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get the Embarado Mornings Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning and happy Friday. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And I'm switching up a little bit, right? What's better than a Friday heading into a 3-day weekend? And so that's
a Friday heading into a 4-day weekend.
There we go.
A Wednesday heading into a 4-day weekend.
So we're gonna focus on the trend. I've got a little game of what's better or what's best for you guys. All right, and feel free you can explain why. But first, last night Eduardo Rodriguez was phenomenal. So what's better, a pitcher's duel or a good old
Sammy? Yes.
Yes.
A pitcher's duel or a Sammy?
Wow. A pitcher's duel or an offensive slugfest?
I prefer the slugfest.
So do I.
Just from an entertainment standpoint. I know the purists are like, oh, it's got to be pitching. And that's fun every once in a while.
Yeah.
But if you had a pitcher's duel every night, that'd be a lot.
That'd be tough.
The occasional slugfest, we'll take it.
No, I like the feeling that it's mano a mano.
Mano against
That's what it is. Mano against mano. Oh my goodness, DeAndre Ayton, you are priceless. But I love the idea that if the other team puts a crooked number on the board, that you can get it back.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair.
And the pitchers' duels are great, especially if you only have 2 hours to watch a baseball game.
True.
But I'd rather have the traffic on the bases.
All right.
Imano, play against Imano.
Imano playing against Imano.
So
the old saying goes.
Corbin Carroll walked it off for the Diamondbacks last night. What is better, a walk-off in any fashion or a basketball game winner?
Oh, yeah. I'm the basketball game winner. I'm very, very partial to. It's the building of suspense, the clock ticking. That's what it is. The clock element in basketball makes a game-winning shot to me better than a walk-off hit.
I agree, but you just said walk-off win, did you not?
I said walk-off win in any fashion, yeah.
Because it could be a sack fly.
Yeah.
It could be a walk with the bases loaded.
Right.
Anticlimactic stuff.
I also meant like basketball game winner, like a shot with like 2 seconds left.
Yeah,
that's, you know.
Look, a walk-off win is fantastic, and it's demoralizing to the opponent, but the basketball game winner is the winner here. That's better.
Okay, this is a interesting one. What's better to watch? A scorching hot Ketel Marte or a Devin Booker on a heater?
Ooh.
Again, I'm going to lean towards basketball. Because of the nature of the game. Like, if Devin Booker's on a heater, he could score on 5 or 6 different straight possessions over the course of 2 minutes. Ketel Marte could get a base hit. You might have to wait half an hour for him to come back up again.
Fair.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to vote Ketel Marte because him in particular, when he gets on a heater, what he does, the team just seems to expand in how good they are.
True.
Exponentially. There's just something about that guy that the swag, all of it. So And Vinny makes great points. I'm going to vote. And the more that Ketel Marte's on a heater, the more you can say, Ketel Marte!
No doubt. Okay, what is the best high-level playoff game? NBA, MLB, NFL, or NHL?
Ketel Marte!
Sorry, him too.
NFL, MLB, NBA?
Yes, what's the best
Out of those three?
high-level playoff game?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Because we saw Game 1, OKC, San Antonio. That's about almost as high level as it gets.
I would say it's not football.
Why?
I don't know why. Because I feel like, to me, my answer would be baseball because it's every pitch is like tense and means something. And also like that better than basketball.
I think Jarrett brings up a good point. I don't know if it makes it the best, but the elevation and intensity from regular season baseball to postseason baseball.
It's also a series of one-on-one matchups, which is very...
It's really hard to beat. I think all of them are high-level playoffs. Sign me up for all of them.
Yeah.
But I would probably lean baseball.
I think if we're not going to be specific about it being an elimination game or a Game 7, I'm going to say the loser goes home mentality of the NFL. I'm going to vote for the NFL.
Okay, fair enough. And I think about this next question all the time. What's a better 3-day weekend? Having Friday off or having Monday off? My dad
That's a fantastic question,
It really is.
too.
It really, really is.
They're both good.
Yes.
Like, everything's been good that you've presented to us. It's just a matter of level of what... I was tempted to say a Friday off going into the weekend, but going to work on Mondays sucks.
Yeah. I think having a Sunday when you know you don't have to go to work next day, there's nothing like it.
Nothing.
And Friday is generally a good day regardless of whether you have to work or not, because you know the weekend's right here.
Great point. I'm going Mondays.
I'm going to go Monday off.
I think about it of what 4-day work week would I rather work? The Tuesday through Friday, I sign me up for that more 100 times over than the Monday through Thursday. All right, we ran out of time. I have 2 left. Maybe we can get to them later out and off the grid.
Good stuff, Sammy.
There you guys go.
I like
Good
it.
stuff.
We're all rebooted thanks to Sammy on this Friday.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, today's Devils in London question. Which ASU defensive end set the NCAA single-season sack record with 24 sacks in 2002? That's your question. I have a feeling people are going to know this, but you got to be the right caller. 602-260-9870. We're taking the first caller. 602-260-9870. Which ASU defensive end set the NCAA single-season sack record with 24 in 2002? We'll line up our contestant. In Devils in London, it's brought to you by Desert Financial. Also coming up next, Dylan the Villain. It doesn't shut off in the offseason.
No.
We'll tell you more. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If I'm Jacoby Brissett, the way last season goes, and then Kyler Murray gets let go, I understand in the moment thinking, okay, I'm the starter. I'm going to be the guy. But there's levels to that, right? Okay, right now I feel like I'm the starter. Okay, that's one thing. I'm the unquestioned starter and I have all the leverage in the world to hold out is a completely different thing. I mean, Wolf, think about what we're talking about here. We're talking about a team that has probably the toughest schedule in the NFL and their quarterback's holding out.
Yes.
That sounds like a team that just missed winning the Super Bowl last year or something. Not a team that won 3 games last year.
Yeah, I know.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In times of economic uncertainty, you need to be in control of your own finances. So here's a question, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. Are you in control of your finances, or is the bank in control? If you think you're in control, take a look at your monthly mortgage statement. See how much money is going to principal. See how much you're paying in interest. And for a lot of people, that is the aha moment, the proof that the big banks are actually the ones in control. Good news is you get back that control with the Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. There is no monthly minimum payment. You decide whether to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you wish. A Life Changer Loan client, by paying all principal first, pays off their home in an average of 5 years, which is an unbelievable figure because most people are chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, and it means you're going to have a lot of time to build personal wealth debt-free, which is how you get ahead. But the 24/7 access to your equity is a big deal because in times of financial uncertainty, you have that power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, whenever circumstances arise. Find out more if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right, during the commercial break, many tried. Only one got through in the right spot.
Yeah.
That was Steve in Buckeye, who's online with us right now. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good morning. How's it going?
Good. You feeling confident today?
Yeah, pretty confident.
Yeah, I think you should be. Here's your question again, Steve. Which ASU defensive end set the NCAA single-season sack record with 24 sacks in 2002?
Terrell Suggs.
The correct answer
T-Sizzle.
is Terrell Suggs. Way to go, Steve.
Carly Culp.
You get 50 entries or 50 ping pong balls, as Bickley refers to them as, in the Devils in London competition. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And
All
for the
right,
next
good luck,
hour,
man.
everybody not named Steve in Buckeye, you can enter to win on Arizona Sports contest page right now with the keyword Suggs. Real quick commentary. The fact that in 2002, Terrell Suggs did not receive one Heisman vote is still one of the great injustices of college football. You know who finished 9th in the Heisman voting that year?
No, I do not.
Cliff Kingsbury got
Oh,
Heisman
come
votes.
on!
Devils in
Wow.
London is brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
What's up, y'all? It's the villain. I got something to reveal from Underdog. Unethical hoops. Fine. So let me open this up. All right, how we set up. This is what the board looks like. Head snap. A lot of people do that. Hook. Was James Harden's move. Push off. Try this. You know I don't foul. Right. So that's a foul. So you see that red? Oh. Foul. Next player's turn. Get yours when you come out at unethicalsports.com and play your game with your friends and family and get reacquainted with the new foul being from the villain.
That is fantastic.
I saw this yesterday, and I could not stop laughing. It's a video, so it doesn't do it full justice.
Yeah.
He pulls out a board game called Unethical Hoops, where if you're familiar with, and I think most, I mean, Sammy, you're young. You know the game operation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody knows the game operation.
Yes.
Where you have the patient
And
and,
the
all the things you got
tweezers.
to take
Yep.
out.
Mhm.
The patient on Unethical Hoops is a basketball player who looks a hell of a lot like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Certainly is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Wearing an Unethical Hoops jersey in
Fantastic.
Oklahoma City Thunder colors. And some of the things on the board where you heard Dylan mentioning some of the things. Here's what's on the board. Head snap, hook and cook, push off, lean in, shoulder bumps, rip through, leg kick, and phantom contact.
Fantastic. And so every single one has a little place that you've got to kind of use your tweezers and get something out of a basketball or something out of. And if you touch the side and there's a ref whose nose lights up and it's a foul. It's brilliant. I want to know, first of all, so unethicalsports.com doesn't even exist, does it, as a website?
People are treating it like it's real, but I don't.
I don't think it is.
It looked like a prop to me.
This is a parody, I think.
The name of the account is Underdog that put it out.
Yes.
So I'd have to look more into it.
Look, you know I've been saying for years that our country is in badly need of an ethical renaissance. I'm going to say that about the NBA as well. Yeah. Dylan Brooks is right on the money. The sport of basketball needs an ethical renaissance where this kind of behavior is not tolerated. And I mean on all levels, not just from the commissioner's office, but on the court from fellow players.
Yeah.
Is Dylan Brooks the right messenger, though, of this?
No, but it's hilarious.
Honestly, I would say no, but honestly, I don't care where the message comes from if it's within the game, because it needs to be taken care of. And I brought this stat up to you yesterday off the air, Bick. I'd seen all the tweets about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flopping on his shot attempts. So I went back and I looked at all of his shot attempts from game 2. And I shared that stat with you. He fell down on like 25 shots, I think, 7 times. Tom Haberstroh, really smart basketball analyst, saw the same thing. He did it for the whole series. So far in this series, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has taken 47 shots. He's hit the deck on 13 of those. 27.6% of his shots, he falls to the floor. I went back and watched every one of his shots from the Suns series. Not nearly as hotly contested or as physical defensively. 78 shots. He hit the deck 13 times.
Mm-hmm. Now, to be clear, this is not just Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Devin Booker is as guilty of this as well as so many other players are. So this is not an individual thing against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But as the reigning MVP, he serves very, very well as a symbol of this problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see it a lot. And a couple of them are egregious. You know what? I'm going to go back. I'm going to do the same exercise in the Oklahoma City series for Book.
Okay.
Now, he didn't take as many shots, which we've talked about a lot.
Right. That's right. We have. But again, with Book, it's different. Book is the guy that puts himself on the floor after a jump shot, which I can't understand for the life of me why anybody does that.
But
Shai does a lot. Shai does that, but he also does the falling in the lane a lot.
Yes.
So there's levels of falling that Shai does where Book tends to keep it confined to around the perimeter after the jump shot.
So, yes, there's a lot of comedic value to what Underdog and Dylan Brooks did.
Oh, my goodness.
It was good
brilliant.
for a laugh.
It's
a lot
brilliant.
of people reacted to it and say, wow, this is hilarious. I hate Dylan Brooks, but I'm becoming a fan. Again, I'll say this. Wherever the criticism comes from within the game, I'm cool with it.
Mm-hmm. So, same here.
Nobody likes it. And we talked yesterday about the hypocritical nature of sports fans.
Mm-hmm.
If Shai Gilgeous-Alexander somehow ended up on Dallas next year, Oklahoma City fans would be pissed at how he operates offensively.
No doubt about
Whatever you do to win is cool when the
When
players
it's your
are wearing
guy.
your team
Mhm.
colors.
Yep.
If it's anybody else, it's BS.
See, for me now, I'm past that point. I hate this so much that it's not cool if it's somebody on the Suns to me. I understand your point, and I think your point is 100% accurate. But I'm to the point where I am so sick of it, it just needs to go away.
You know what the next phase of this is, if it's not curbed, is you're going to see all these viral videos of like 12-year-old kids playing organized ball.
Mm-hmm.
I've already seen one. There was one kid who was actually really good, but he was like 9 years old, and every time he dribbled, he threw his head back. Kids mimic what they see.
They do. And some
For
of
good and bad.
Listen, some of the stuff that James Harden has done in these playoffs have just been filthy. Yeah, it needs. This is a scourge on the game. It really, really is. Sammy, do you foul bait when you play pickup basketball?
No,
absolutely.
I really try not to. But if I've feel like I've been slighted the last couple times down the floor, I won't search for contact, but I'll give a little aggressive up fake to get the guy in the air, and then I will get to the line.
Lean the shoulder in.
Yes, but that's ethical. I'm getting him in the air. Don't jump.
Okay.
What's your guys' favorite foul on this game? Mine's phantom contact.
Phantom contact was it for me, too.
By far and away the best.
The head snap is great, too.
Hook and cook was
Hook
pretty
and
funny.
cook is funny.
And I could tell you, if this was only created as a joke,
parody,
Oh,
it
will exist shortly, because I'm sure people would buy it.
I think you're right.
For sure.
I would love to have that.
Me too. Put one. We can have it in the studio.
That's a great Zoom background piece. You can
Yeah.
put that
yeah.
up.
Gee,
Oh,
if only we had an ugly gray wall to put something on. Oh, wait.
If you're listening, send
That
us
wall's
one.
starting to grow on me, Beck.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underdog.
Starting to grow something.
So if you're listening, send us one of those games for free.
Along with
Food.
4 subs.
Yeah, sure. Oh, that reminds me.
What reminds
I
you?
think they're bringing in food today.
Who's
you?
they?
You're paying off your bet? Oh, no, you're
No,
not.
no,
burritos?
not me.
Who's they?
This station.
Higher ups.
Oh, okay.
It won't affect us because it's for it's holiday
Oh.
weekend.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
be
it's
office
not until this
early.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Jarrett will work extra slow so he can be around
Extra hard.
for when the food gets delivered.
Extra-
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Jared, you're still here. What are you doing? Oh,
Man,
a lot of stuff to wrap
burning
up.
them. Yeah, I got
My
to really
workload was intense going into the weekend.
the 3-day
Oh my
weekend.
God, what's this?
Oh, what's this?
I'll have 9.
Oh, so they've only made 100 of the games.
Oh, so
they do.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And so you have to enter on unethicalhoops.com to
So
be
it is
one of
an
the
actual
winners.
website.
Yes. I'm on it right now. Interesting.
See, because Dylan said unethical sports.
That's
in the
what he said,
video,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
unethical hoops.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
All right.
We should all enter.
We should.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Friday
Fire!
show with that fire, the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
The student loan landscape right now is shifting very quickly. And if you've got private student loan debt, none of the changes out there are going to help you because private loans don't qualify for federal programs. But be rest assured that Y-Refi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi specializes in helping people that are holding distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you are actually financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment plan around it. It's not a temporary patch. It's a real long-term solution. And Y-Refi will work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for quite some time, even if every other lender has turned you away, and they do it all without judgment. They're not going to grill you with questions about how you got into the situation that you're in. They just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. So give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country: hard work, Really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story, and for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about a fifth straight win, another dominant Eduardo Rodriguez start, and a Corbin Carroll walk-off? All of that went down at Chase Field last night on a night where Erod went 7 innings, gave up 0 runs, and the bats were asleep for most of the night, but when it mattered most, Corbin Carroll showed up.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
That's right, a 2-1 win over Colorado, and Mike Soroka will look to keep it rolling tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night at MSG, the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Cavs thanks to 26 points from Josh Hart in a 109-93 win. Tonight we get Game 3 of OKC and San Antonio in what should be a good one. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Empty seats always tell a story in professional sports, and empty seats have been abundant this week at Chase Field, leading many to wonder if our baseball team has lost its charm, its mojo, and its standing in the Valley. Now, Derek Hall says there are good reasons why the team has experienced a 16% dip in attendance through 25 games, from an unattractive early schedule to a pair of home games held at a small venue in Mexico City, and he claims the team is right on their season projections. Meanwhile, the discussion led many fans to express anger at how they can no longer afford a night at the ballpark, which is an entirely different issue. But we all know how fickle sports fans are in the Valley, and how easily our collective fandom can wane, and how ticket prices are no issue for fans when a local team is in hot demand regardless of price. And it's pretty safe to assume the Diamondbacks are paying a price for 2 years of failure following their magical run to the World Series. Either way, we have arrived at an inflection point. Memorial Day weekend is a milepost in baseball, a gateway into the summer, and it's a time when the Diamondbacks need to stay as hot as the impending weather for the sake of the standings and the turnstiles. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
To win 4 in a row and 8 of 11, when about a week and a half ago we were a little bit concerned and worried. And yesterday was it Farrell? Was it Smelly? I think it was Farrell. He looked good. But for us to have the most comeback wins in the majors right now, and just seeing guys come around.
That was Derek Hall yesterday here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, talking about the overall vibe of the team. That was before they went out and won their 5th straight game last night, 2-1, walk-off fashion over the Colorado Rockies. It's hard not to notice. It's one of the things that I noticed early in the game. They had a really, really cool camera shot on the telecast last night. They called it the drone cam. And Agnos, the starting pitcher for Colorado, was coming out of the bullpen to start the game, and they had the camera shot, and it had a great view from right field to the whole stadium. And I thought, wow, cool shot. And then I immediately thought, great sections are still available for Diamondbacks baseball.
Yeah.
Look, I've never quoted this movie before in my life because I don't love the movie. But the movie is Field of Dreams. if you build it, they will come. That certainly applies to the fan base for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And they're building something right now. They've more than, we can all agree, if treading water and staying relevant and hovering around 500 was the goal while they waited for some really key players to get back from injury, they've more than accomplished that. So the reinforcements are coming. They've got a little taste of winning now in their mouths.
Yep.
And you're going to have more attractive opponents coming in than the Colorado Rockies on a Thursday night.
Oh, no, and listen, we have talked that this past week also has been a historically bad week for the Diamondbacks. School is ending, kids are taking finals, and
vacations are starting.
All that stuff. So this weekend kind of is the go time for Major League Baseball clubs.
Yeah.
And the Diamondbacks have got a great giveaway on Saturday. The Dodgers are coming here shortly. So there's a lot of reasons why to think that these attendance numbers are going to turn. But again, it's a reminder that it's not all that. A lot of this can be explained away, but I would guess it's not all that. And it's a reminder that there's a lot of stakes on this current baseball season as it results to this core group of players on this team. A core group of players, because you remember, if you go back over the past 20 years, when has this market most been engaged with a sports team? Obviously, the Valley Suns in 2021 own this town. The 2023 run through the postseason, it turned Chase Field into something many of us had never, ever experienced. I remember every post-game press conference, I would ask Torey Lovello, what does it feel like to have a stadium full to the rafters cheering for you when, for the most of your existence here, that's been a dream? The 2015 Cardinals on a different level. It hasn't happened a ton, but the teams that break through and really offer promise, real promise that we are of championship caliber, we are of that quality, fans respond here.
Yeah, and the team themselves, they can take care of business on the field, and they're doing that right now. It'll be a slow build if this continues, and it's starting to look like a really, dare I say, connected baseball team.
It is, but we have the quality of competition. You have to make note of that. The Giants are really bad. The Rockies are really bad, but that's irregardless. The point is right now you need to stack victories.
Yes.
Let's party! Let's freaking party! That's what it is.
Torey did not say let's party last night, but he did say this about last night's tough win.
This team is very versatile. I think they went into a little bit of their reserve. We got a leadoff hitter on in the last inning. We pinch bunted. You don't see that a lot. The guys went out there and executed and put it in Corbin Carroll's hands, and they clearly pitched around Marte to get to Corbin, and he went out there and did his thing and helped win us the game. So it was a little bit of a grinding night. It didn't have a great flow to it. Didn't feel great watching in the dugout, but we really relied on Erod. Erod went out there and dialed up 7 unbelievable innings and kept us in the game and walked off the mound with a chance to win. And then unfortunately we just couldn't get through that 8th inning. And for me, it's Corbin who gets the base hit. It's Gabby who gets on via the walk. But Kevin Ginkel was unreal today. Kevin Ginkel came in after warming up, getting hot, and sitting down, reloaded within 2 or 3 pitches, and he came back into the game and got the 2 big outs. Pop up to Goodman was a huge out, kept it 1-1, and that's why we won this baseball game. So it was a great win. It was a fighting, grinding, chewing on rocks type of a win.
Ugh, chewing on rocks.
Yeah.
Not fun.
No, that's not fun. Unless they're pop rocks, that can be fun.
Yeah.
Or not. A couple things about
this. I heard one kid's head blew up.
Oh, okay. Couple things about this. The turnaround in length for Arizona starting pitchers has been absolutely, positively incredible. 12 quality starts in the past 16 games, and this is for a pitching staff for the better part of the last year and a quarter, seemed to struggle to give you 5 on any given night. And now these guys are seemingly routinely getting 6-7 innings into the books, and it's made a world of difference. So props to Eduardo Rodriguez for that. They also claimed that Brandon Pfaadt and the usage has reached a, quote, critical point, meaning they're going to have to make some tough decisions here. Torey Lovello told media members yesterday that the last thing that they want to do is to have a guy who is now kind of shortened the length that he can give you trying to turn him back into a starter because they've seen guys blow out their arms doing that. So you need to pick a lane for this kid and stay in it. And I don't know what lane that's going to be, because when you're stacking really good pitching performances on top of each other with a bullpen that has been pretty nails recently,
yeah,
I don't know what the best option for him is.
Look, I credit Brandon Pfaadt for his availability, for doing what's best for the team. He did not get off to a good start. It's a tough situation for him right now, but we brought this up like a week and a half ago. What's best for him right now? I think staying stretched out as a starter on that starter schedule, even if it's at the AAA level, is probably best for him right now, because things are going swimmingly for the Diamondbacks currently. Those good times don't last.
Yeah.
Every good team realizes it, and every team's prepared for it. And I think that's the best way to be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Is if something does go haywire injury-wise in that rotation, to have Brandon Pfaadt ready to step in. Instead of pitching low-leverage situations and blowout games, or throwing 9 pitches in an 8th inning. To me, it just makes more sense.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's an easy decision, because it's not. But that's the way I feel about it. Coming up next, can the Suns really compete if they don't have a roster of top players? One lengthy article points that issue out with the Suns. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Tom, are you there?
I'm here.
What is the London Eye?
It is a Ferris wheel, also known as an observation wheel.
A cantilevered observation wheel.
If you would have said that, I would have said you're reading directly from Wikipedia.
If he is, so what? He's got the right answer.
That's all we care about.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And if you've been spending a lifetime grinding and working and providing, you deserve a little peace of mind, especially when it comes to your retirement. So if you're a bit uneasy about the whole idea, highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth, the family office that brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof with a firm that sees the entire field. They can give you a second opinion on your current portfolio. They can give you comprehensive strategies that will ensure your financial future and give you that peace of mind I spoke of early. Because remember, it's never too early to plan for retirement, and it's never too late to call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They understand the importance of comprehensive and tactical investments, tailored insights for growth that are all in line with your risk tolerance. And as an independent firm, Trajan Wealth, not bound to just one line of products or portfolios, they have got the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. And remember, Trajan Wealth, a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call today. Get your plan started at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Were James Harden and the Cavaliers able to even their series against the Knicks? We'll be reacting to Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've lost a member of the team here, Dick.
We did?
Yeah, we did.
We did?
I think we've lost Jarrett for the rest of the show.
Yeah, he's...
If you think it's going to take me the rest of the show to finish this, I'm almost done with
in there making love to a breakfast burrito.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That was our guy, Tom, was it not?
It looked like him.
It was, yes, it was. This wasn't even the free food I was looking forward to. This was bonus free food.
This is bonus free food. Our listener, Tom, willing to bring in breakfast burritos, but the guy who owes us breakfast burritos not willing to bring them in.
Well, and another heads up to all our listeners who expressly want to bring food for Vinny or I, don't bother because it will never get to us.
Anyway, we can have a discussion while Jared feasts.
Sure, let's do it.
Law Murray has put together his annual list of NBA players, putting them all into tiers. Interestingly enough, and he goes way in depth because it's not just tier 1, tier 2. There's sub-tiers.
Yes.
So there was 4 different categories of tier 1 players. But interestingly enough, only 8 players league-wide qualified as tier 1 players.
Okay.
So in tier 1A, the best of the best, he's got SGA and Jokic. Tier 1B, the step below, Wemby and Luka. Tier 1C, Giannis and Anthony Edwards. And then the last group of tier 1 players, Cade Cunningham and Jason Tatum in tier 1D.
All right, so according to Law Murray, tier 1, a player who can reasonably be considered all-NBA first-team player, capped at 10. Okay, those are the guidelines. All right.
So if you go down, like, where is the Suns' best player? Devin Booker still considered the Suns' best player, but in this year's rankings has fallen from his 2A tier rank, which is just outside of tier 1 last year.
Yep.
He's now in tier 2D.
Okay.
With players like Denny Avdia, De'Aaron Fox, James Harden, Pascal Siakam, and Jalen Williams.
Okay.
What Law Murray wrote...
Which all those players, by the way, are like the second best players on their respective teams.
Yes.
Yep.
Devin Booker. Booker's won just 4 playoff games without Chris Paul on the floor with him, and all 5 of Phoenix's series wins with Booker have been against a team missing a star for all or part of the series. And he points out Anthony Davis, Jamal Murray, Kawhi Leonard, Zion Williamson, Paul George. You can't help what happens with the other team. We've talked about that. That's not to say Booker isn't a very good player. The Suns would be lost without him, and he has his team's best chance for anything close to efficient offense, and he competes on defense. But he would benefit significantly from three things: a point guard who consistently helps him get easier shots, another star teammate at any position, and a coach who can stick around a while. As he points out, that Jordan Knott is Booker's 8th head coach at this level.
Yeah, I know, and hopefully his last. If all things go as planned, hopefully it's his last.
Yeah.
So Tier 2, an all-star caliber player who can lead an adequate team, according to Law Murray.
Yes, but the problem might be
he's barely in Tier 2.
After Tier 3, going down to Tier 3 and lower, I mean, how far down do you have to find the Suns' second best player? Is the Suns' second best player Dillon Brooks? I believe he is, and I'm scrolling to find out where he lands on the tier list here.
Oh, I can tell you where he's at.
Okay.
He's at 4C, and Jalen Green is at 4E.
Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So Tier 3, according to Law Murray, star consideration. Not ideal for this level of player to be the best on your team, but it is great if this level of player is the third best player on your team.
Okay.
Level 4, which is where Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks are, a player who is a good starter, if not quite a star. Okay.
So Dillon Brooks in Tier 4C is in with players like R.J. Barrett, DeMar DeRozan, Paul George, Josh Hart, Zach LaVine, C.J. McCollum, Naz Reid, Asar Thompson.
Yeah.
None of those guys probably the second best player on their own team.
No.
Yeah.
No. And then after that, so you've got Devin Booker in 2D. It sounds like an airplane seating chart, by the way. Devin Booker's in 2D, Dillon Brooks 4C, Jalen Green 4E. Then the next are Colin Gillespie at 5A and Grayson Allen at 5B.
They only went to five tiers.
Yes.
So it's not every player in the league lands in a tier.
Right.
So it's basically the top 125 players in the league.
Yeah. So, and again, this isn't just, as you said, he put a lot of work into this, and if you read the entire report, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This is not just somebody putting together a list to garner reaction.
There's actual reasoning behind each.
Yeah, exactly. Right. There's well thought out, explicitly stated reasoning between all of it. And what it basically is, Vinny, to me, it's kind of a cold-hearted view of our basketball team without the local bias involved.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of tells you the Suns have got some work to do.
Certainly. And look, we've been honest about it too. That this roster, while it was very easy to get behind this team as it was constructed last season because of the way they played, the spirit they showed, and the grit that they showed, yes, that covered up a lot of the roster holes.
Yep.
And our immediate reaction to the post-game or post-season press conferences from both Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory was, okay, understand that philosophy or that feeling of bringing most of this core back, but does it make basketball sense? I don't think it does 100%. You got to get bigger. One of the things I was looking at, trying to come up with the number of times SGA hit the floor in the Sun series on his shots. It stood out to me, but what stood out to me more was watching every shot that he took and when he missed.
Yep.
How infrequently the Suns grabbed the defensive rebound.
Is that right?
They got just murdered on the offensive glass, mostly by Isaiah Hartenstein in that series. But their big players are not great rebounders, and they don't have a lot of big players. They played most of that series with one guy on the court who was bigger than 6'6".
Yeah. No, listen. So I think part of the issue here for the Phoenix Suns, when you look at them and their composition, you look at the two teams in the Western Conference. How many players on those two teams combined are better than Devin Booker? Is it 4? Is it 5? Depends on your opinion. But the overarching point is, and the trouble point for the Suns is going to be, if Devin Booker stays theoretically in this tier of star players while getting paid superstar money, that's a problem. Now, that doesn't mean Devin Booker can't get back to being at a higher level if he has a point guard, if he's experiencing finally continuity with the coaching staff, which he's never really had. But this is why the conversation around Devin Booker is, to me, very, very essential, and why we've had it many times. And I think the local bias is what you encounter when you run into the people, shut up, you're trying to run them out of town. No, we're pointing out that when you talk about and look at the Suns and what they have at the very top of their roster and compare it to the teams that are actually competing for championships, you see a big difference.
Yeah.
And that has to be navigated. And like you said, it's got to be navigated with more size, with some additions to this team. So
you can make a real strong argument that the Suns have maximized Devin Booker's value to this team for 2 or 3 of the 11 years that he's been on the roster.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And that's not a good ratio. And there's nothing you could do about the past years, but you can do something about the future. One other point I wanted to make on this. 8 Tier 1 players in Law Murray's piece, only 2 of them are still playing.
Wow.
SGA and Wemby are the only ones still alive in the playoffs.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
For a superstar league. Coming up next is a former Suns fan favorite making all of New York say, blank them picks. We'll get into them next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
You've seen his face on Valley buses, Valley billboards, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Talking about a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got their own full in-house trial team, and that trial experience, 500 trials minimum, combined with their 98% winning record, sends a very strong message to the insurance companies. You are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. It means Sweet James will not back down. That serious reputation they have makes a big difference, because when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. Sweet James, exactly the fighter you need in your corner if you've ever been injured in an accident. And remember, having the right attorney on your side literally can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you've been injured, do not settle for less. Pick up the phone, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds the flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, Goettl. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
You know who's here for those who build America? Ford. For those who believe giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, Well, Ford believes if that's who you are, then you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value for American values. Paul Calvise here. Hey, the Memorial Day sales event is here at our Desert Ford dealers again. We pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like that 2026 Ford F-150. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, during the Memorial Day sales event, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back. That's on a 2026 Ford F-150 and Ford Explorer, and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, winners of 9 of their last 12, 5 in a row, and getting it done in dramatic fashion again last night. Corbin Carroll walked it off to give the Snakes a 2-1 win over the Rockies in a game where the offense stalled, but Eduardo Rodriguez continued to be great. 7 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, and the Diamondbacks found a way to get it done. They'll look to make it 6 straight wins tonight with Mike Soroka on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As Cardinals OTAs roll on, for all the angles and stories, be sure to catch them at arizonasports.com today. And in the NBA last night, the Knicks took a commanding 2-0 series lead over the Cavs with their 109-93 win. And tonight, we get Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, with that series tied at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Wake up at Rito's Mexican Food, Mesa Riverview. Loaded bacon, sausage, and chorizo burritos. Stacked red and green chili killies. Breakfast done right. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
A little bit more experience, and I think the most important thing is that we're growing and learning together. And no matter what the situation is, whatever the series is or whatever, we're open to learning, we're open to getting better, we're open to figuring out how to win games, trusting each other. So it's a lot of different things, but I think the most important thing, no matter what, is that we're sticking together.
That's Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks explaining the biggest difference between this year's Knicks and last year's team, obviously, that ran into a buzzsaw in the Indiana Pacers in the Eastern Conference Final. And this point's been made, leading up to where we are in the playoffs, Bick, and that is there's a certain old school feel to what the Knicks are doing. And by old school, I mean back in the day when there was a real power structure in the NBA's Eastern and Western conferences. And the Michael Jordan example is great. Michael Jordan came into the league. He lit the league on fire, but he wasn't winning many playoff series. That first year he was in the playoffs, he scored 63 points in a game against the Celtics, and they got swept. He had to pay his dues. And there was a power shift in the Eastern Conference. And once Chicago got it, they got it. It feels like, Boston was there. Indiana kind of stole the mantle last year. The Knicks fell short. It's been a shorter period of time because it's only been 2 real seasons, but it seems like the Knicks are ready to take that spot as the Eastern Conference's
that's
next,
an interesting
if
point.
you will.
That's an interesting point, and a lot of it has to do with a Valley fan favorite, Mikal Bridges, who obviously is
love that guy.
Love that guy. What is up? Mikal Bridges not only is doing Mikal Bridges things, but what he is doing now more than he has done probably ever since he's joined the Knicks is he's attacking the basket. And there are media people in New York who are saying, finally, this is what we've been asking Mikal to do, put real pressure on the rim. Since Game 6 of the first round, he has attempted 32 shots in the restricted area. That is second most on the team, trailing only Jalen Brunson. That's a big increase in aggressiveness from Mikal Bridges in terms of being much more physical in attacking the basket. But it gets even better. He's shooting 87.5% from the floor on those looks at the hoop,
And you said
at the rim.
how many shots in the restricted area?
Since Game 6 of the first round, 32 shots in the restricted area. His 28 makes at the rim ranks 8th in the entire league, puts him in the same class as perimeter players who are known to attack the basket like Stephon Castle, Donovan Mitchell. So it's been a different, more aggressive kind of Mikal Bridges. And once again, it's all happening because Karl Anthony Towns is kind of doing Nikola Jokic things for them.
Yeah. I hadn't seen those numbers about the restricted area.
Yeah.
That leaves 60 shots he's taken outside the restricted area.
Okay.
And he's making all those, too.
He is. Yeah.
He's just shooting at a ridiculously efficient level right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not putting up huge scoring numbers. I mean, for the playoffs in total, he's averaging under 14 points a game.
Yep.
But in this he started shooting the ball well 9 games ago,
Yep.
and the Knicks have won 9 straight games.
So
put it together.
Yeah, put it together. Now, when Mikal Bridges was a fan favorite here in 2021, and the next year, which would have been his last year with the Suns, if I'm correct on that, yes, that would have been his last year with the Suns.
Spent most of the year here.
Most of the year here. He was at 30% attacking the rim in the year the Suns went to the finals.
No, that's actually incorrect. They were there the full year. Then they lost to Dallas.
That's it.
That year after is when they made that.
That's
deal.
right.
Yeah.
So the year of the finals run, Mikal Bridges was attacking the basket 30% of the time. The next year he was at 38%. Ever since he's left the Suns, he's been much more of a shoot from the perimeter kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers bear it out. 20%, 23%, 20%. And so again, this is a big change in what he's done while being in New York.
Now, was Mikal Bridges worth 5 first-round draft picks in making his way to the New York Knicks?
Well,
if it helps him.
When you think about it logically, you would say absolutely not.
Right.
Who is worth that much? That's a major haul to give up for a player who's not a superstar player.
Right.
But if they win a title for the
exactly.
first time since 1973.
Yeah. Well, I just know it's very, very good. At least it makes me feel very, very happy that he's not hearing that from Garden fans. Like, oh, what a waste. Can we get those draft picks back? That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it earlier about them reuniting the Villanova championship team.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny that I guess you can't always do that because there's not always teams that give you that many NBA pros. But it's funny more teams don't try stuff like that. Putting together players already have really good chemistry with each other.
It's an interesting thought, especially when you come from a championship-winning culture like they did.
Yeah.
They had a fourth one, too, and they traded him for
Cat.
Yeah.
Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, we're not having this discussion if that deal doesn't go down.
Yeah,
because
true.
DiVincenzo was in that Randall for Cat deal. I don't know how many examples there are. This might be the most extreme example we've ever seen of reuniting college championship teammates at the pro level.
Like I said, it's hard to do. Not
It
every
is hard to do.
championship teams have 3, 4, 5 NBA players. I mean, we always talked about Devin Booker wanting to play with his Kentucky teammates.
Mm-hmm. I want to play this soundbite just because of the way it's labeled.
How's it labeled?
On the flip side of the Knicks being probably the talk of the playoffs right now, Cleveland's getting a lot of heat for just looking tired. Kenny Atkinson said they looked tired last night. Donovan Mitchell said that's not the case. But this is Evan Cohen from our show before us on Sportsmanlike on ESPN Radio. Kenny Atkinson and the Cavs are getting exposed as a bunch of overmatched milksops.
Kenny Atkinson is getting exposed. He is destroyed by Mike Brown. Do something different. You're double teaming Jalen Brunson. Okay, he's crushing you on that. You try a little bit of a zone. Jalen Brunson had some great post passes to Mikal Bridges late in the game that I thought were just so smart. Do something. This is going nowhere. What is happening to this team? I thought their roster was pretty damn good. I think if you look up and down the roster, well, there's some depth there. They have done nothing to switch anything up. I'm serious. Start a damn fight. I'm not saying to hurt anybody. Do something.
Wow.
Did you see or hear Draymond Green's comments on his podcast?
I did not.
Draymond was the latest, and we made reference to Antonio Daniels really putting the heat on Cleveland for just the switching, the very passive acquiescing was what he was calling it. Draymond took that a step further and absolutely eviscerated James Harden's teammates for allowing what happened to happen.
Meaning no help defense?
No, that everybody that was on the floor with him just sat around and watched him get barbecued, and nobody stepped up to do anything. And he used the example from his own championship experience with Golden State. He's like, do you think we would let that happen to Steph Curry? Steph Curry, I think James Harden's a better defender overall than Steph Curry is. Mm-hmm. Steph competes. That's fine. That's all he has to do on that end because he's the best shooter we've ever seen. But his points were, and he was angry about it. There was a lot of F-bombs flying around.
Really?
Cleveland is taking so many arrows, and I can't say they're not justified.
Yeah.
I don't think they're the better team, but the effort could be better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, for them to do what they did in the previous round and then just kind of mail it in now is a bad look.
Yeah. Did they extinguish all of their energy in beating the Detroit Pistons, a team that didn't really want to win anyway? Coming up next, we will talk about the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks, and we'll do it with our D-backs insider, Alex Weiner. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Summer is about to descend on Arizona, a time when your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, that means heat is pouring into your home, overwhelming your AC, costing you a ton of money. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they'll build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically built for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. Now, you combine that with great installation crews of full-time vetted employees, and the results are windows that seal off your home from excessive heat and monsoon conditions, windows that literally pay you back. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they will guarantee them for life. And with the Valley on the brink of the long, hot summer, here's my friend Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great deal they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows.
Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes...
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
5 in a row, going for 6 tonight out at Chase Field with the Rockies in town as the D-backs have righted the ship on this homestand. And here to talk D-backs baseball with us, our insider from Arizona Sports, Alex Weiner, checks in via video this morning. Alex, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. The biggest reason in your mind why the D-backs are riding a 5-game winning streak is fill in the blank.
I think they're just playing good complementary baseball and taking care of business against some teams they need to be taking care of business against. This was the part of the schedule going into the season, or at least after the first couple of weeks when the Giants were really struggling, where you can kind of circle it and be like, all right, they're going to kind of get on a little bit of a run. This and then going into kind of a light schedule in June would be a good time for them to elevate a little bit. And I think it starts with starting pitching. I think getting as much out of this rotation as they've been getting out of has been able to kind of, let them get into these games, keep them into these games. The offense has obviously, turned things around a little bit. But I think the biggest thing I would say is probably just the consistency of the starting pitching, keeping them into the ball game.
Yeah, and the length that the starting rotation is giving this team is a stunning turnabout from what they've been or what they were doing. Jared even called it the greatest meeting in history, what they had with Torey Lovello. What's behind this? Is this just grit? Is this renewed determination? Is it better pitch sequencing? How have they been able to kind of flip this script overnight?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, right? It all stems back to, the end of that Chicago series, because it has been really stark. I mean, there was 2 weeks there where the rotation was just sinking the team for a stretch. And since then, it's been fantastic. I mean, I just looked up this morning. They're kind of inching towards the top half of the league in ERA, which after, that 2 week stretch where they basically plummeted to the bottom, that's pretty impressive. I don't know. I think the strike throwing has been a lot better. They've just not put themselves in harm's way quite as much. Obviously, it's huge that Merrill Kelly, after getting, taking a few starts to kind of get into a rhythm, has been able to give them the stability that we've been accustomed to seeing from him. I think Nelson, there was a few tweaks he needed to make at the beginning of the season, but those two, being able to give them what they've been able to give them, along with kind of these, unexpectedly great seasons they've gotten out of Michael Soroka and Eduardo Rodriguez, has really just added a lot of depth to where the rotation is right now.
Alex Weiner, our guest here, as we talk Diamondbacks baseball on Bickley and Murata mornings. We've kind of looked into the future a little bit, and it falls under the category when you're playing well, good problems to have. When you have players coming back from injury, and we'll put the pitchers on the back burner for now, but a couple of position players that are getting ready to return soon. Pavin Smith, Jordan Lawler. When things are going so well, how much more difficult do those decisions make for, in Pavin's case, an established left-handed hitter, a real threat at that position. And Jordan Lawler, who was playing really, really well before he got hit by the pitch and suffered the injury. What could you see as possible solutions roster-wise when that becomes a reality, Alex?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's already difficult to find playing time for some guys who, I know fans want to see Jose Fernandez in there every day, but it's just, some guys are getting blocked. And you look at some of their prospects playing really well in AAA. It's like, oh, when are we going to see these guys? It's like, where exactly are they going to play? It's just, it's a good problem to have because you have Nolan Arenado playing really well and Ketel Marte breaking out of it. And first base with Vargas has gone much better than expected. And so it's a little bit difficult. With Lawler, I would imagine we're going to see a very athletic outfield when he gets back, and it's Corbin Carroll and Waldschmidt and Lawler, and you can kind of DH Gurriel a little bit more. With Pavin, I'd say this puts more of a spotlight on Adrian Del Castillo to kind of get rolling and hold on to that spot as the DH against right-handed pitching. But with James McCann going down, they're going to need the extra catcher anyway. So it might impact his role, but you still probably need him on the team. There are some ways that they can kind of work around it. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting puzzle to keep everybody in the lineup as much as they want.
All right, I saw that Torrey had mentioned that Brandon Pfaadt, the issue had kind of reached a critical point in terms of what are we going to do with him? Are we going to keep him stretched out, and are we not? Where do you think it's going, and what do you think is involved in that decision, Alex?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? We saw it with Nelson last year, and at this point with Nelson, it was to the point where, okay, he's a reliever now, and then Burns got hurt like the day after or later that day. And so it's like, okay, never mind. He was going to be a late inning reliever, but then they had to change gears. I think they're getting right around to that spot with Brandon just because it's been a while. I mean, he hasn't really thrown multiple innings in a while. He had this quick 1-2-3 inning in the 8th inning the other day, which was great. Obviously, short outing in Colorado, but it's been really difficult to kind of keep him stretched out to a degree. And it's a bit of a dangerous place, right? Because if you just convert him into a reliever now, and that is what he is, you do have Corbin Burns coming back, but that's not till probably July. So you kind of have to, fingers crossed, everything continues to go right for this rotation before then. But it's kind of a double-edged sword in the sense where there's not a lot of innings to keep him stretched out because the starting rotation has been so good, and because it's been so good, he's not in it. And so it's a difficult problem. I would guess he just ends up shortening up and helping them as a reliever at this point, just because it's been a while since he's been able to stretch out a little bit.
Ketel Marte, for a lot of the season, we were waiting for him to get going offensively. He's got it going offensively in a big way right now. But there's been a lot of talk recently on broadcast, both radio, television, a lot of written word stuff, too, about Ketel Marte being in a much better mindset. It's visible with the energy he's pushing out to his teammates, with his mannerisms and just his overall demeanor. Was it noticeable at the beginning of the year that the demeanor was maybe a little bit off? What do you make of all that, Alex?
It definitely looks like he's having a lot of fun right now. I'll say that. I think just as, we know what his season has been like with the hard contact, and he wasn't getting the results. I think that could be very frustrating, especially for a player like him. Geraldo Perdomo told us the other day he's seen him down a couple of times just because he's, not putting up the numbers and not contributing the way that he wants to. Right now, he looks a lot freer and is having a lot more fun. And I think, just being able to contribute in the way that he knows he's supposed to, especially after the past couple of seasons where he's elevated his level to a certain degree and wants to keep that standard. I think you can see a little bit more of that fun. I think it hasn't let him, he hasn't let himself impact the defense with the frustration offensively, which has been a good sign for him and where his psyche has been at all season. But offensively, it's starting to look a lot more Ketel Marte-ish.
Yeah, and I'm curious. There's the word I kept hearing yesterday about Ketel Marte was relief. That kind of breaking the dam after an offseason when he was tripping about whether or not he was going to get traded, and then he wasn't, which means he's here, but then he's struggling. Do you get the idea that it was relief more than anything that's kind of unlocked him a little bit?
I don't know if the relief unlocked him necessarily, but I definitely do sense that there is a feeling of relief with him right now. There's a lot of pressure. You're on the trade market, and the deal doesn't get done. You hit the 10-5. You're here for the long haul, and you want to be able to continue to contribute the way that you've been able to for a very long time. And when it's not happening, and he's struggling, and Corbin had that struggling stretch, or had that tough stretch, and Perdomo's not. It just that can kind of grind on you a little bit as a star player when you're not kind of adding the way that you should be and the team is struggling. Now that the team is winning and he's been playing well, I think you can sense that it's a little bit freeing to watch him play now.
Alex, always good to catch up. Thanks for the time and the insight. We'll talk soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Alex Weiner covers the D-backs for us at Arizona Sports, joined us via video. You can check out his stuff at arizonasports.com. I want to remind you as well that your time is running out to enter your keyword for today in the Devils in London contest.
Your time is running out.
It's one of my favorite Muse songs, Jarrett. You just ruined it.
Yeah, just ruined it.
The keyword for today is SUGGS, SUGGS. Head to the contest page, enter it now before that time runs out. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium in the Union Jack Classic. It's all brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, our time this week is running out. We'll go to the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy will take us through some social studies next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Corbin Carroll walks off the Rockies as the Diamondbacks win their 5th straight game. Tommy Lloyd says Koa Pete is working through a plan as the NBA pre-draft process escalates. And Cardinals linebacker Jack Gibbons says there's no reason that the Cardinals can't turn it around in 2026. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Never a bad weekend to head on down to Chapman BMW. This is a great time to do it. The Memorial Day Summer Sales Event underway. All sorts of great pricing, great deals, great financing available at Chapman BMW, Arizona's #1 rated BMW dealership with 2 great locations. And remember, you get the hookup at Chapman BMW. So here's how you do it. Pick a location. You can choose Chapman BMW in Chandler, Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix. If you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, taking a test drive will literally change the way you feel about driving. Everything about a BMW is unbelievable. The handling, the power, the maneuverability, the luxury, the comfort, that iconic logo. It's all there. As one tech famously told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. And again, they make luxury attainable, and you get your hookup by asking for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a whole bunch of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you?
Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about a fifth straight win, another dominant Eduardo Rodriguez start, and a Corbin Carroll walk-off? All of that went down last night at Chase Field on a night where Erod went 7 innings, gave up 0 runs, and the bats were asleep for most of the night, but when it mattered most, Corbin Carroll showed up.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
That's right, a 2-1 win over Colorado, and Mike Soroka will look to keep it going tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night at MSG, the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Cleveland Cavaliers thanks to 26 points from Josh Hart in a 109-93 win. Tonight, we get Game 3 of OKC and San Antonio in what should be a good one. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour on Bickley and Murata. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and go watch us every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, our first question on social studies today is something you actually asked Alex Weiner here. But what is the biggest reason for the Diamondbacks' turnaround/hot streak in your eyes?
It's the starting rotation and how long they're lasting in games. It's exactly what they weren't doing last year and for the early part of this year, and now they're doing it on the nightly. 12 of 16 quality starts.
Yeah, the quality start stat, which was very stark a few weeks ago. The Dodgers are still number 1. They've got 28. Wow. Diamondbacks have moved up to tied for 14th with 17.
Wow. Think about that. That's how not poor they've been, but that's how little quality starts they've had.
Their opponents last night, the Colorado Rockies, have 6. And that's where the Diamondbacks were not too long ago. I asked the question. I kind of knew where Alex was going to go with it.
Sure.
But I also wanted to see if he was thinking a little bit differently. It starts with the starting pitching. That's been the biggest turnaround.
I'd agree with that. Sarah's answer was good. She said it seems like they've found their fighting spirit again, and a lot of these guys went cold at the same time, and we're seeing most of them turn it around. Derek Hall yesterday, most comeback wins in the MLB, so that fighting spirit is there. Jimbo just wrote, Ketel Marte.
That's part of it, too.
That's a good one. And then 2 more here. Eddie said they're doing what they should be doing. They're beating bad teams. Don't get comfortable, though. The Mariners and Dodgers are coming to town. What they do against them will tell us a lot. And then
the Mariners aren't very good this year.
I know, that's what I wanted to tell him that, too. Joe said, not to be a Debbie Downer, but look at the opponents. We should be beating those teams. It does look good overall to see them winning, but the teams they're playing aren't very good. And to that I say, who would you like them to beat? That's my
You have
question.
to play who's on your schedule.
You have to play who's on your schedule. And
you feel like Phoenix fans are just kind of not equipped to enjoy success when it happens, regardless of the circumstances.
I think there's a segment of that, but again, I think we've talked about that segment of fans. There's a great negative energy here from people who want these teams not to succeed,
right?
Because it helps validate them to cheer for the teams that they left behind
and what they think about the teams.
Exactly.
Good point. I totally agree. All right, the next question we've talked about: can a championship get back to New York and via the Knicks? But we asked, who do you want to win the NBA championship? Is it the Knicks because of Mikal Bridges? Is it the Cavs because James Harden hasn't won one? Is it anyone but the Spurs and anyone but the Thunder?
Yeah, listen, I think there's an inevitability with Victor Wembanyama. I think there's going to be a time when he wins championships. It might even be this year. I don't think it's going to be honest with you. But I would love to see the Knicks pull this off, personally. I would love that team to kind of prove everybody wrong and just kind of Villanova Part 2. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think it would be great for the NBA. I think they're the most likable team left in the bunch. A lot of that does have to do with Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
It would be hard, if it does get to that level, it would be hard to overcome and overlook the annoyance level of Knicks fans because they got that down to a science.
Yes, they do.
But it would also, if it does happen, it would also check the Cinderella box a little bit. Because they're going to be, regardless of who they play in the finals, if they get there, and I think they'll get there, they're going to be overwhelming underdogs, especially against Oklahoma City.
Yep.
If they were able to tear down the Thunder, that'd be great for them.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Yeah,
and then the impact of Jalen Brunson leading a team to a title would be huge.
The small guard.
Yep.
To get to and win the finals, not something you see very often. All right, the Knicks because of Mikal Bridges running away there, but Daylight Film said the hate for the Spurs runs deep. OKC is annoying. The Knicks would be good because that means San Antonio and or OKC would lose, but the Cavs respectfully aren't sniffing a championship. And I want to read Tom Foss. Shout out Tom for the breakfast burritos again.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, they hit the
Yeah,
spot.
well done, Tom. Thank you for paying off Jarrett's bet.
No. Here, I will definitely pay. I said, you just named the day, guys.
No. Again, he did that. He did that for an express sole purpose of paying off your debt. Your debt has been paid off courtesy of Tom.
I will not accept it.
You already did. You already ate it.
Well, I already ate it.
What are you going to do with it?
He's going to have another one. Tom actually attached a note to the bag of food that started out by saying, "Since Jarrett will never pay his debt, ...
That's how it started, but it ended by saying, "Shut up, Jarrett."
Shut up, Jarrett.
So thank you, Tom. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
But
they
he
were
said
delicious too.
They did hit the spot.
They were really good. He said the Knicks are just a team you want to root for. Mikal Bridges is such a great player and an even nicer guy. If the Knicks won the championship, the city of New York would be in utter mayhem. Which, man, you can't deny that. All right, the last.
I want to read Daryl's real quick too because he's not feeling any of it.
Oh.
He's rooting for none of the above. I'm rooting for a giant betting scandal that disqualifies all four teams and forces the NBA to vacate this year's title. He's probably not alone in that either.
No. Hey, and
it just wasn't one of the choices on the poll.
Hey, if you don't like it, you can go watch playoff hockey, playoff puck. A lot of good hockey going on right now. Okay, in the little bit more somber question, Kyle Busch passed away yesterday. Great NASCAR legend. So this question is, which celebrity death did you find most shocking?
Oh, wow.
It's Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, Kobe was very shocking. For me, though, I'll say this. The day Eddie Van Halen died, I followed his son on Twitter, Wolfgang Van Halen. And I honestly believe I was one of the first people in the world to know that Eddie Van Halen was dead because his son tweeted it, and I happened to be on Twitter in a break on this show the second it happened. And it just bammed on my phone, and I went, and I didn't even know he was close to death. So I'm going to vote, for me, it was Eddie Van Halen.
Okay.
And Kobe for you, Vinny?
Yeah.
Jarrett, does anything come to your head?
Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald, we got a couple of those. For me, too, it was
He'd
Kobe.
been sick for a long time, though.
But nobody knew he was sick.
That's true.
I knew he was sick, but
Chadwick
nobody else.
Boseman kinda
Chadwick
hit that
Boseman
too.
was that was a shock.
True. For me, it was Kobe as well. James said Elvis Presley. Yes, I am that old. I was in college at the time and was driving in my car to the post office. It came across the radio, and I could barely stay on the road. And then we got a lot of...
See, Sammy, a post office
Yes.
is where people used to mail letters.
I've been to post offices before. I've had to ship things.
It's where they used to hang the wanted posters of the criminals.
And then...
They did, that's right.
Wow. A decent amount of Princess Diana in 1997. And then one for Payne Stewart. I just landed in Austin, walked by the airport bar and wondered what all the commotion was about. I sat there and watched in real time those fighters tailing the Ghost Jet, and then they announced that it crashed. Wow, that's tough.
Ooh.
And then a couple Len Bias responses as well, and Dale Earnhardt. But
Len Bias was one for me early on. I remember that day vividly, and I was glued to the radio. I listened to the radio all day. I couldn't get. Because I was really looking forward to watching him play,
Yes.
and never got that chance.
Yep. And then Rhett Reese chimed in with Dale Earnhardt. He was larger than life, almost immortal. Still doesn't compute to him.
Well,
so
especially because there was a visual component to everybody saw what happened.
Yeah. So sad news is coming through yesterday, but there you guys go at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Coming up next for the Arizona Cardinals, is no sweat a big deal, or is it no sweat? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Big Sun Devil fan, are you? Looking forward to maybe winning this trip and going to London to watch the Devils?
I am.
Have you been to London before?
I have not been to London.
Even better. Okay. You got to get the question. You got to get it right. And this gives you 50 entries into the contest. What fictional character resided at 221 B Baker Street, London? Michael, go.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is the answer. No bleep, Sherlock.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Huge weekend at my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, your ultimate game day headquarters. Their Memorial Day sale underway. You get 5% off your entire purchase just by using my name. You can use it in the promo code if you shop online at waltz.com. Just type in BICKLEY. Bam, 5% off your entire sale. Or if you go in store, just drop my name and you qualify for that 5% discount. And at Waltz, they don't just sell electronics. They engineer the perfect fan experience. You can get the ultimate man cave at Waltz. You can get television so great that you'll see every blade of grass, every drop of sweat, every crucial replay in jaw-dropping detail. They've got all the major name brands you're looking for. Inventory you will not find anywhere else. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Prices comparable to all the big box stores. And at Waltz, you get 10 times the service. Talking about same-day delivery, 7 days a week, professional installation, which makes things super simple, especially if you're a knucklehead like me and you get a championship-level setup without paying stadium prices. And once again, great weekend to head on down to Waltz, right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Make sure you drop my name or use my name in the promo code. You're getting 5% off your entire bill. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to 15 grand off MSRP. Super Duty trucks up to 8 grand off MSRP. And Mustang Mach-E's up to 11 grand off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Mornings.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, there's something to be said about, there's a new coaching staff that just came in. They're going to be working their asses off to try to get everybody up to speed on new things and new plans and that you're not here. I mean, there is something to be said. They paid you a lot of money. They paid you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Is it too much to ask? Trey McBride got paid a lot of money. He's here. Like, is it too much to ask? You know, all of your key players, you know, Buddha, all your key players are here. Like, is it, again, they paid you a lot of money. I know it's voluntary, but, like, don't you want to do right by the new coach? Come in and support him and be there for him? That's the only thing I would say.
Fair.
That was earlier this week on Burns and
Yeah.
Gambo. And Gambo kind of just wondering out loud, is it a big deal for Josh Sweat to miss OTAs with a new coach in place? It's one of the players that Cardinals fans and media are focused on right now. Jacoby Brissett. We know the reasons behind Jacoby Brissett's absence. They are contract related. He wants a raise. It's been well reported. It's been out there for weeks. Josh Sweat not being there on day one for, yes, voluntary workouts came as a bit of a shock to people. When you hear Gambo say it, and we've talked about it too, Bick, there is a new coach in place. This is very reminiscent to the 2018 season when Steve Wilkes was appointed the new head coach and immediately had to deal with a holdout in OTAs and mini camps from his best offensive player in David Johnson. It was a distraction. Did it derail the season? Probably not. That team wasn't going anywhere anyway. But we had Lorenzo Alexander on, and I asked him that question. Well, you asked the question first, and then the follow-up on Jacoby Brissett. And I wanted to follow up on his thoughts on the Josh Sweat part of it. And Lorenzo kind of, he didn't dismiss it, but said not that big of a deal.
No, not necessarily. And again, like, I don't know Josh and I don't know him personally, so I don't know what's going on in his life. But I can kind of refer to mine when I was it might have been year 13 or so. Actually, you know what it was? It was after I had my big double-digit sack year in Buffalo. We got Sean McDermott, and they wanted me to come back early. I was living in Virginia at the time, and I was like, hey, is there any way that I can zoom in and spend more time with my family and zoom in on the meetings and get caught up, and then I'll be there like 2 weeks later, right? And so I don't know if it's a situation like that. Has he had a new baby? Is he married? Is he doing some family things that he doesn't necessarily want to sacrifice at this stage of his career because he's a pro. He knows he's going to be able to show up and insert himself. It's not a new defense, right? So those are some of the things that I would have to take into account before I said, "Ooh, I'm worried. He doesn't want to play here." Before, just based on him not being at OTAs.
Yeah, and he talked about it. It's a glorified walkthrough. But, in his personal experience, what Zoe put out there, I'm sure that was excused by the Buffalo Bills. This was not. This has been labeled an unexcused absence.
Yeah, and once again, the brand new coaching staff should change the dynamics for everybody.
Yes.
And the idea that, I don't need it. You don't make that kind of call if you're a veteran and you've got a new staff coming in, because immediately you're getting off in a bad way with them. Mm-hmm. So my instincts would say that there is something very real going on behind the scenes with Josh Sweat. Again, it's remarkable to me how much stuff goes on behind closed doors with this team that you never learn about until later.
Much later. And so, but you look across, you do a Google search on Josh Sweat right now. There's New York Jets blogs. Jets should trade for Josh Sweat amid drama with the Cardinals. Chicago Bears should chase Josh Sweat as Cardinals drama opens the door. So there's other teams now that are kind of circling around Josh Sweat. So again, I think we're going to find out pretty soon that June 8th date is coming up fast, and that's the date that nobody's going to be able to say, "Oh, it's no big deal." Yeah, I got the perfect solution. And this is just me reading the tea leaves from way, way outside, way removed.
Mm-hmm.
If this is an unhappiness that Jonathan Gannon isn't here, trade Josh Sweat to the Packers for Micah Parsons.
Ooh.
Done
okay.
and done.
Yeah,
Done and done.
That easy, right? Everybody's happy.
Well, listen, again, I think that the fact that they're returning the defensive coordinator from last year, and that doesn't pacify Josh Sweat.
Maybe that's it.
Maybe.
Or on the flip side, Josh Sweat's looking at my defensive coach is here. I'm fine with the schemes. I don't need to be here.
It's an explanation, but I don't buy it when you got a brand new head coach here. Because what you're doing, whether you realize it or not, is you're creating distractions and drama that new regime does not need or deserve to have to go through.
And look, and Zoe kind of asked the question. We don't know what kind of leader Josh Sweat is, and that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. But when you are paid what he's being paid, you become a leader, a de facto leader.
Yeah. So, and again, the Calais Campbell situation makes you wonder, okay, what's going on with this team on that side of the ball? Because if Calais Campbell did not want to return to Arizona, and it's pretty clear he did not, then I think it adds a layer of smoke to what this Josh Sweat might be. And again, this has not come from nowhere. There were a couple of different media speculation, tweets, reports on social media. One from a guy locally, one from a football writer in Green Bay, who claims they both heard Josh Sweat unhappy, wants out.
And that popped up long before the not reporting to OTAs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Long before. And it never went anywhere. Nobody ever reported it. Nobody ever denied it.
Now let me ask you this. The date that we're all looking at for Jacoby Brissett showing up, which is mandatory, which one would be a bigger story if they don't show up on the mandatory date? Josh Sweat or Jacoby Brissett?
I think more attention would be paid to the Jacoby Brissett situation because it's a quarterback.
Sure.
But Josh Sweat's already got his money.
Exactly.
So to
He's
me,
under contract.
So to me, it's Josh Sweat.
That would be the bigger deal to me, too.
Yeah.
I think it's the bigger deal right now.
I tend to agree with you. This is their one elite level player that you can count on the defense.
Who they just spent, we've talked about it, they spent a lot of money signing this guy last year. It's only been 1 year.
But I don't think Josh Sweat came here expecting to lose 14 football games and
maybe for 2 straight years.
Yeah, right?
That's the thing.
And that's the thing. And he also has the unique experience of playing at an all-pro Pro Bowl level last year and getting robbed, and he was very, very upset about it. And he might have done the math and said, bad things happen. I can't stay here in another losing season. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, beside the pride thing, not getting those postseason awards and recognition probably hurts his monetarily. He might have stuff in his contract that he's missing out on.
Probably wasn't performance clauses in the contract, too. Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th. We got your tickets. Text the word CHANCE to 620-620 or head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter for your chance to win. The burrito is digested. Jared is ready to deliver this week's Sports Kebab. It's coming up next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Does this, if you're the Suns, does this push you to try and do something crazy this offseason? Because there is very little in sports, especially Valley sports history, that I've hated more than hashtag the timeline. Do you remember that with the Suns?
Yes.
Hey, everybody, just wait while we stockpile Josh Jackson and Marquise Chris, and we're not going to try to win for 5 years. And like such a waste of everybody's time. If you're a team trying to win right now, even if your window's open, there's a pretty good chance these two teams are going to slam that window shut on your fingers.
I know. Just how demoralizing is that right now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks, winners of 9 out of their last 12, 5 in a row, and getting it done in dramatic fashion again last night. Corbin Carroll walked it off to give the Diamondbacks a 2-1 win over the Rockies in a game where the offense stalled, but Eduardo Rodriguez continued to be great. 7 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, and the Snakes found a way to get it done. They'll look to make it 6 straight tonight with Mike Soroka on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinal OTAs roll on, and for all the angles, stories, and more, be sure to catch them at arizonasports.com today. And in the NBA last night, the New York Knicks took a commanding 2-0 series lead over the Cavs with their 109-93 win. And tonight we get Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, with that series tied at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
Today's Arizona Sports poll question: which of these Cardinals offseason storylines is most important to the franchise? Who will be the number 2 safety next to Budda Baker? The development of Will Johnson in year number 2, or Michael Wilson following up a breakout season?
Most important?
Yes.
I would probably say the development of Will Johnson.
Yeah, I that's where I was going to go too.
Okay, that's coming second. Michael Wilson following up a breakout season, leading the way. Will Johnson second, and Budda Baker's running mate at safety third in today's Arizona Sports poll question.
And you can vote on it right now on the homepage of the brand new arizonasports.com.
Laughter is a universal response, and there are 4 different ways we can gain laughter from an audience: surprise, relief, absurdity, and connection. It's not just about the reaction to the punchline. Stand-up comedy is a social bonding mechanism that relieves tension and connects people.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jared, you got a full belly. You got more free food on the way.
Oh, man.
This should be good today.
What a day for you.
Baby, 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 what a day. This is the Sports Kebab.
Are you hitting the buffet for dinner, by the way?
Well, you never know what the evening how it may take me. This is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news score, but I have to start in the entertainment world because it is a big movie weekend with the release of the new Star Wars film, The Mandalorian and Grogu. You excited about this, guys?
I am.
Yeah, me too. It's about a tough bounty hunter who flies spaceships and shoots lasers and wears cool armor. But all anyone wants to talk about is the obnoxious, cutesy baby Yoda Grogu character. I mean, I haven't seen this much undeserved hype about an annoying green warrior sidekick since Draymond. And frankly, I don't even know if I'll see the movie, to be fair. I mean, if I want to see an alien try to take down an evil empire, I'll just watch Wemby try to beat the Thunder, okay? Yes, the Goozle Hunter himself, Victor Wembanyama, is in the middle of an epic back-and-forth series with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and Wemby has been incredible really good on offense, but it's the defense that truly stands out. I mean, I haven't seen a young guy drop that many blocks since I watched my nephew play Minecraft. Seriously, what a defender. He blocks everything. He puts down more shots than Mike Budenholzer after a loss.
Oh!
He would, shoot free throws sometimes after games. I mean...
I believe it was wine to be accurate, but still a good joke.
Yeah, you would hear him whine sometimes, I agree. I mean, seriously, Victor Wembanyama on my list. If the French defended like this in the 1940s, World War II would have been over in 3 weeks. He's amazing. My goodness, players are just afraid to even go in the paint. They're afraid to take good looks against him. He doesn't even have to block them. Field goal attempts are more altered than Tiger Woods before he grabs his car keys. And how are the Spurs so good again? I thought we were done with this. They may not win it all this year, but they are set up to be good for years to come. The Suns will now have to go through them again if they want to do anything. I mean, the trips to play them will be tough. In the next 5 years, the Suns will be less welcome in San Antonio than Charles Barkley at a plus-size dress bar.
Oh.
I mean, you watch this season, and you have fun, and you think the Suns are in a good place. You think things are going well, and then the Spurs are great again. All of a sudden, the Suns' future is cloudier than Rashee Rice's urine. I mean, I want to believe, but I look at the Thunder and I look at the Spurs and I think over the next 5 years, the Suns have the same chance of appearing in the NBA Finals as they do of appearing on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It's not fair. Why do good things always happen to San Antonio? This is a fantasy. This is a storybook. Look, I'm not saying that the Spurs are a fairy tale, but their leaders are a swarthy Frenchman, a harper, a fox, and a castle, which are literally the things you find in a fairy tale. Meanwhile, over in the Eastern Conference, the Knicks are rolling, having won 9 playoff games in a row, and look, they look like they're on their way to the NBA Finals, led by Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, Josh Hart, and our old pal, Mikal Bridges. I am so happy for Mikal. He was unfairly derided early in his Knicks career because he was traded for 5 first-round picks. He wasn't playing that great. But now, all of a sudden, he is a hero and a fan favorite. It is amazing how a long playoff run can erase any controversy faster than the editor of a Michael Jackson biopic. And it must be a surreal feeling for Mikal Bridges. I mean, he's playing well in front of a hot crowd, wearing a uniform with orange in it. He looks over and he sees a Jenner sister on the sidelines. He must think this is 2021 all over again. Jeez. The celebrity fans are amazing, though, at MSG. I mean, let's face it, you have to be a celebrity to get those courtside spots where the price could be $100,000 per seat. And look, not everyone will pay that money. In fact, with that price, you could rule out school teachers, food servers, billionaire owners of the Trailblazers. I mean, some people just don't have that kind of money that they'll spend. But their losses are gain, because in conclusion, I will say there is no place like Madison Square Garden when New York is good. I mean, the star power is incredible. You can look in the front row during any game, and you can see the most hardcore Knicks fan, the biggest actor in the world, and the sexiest, most beautiful model you've ever seen. And that's just Timothy Chalamet. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Jared.
So I take it a harper in a fairy tale is somebody who plays the harp?
Plays the harp,
is that right?
Yeah.
So that's actually...
It's a bit of a stretch, but
it's a
harpist,
that's what I thought.
harpist,
Okay.
a harper.
Okay, that was a good
I tried
joke.
to work. They have a guy named Champagne in their team.
Uh-huh.
I was trying, how could I get that?
All right.
Barnes.
You know, Dylan Harpist.
Dylan Harpist. Harper. I know it was a stretch, but it kind of a Harper.
There
Harpist.
was an NBA owner in the front row last night. Alex Rodriguez.
Ah, that's right.
What was he doing there?
Former beloved New York athlete. Great.
I was thinking that. You get the courtside seat, you're sitting next to him, and he was talking somebody's ear off. He's one of the most hated athletes in New York history.
Yeah.
He did win a World Series.
The Yankees won a World Series when he was there. He didn't win it.
Didn't he yell? Didn't he scream and try to scare that guy while he was going around first base?
Hideki Matsui was the MVP that year, if you remember correctly. Good job, Jarrett.
Good job, Jarrett.
Sports Kebab every Friday. And you can follow Jarrett on social media at JarrettGC. JarrettGC. Coming up, some final thoughts as we head off into a 3-day weekend. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 v. the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Summer is about to descend on Arizona, a time when your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, that means heat is pouring into your home, overwhelming your AC, costing you a ton of money. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they'll build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically built for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. Now, you combine that with great installation crews of full-time vetted employees, and the results are windows that seal off your home from excessive heat and monsoon conditions, windows that literally pay you back. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they will guarantee them for life. And with the valley on the brink of the long, hot summer, here's my friend Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great deal they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Only because Jarrett sang a bar of this earlier, or attempted to. I did cleanse the palate a little bit.
Okay.
This song, at one time in my family, was known as the gum song. Because I played this incessantly when Patrick was very small. And the beginning, the snaps and the claps sounded like somebody popping gum. So he called it the gum song.
That's funny.
And I think he was like 3 years old and knew every word.
That's funny.
That's how much I played this.
Wow.
Little Muse.
Yeah, you are a big Muse fan.
Not as big as I used to be. This era, this album and the one that followed, Black Holes and Revelations, oh my goodness. Awesome. Time is running out by Muse, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
The story you've been following, it's very interesting. If you find yourself in the crosshairs of Pablo Torre finds out, I feel for you. They just won a Pulitzer Prize for journalism.
Mm-hmm.
His latest target in an episode this week was Oz the Mentalist. Oz Perlman, who's made the rounds, and you saw him on March Madness coverage.
Saw him in many NFL team
NFL
meetings.
locker rooms. You see these videos and the way they're put together, and it's mind-blowing stuff.
He like reads minds. He can tell you what your bank PIN number is.
But he's in the crosshairs now.
Oh.
Pablo Torre finds out, who basically uncovered this whole... Because Oz was on was it a podcast? You know the details better than I do. About the Bryce Hall thing.
Yeah, so basically here's what happened. So Pablo Torre got a hold of a guy who basically said what Oz is doing is parlor tricks. That what he does is in prep work before he does his thing, he has people like go online to a Google search to like get some information that only they would know. What they don't know is that Google search goes to a page that's only looks like a Google search and he can see everything you're typing. And this got busted open because he was asking a football player. He asked a guy, think of a football player. And the guy typed it in, but he mistakenly typed in Bryce Hall instead of Breece Hall of the Jets.
Yeah.
And so Oz predicted Bryce Hall. And then the gig was
corrected.
up. Yeah, it got correct. And then the gig was up. So he is exposed Oz the Mentalist for being fraudulent. To which Colin Cowherd went nuts yesterday going, and your point is what?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought.
He said we've gone from investigative journalism to debunking the Easter Bunny, is the way Colin Cowherd put it.
Right.
It's like, go ahead, Jared. What I was going to say is, like, why do you have to be a narc, you nerd?
Well, okay.
And it's a show.
Right.
Nobody thinks it's real.
Okay.
I mean, and there are people that thinks it is real, maybe, but it's harmless.
What does Israel have to do with anything?
Yeah, what does Israel have to do with anything, Jarrett? They're catching strays from you? So, listen, here's where I side a little bit. Now, overall, what you're saying is accurate. If you believe what Oz is doing is actually reading minds, then you got issues.
Yeah.
But he's selling books and other things on the context and pretext that this is real. There's no wink, wink. I'm a magician here. he's profiting. Now, I don't know.
But
Does
is that
cross
worse
the
than
line?
crossing? Is that worse than charging people money to see the show? How many people over the years, and now that social media and video is as prevalent as it is, how many people have debunked magic tricks? You can go on Instagram right now and find any magic trick you've ever seen debunked in like 10
Penn and
seconds.
Teller.
You mean my grandfather really wasn't pulling a dime from behind my ear?
Wait a minute. I still have my nose?
Wait a second. It wasn't me pulling my grandfather's finger that made him do that noise?
That was different.
Oh, that was different.
That was different.
But did you ever see the Steve Martin movie Leap of Faith?
I never did.
I think I did.
Underrated. He plays an evangelist.
Right.
Essentially goes town for town. He cons all the local people into believing he's performing miracles and stuff like. But it shows you how all these people did that kind of stuff with the pre-interviews and the earpieces and this, that, and the other. And it sort of becomes like a moral, a movie questioning because you get stuck there, and some of these people believe you really can do miracles and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's an interesting movie, but it reminded me of this thing.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's like Colin Cowherd also said, newsflash, magician admits he didn't saw his assistant in half.
Wait a minute, how's she walking around?
And he basically said, dude, you won a Pulitzer Prize. We expect more of you now. The bar's been raised.
Yeah, how about some resolution on that Clippers thing that
Yeah.
you blew the whistle on?
Exactly.
I mean, his work is done. It's up to other people now, but that thing's still dragging. Also, I referenced that Tom Haberstroh went back and watched the SGA shots. He went further than that. He's got a whole article on yahoosports.com where he watched every shot taken in the playoffs by SGA, James Harden, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the stat that stands out the most, on plays where he was fouled while shooting, he fell 51% of the time. On all shots taken, SGA is the leader of that group. He has fallen on 17.4% of all the shots he's taken in the postseason. Harden is second at almost 12%, Brunson 9%, Donovan Mitchell 8.4%, Wemby 4.2%.
That's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing.
So
It's a scourge,
if
man,
it's Dylan
I'm telling
Brooks making fun of it through a board game, if it's Tom Haberstroh doing a lot of research, keep doing it.
Yeah.
We need this.
Well, you know Dylan Brooks, he pokes bears.
He does poke bears.
Yes, he does.
That is going to do it for us. Thanks to Lorenzo Alexander and Alex Weiner. Have a great holiday weekend. We are back on Tuesday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this. I've hated watching Cowboys games since I was a kid because of that. We put the hole in the top of the stadium so God could watch his team
As
play.
if God wouldn't have the power to see through a roof.
Exactly. It's awful.
Yeah.
If they want the deities whose favorite team really is the Cowboys, they should put a hole in the ground.
Merrill Kelly, feral or smelly?
We got the feral part, not the smelly part.
If you had to choose between the bean and the goozle.
You'll probably take it off the bean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pimping ain't easy, I've heard.
Especially big pimping.
It's not, yeah.
Nobody knows more than Sammy.
It is not easy, says Sammy.
What a dort.
What a dort. What a hump.
What a hump.
Shut up, Ferris.
I feel naked.
Oh, man, I feel naked.
A lot of nudity on today's show.
Robbie Ray.
It's like Ron Guidry.
Look, he's like I've been saying all. He's like Ron Guidry.
Louisiana Lightning. Like he's a foot taller and he weighs like 40 pounds more, but they're both left-handed.
Keep my gaze in.
We
Sammy
love Sammy Sapolka.
Hey, would you mind shutting the blank up?
Baba Booey, get in the hole. You the man. Mashed potatoes. Filet mignon.
These playoffs suck. I tell you they suck.
I tell you, they suck.
I don't know if I could do that. It's bloody awful.
Oh, my God.
Well, Andy, I'm going to throw the ball now.
Cattell Marte.
Vic's looking for greed. See, the regular season's too long.
It's too long, I tell you. And the playoffs are too long.
It's meaningless.
Oh, Joe Montana.
Isn't that weird? Oh, it's the best 2 words in sports. Game 7.
Will Smith doesn't need to cuss to sell records, but I do, so bleep him and bleep you. El Humpo. El Humpo.
El Humpo.
El Humpo.
That was peak pimping.
Vinny, you and I are cheeky devils.
Wunderkind. Kind.
What a knob this guy is.
Cattell Kerfuffle.
I've never used cheeky.
Why is Gambo such a bloody wanker?
I want that in the end of the week montage.
It's like what the acorn said when he grew up. Gee, I'm a tree.
Oh, boy. Man. Wow.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. How about a 5th straight win? Another dominant Eduardo Rodriguez start and a Corbin Carroll walk-off. All that went down at Chase Field last night on a night where Erod went 7 innings and gave up 0 runs. The Bats were asleep for most of the night, but when it mattered most, Corbin Carroll showed up.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
That's right, a 2-1 win over the Rockies, and Mike Soroka will look to keep it going tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Last night at MSG, the Knicks went up 2-0 on the Cavs thanks to 26 points from Josh Hart and a 109-93 win. Tonight we get Game 3 of OKC and San Antonio in what should be a good one. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Honest prices, zero pressure, the Valley's best selection at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We have made it to Friday. We did it, everybody. Welcome in to the Friday edition of the Wolf and Luke Show, featuring no Wolf and no Luke. Wait, it's no Wolf and no Luke.
Yeah, I'm no Wolf. You're no Luke.
I am definitely no Luke, and I'm also definitely no Wolf, for what it's worth. Although I am the hairier of the bunch of us. Mitch Ferreldis and John London today. What's up, John? How you been?
I am outstanding. I am outstanding. There's a ton to talk about.
I was going to say, that's very Dan Bickley of you to say.
Yeah, I am. I feel great.
I love it.
Lots of stuff to talk about.
Yeah, this is one of those rare Fridays where there's a lot to talk about, and Luke and Wolf are so excited to not talk about it. I don't know what's up with them. Either way, long Memorial Day weekend ahead as well, so they're getting ahead of it. So you got the two of us yuckos for the next 4 hours. We got Rick, we got Bailey. Sammy's only going to be here for like 5 more minutes. It's almost bedtime for Sammy. It's fair.
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10. All right. Well, so we'll keep you around for a little bit. Besides, we have to get some reaction going to what took place at Chase Field last night because everybody's favorite, the Predator, did it again.
Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final.
The way that it was discussed in the he looms, better watch out. The way it was discussed in the, do you guys call it the prehab, right? Is that what the
prehab, correct.
Prehab, okay. The way it was discussed in the prehab by Rick, our esteemed producer of the Wolf and Luke Show, was that Corbin Carroll basically won the Diamondbacks the game last night because he had the 2 RBIs that resulted in them winning a very tight 2-1 win against the Rockies last night.
Well, here's something to impress your friends with. First of all, this is an outlier kind of a win because 4 is the magic number in Major League Baseball. And the Diamondbacks came into the game 21-9 if they score 4 or more, and they were 4-14 if they didn't. So last night they got their 5th win, 5-14 when they score under 4. That's the magic number in baseball. So first of all, you get this outlier, and then the second thing is give Corbin Carroll all the credit, but where this team does win now and will win throughout the season will be great pitching, timely hitting. That's what last night was. Eduardo Rodriguez was absolutely great. Corbin Carroll does what a star is supposed to do, especially when all the other bats are struggling, and that is get the key hit at the key time. So that's what you're supposed to do. It's just it doesn't happen that way all the time.
Corbin Carroll, in that game, we mentioned the 2 runs driven in, hitting out of the 2-hole. He only had the 1 hit, also had a force out. That was the other RBI. But really, it was just the clutch nature in which he got it, right? The situational awareness by Corbin to be able to produce those runs at that point in time. And they just they needed some sort of run support because, like you said, Eduardo Rodriguez, steady Eddie. That's what I'm going with for right now. He was twirling it again last night. They were really struggling against Zach Agnos for a portion of that game. And it wasn't until they got into the other parts of the bullpen that the Diamondbacks were able to find Yeah, it's easy for me to say because that was me trying to say it.
That was Luke, actually.
By the way, don't you love drops? Like
Yeah.
you do something and you know right away, like instantaneously, this is going to be a drop.
I'm a big drop
Just
guy.
know it.
They kind of come out of nowhere and they scare you too, because then you
just know.
Here, let's hear somebody else talk for a few minutes. Torey Lovello on Carroll being built for the big situations.
I think he's built for situations like that. He wants to go out and be great, and that's what I told him before the at bat. I said, "Go be great, man. You know, this is what it's all about." And he was awesome. And you know, once again, 100 with a slider and a changeup. He stays on some breaking balls. I felt like one of the breaking balls that he fouled back, he was right on. I think it might have been the 2-1 breaking ball, and he was timed up to it. So I knew that there was a chance he could unload on it, and he found a hole. It was a great swing. It's a 104-mile-an-hour line drive ground ball. So he wants to be in that situation, and he's healthy and he's fine. We just made this conscious decision yesterday to give him a little bit of rest and a little bit of recovery.
At least to me, this game felt semi-reminiscent to the Giants game that they played Tuesday, where the offense had been getting themselves on base. They've been getting themselves opportunities. They've been really getting after the bullpen. They walked 8 times last night. They got guys on base. They were just really struggling to get them home until literally the last possible out in the 9th inning.
Well, a couple of things. That's great because normally what's happening is they have a high runners in scoring position, average, one of the best, but they're not getting enough guys going. So if they can just kind of even that out, nobody expects them to be tops in the league. Last time I checked, they were number 2 to Atlanta. Maybe that's changed in the last week or so. But having those walks is absolutely huge for them because they don't normally get it.
Yeah.
And then the second part of what Torey said there, the key part of what he said, and this relates better to basketball, but it was like, you know, Jordan or Kobe or any of the greats could go 5 for 21. But when did you hit the 5th shot? Oh, you hit it to win the game? That's where you really can't. There is a thing, even though a lot of general managers, I talked to Billy Beane about this one time, and he just does not believe in clutch gene and clutch stats, and they're a thing. And so when Corbin Carroll's up there versus another guy, and you've got to have that. So you can look at the end of the year and look at home runs, RBIs, OPS, all the analytical numbers, but what does a guy do when he needs to get a hit? And that's where he's different. He's got that gene that a lot of times can't be described and some people don't even believe in. And that's where he's huge because other guys just can't do that.
Here's Corbin talking about his game-winning AB.
To get there, you got to talk about the 2 at-bats before that. Moreno and Marte taking really quality at-bats. And then, Mejia, faced him a couple times now. That it's a good heater and a good slider as well. So just happy to get the job done.
A lot of praise for Gabby based on last night's commentary. He worked an 8-pitch walk where he was facing strike 2. After he went up 3-1, and then on the 4th pitch of the at-bat, they threw a high fastball right there, right in the zone. And then from there, he fouled off the next 3 pitches, which were all within range of being strikes or close to it, and then was able to get the walk on a fastball that missed way outside. And for him to have that at-bat, for him to then they went small ball, right? They bring in Fernandez, and he ends up sacrificing Moreno over to second. But they're not even in that position, to Carroll's point, without Gabby being able to work such a great at-bat that late in the game.
Yeah, and you start looking at players where you're like, okay, who's the key to keep this going? I understand what kind of teams they're playing. We all know that. 6-1 in the last 7, bad teams, blah, blah, blah. But one of the keys to where this team is going to go is Gabby Moreno. Everybody knows that. But when you have an at-bat like that, it does show without all the numbers again, it does show that you're on it, that you're seeing the ball well, that you know where things are. And I think one of the things the ABS system is, it gives players more confidence. And so they're up there going, okay, if something's screwed up here, in other words, I can take a pitch that I think is a strike because I might be able to get out of it. For that kind of at bat, and it just shows where you are as far as your at bats lately, and he's been much better.
There was also the key defensive play. I can't remember what inning it was, but the ball kind of trickles towards Erod, and then he just kind of like pushes the ball towards Gabby, and Gabby's able to get the tag down in time to keep that a scoreless game at that moment in time. Erod was spectacular. We're going to talk about him and the starting pitching later, but there's been a conversation for the majority of this season and really going into the year about how this Diamondbacks team needs to be carried by its top three in the order, and Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geraldo Perdomo. And we've been starting to see Ketel Marte really get back into form of who he is. He had another 2-hit, 3 on-base performance last night. Corbin Carroll has been the steadiest of the bunch. His OPS is at 942 right now, even going 1 for 3 yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Perdomo, we've started to see him work a lot better at bats, be able to get on base, be able to produce with some runners in scoring position. This is kind of the formula for right now. Until you get Corbin Burns back, until you get those late inning relievers back, the Diamondbacks need their top 3 in their offense to be able to produce, and we're starting to see that a little bit. Important, too, because it's against some of the bottom dwellers of the league.
Yeah, and that's going to continue, by the way. 21 of their next 27 are against sub-500 teams, only the Dodgers and the Reds in that stretch. And we know the numbers. We'll get them to a little bit later about what they do versus sub-500 and over 500. But let me just pick out Perdomo for a second. If you're waiting for him to be what he was last year, that was an outlier season. But as you just pointed out, and we just pointed out on Gabby, it is much more than the numbers. It's taking pitches, it's taking walks, it's situational hitting, it's being smart in those situations. And so because he's not going to reach those numbers, Perdomo, I don't believe, it doesn't mean you have to replace those numbers. It doesn't work like that. But it does mean that other guys, and I think that's where, your Waldschmidts or, we just talked about Gabby, or certain guys to a certain extent have to suck up some of those numbers, because that's just not going to be what Perdomo does this year, I don't think.
Coming up next, should the Cardinals extend one of their top offensive weapons this offseason? We'll get into that next. The Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch and John in for Wolf and Luke today. Or do you prefer Lund? John Lund? John Lund? Lund?
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah, I like a casual kind of a thing.
Let's go John.
Yeah.
Mitch and John. The Mitch and John Show today on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful.
And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ah. If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Wolf and Luke show on this Friday. Neither Wolf or Luke are here, but that's okay. We got Mitch and John. It's today is the Mitch and John show is what we're going with. Although, in fairness, I hate to be the one that's billed first, so we'll call it the John and Mitch. Does that work for you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay. John Lund, Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf and Luke. We're here.
Cool. If we ever do a show together, Mitch, again, I mean, we've done one before. If we ever do a show together again, it'll be the Jesse and Mitch show. That's great. That's good for my ego.
That is good.
Who's Jesse?
That's my
I've
name.
learned I've learned that is not a real person on this.
That
show.
is my. You can call me my name on the show. You can
I'm
call me
It's just
Rick.
Wolf won't, right? Wolf will not call you that.
He's done
Luke
it before.
doesn't
He has?
Yeah.
I've never heard him say that.
You can call me Rick. You can call me Jesse. You can call me Stupid Face. It doesn't really matter.
I'm not a degrading type of person. Come on now. We're here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. This is Michael Wilson on Monday. OTA availability. Is he seeking a contract extension before the season begins? This is what Michael had to say.
You know, I don't really want to touch on that because I want to keep that private between myself and the Cardinals organization with Monty and his team. But truthfully, like, that whole situation isn't going to dictate, my offseason, and that's not something that, like, I want to show up to the building with, like, on my mind and show up how I show. I don't want that to affect how I show up every single day, because ultimately that stuff is going to take care of itself. Like, what I did last year, I can't change. Like, that's my resume. That's what we're going off of. But, as soon as week 1 starts and we're playing against, who's our week 1 game? LA Chargers. Contract stuff, that stuff doesn't matter. What I did doesn't matter. What I did last year doesn't matter. So I need to do what I need to make sure I'm taking care of what I can now, tomorrow, the next day after that. That's going to help me sort of replicate that season and build upon that.
But how many times do you remind Monty that you just had 1,000 yards?
Haven't done that this honestly.
To Josh Weinfuss's joke at the end of that bite, Michael Wilson is coming off, I think it's fair to say, his breakout year. Obviously his best season. 1,006 yards is the exact total. 78 receptions, 7 touchdowns. Played in all 17 games, which I think is just as important and notable because I think he had battled some injuries in the first couple of years. Yeah, only 13 games in year 1, 16 games in year 2. last year was really a defining season for Michael Wilson, and he's entering year 4 of his rookie deal, and it's his last year of his rookie deal. So the contract question is a natural one.
Well, first of all, that was a very Stanford smart guy answer.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy.
It was a great answer. And I hate to call him this, but liar, pants on fire. Because think about this. You're a football player. Your career could be ended in 1 second. Helmet to the knee, and guess what? There is no contract. We'll see how that knee injury goes. Thank you very much. So what he's doing, and I'm glad he said what he said, because if you give the media an inch, and I say myself too, and you and I and everybody else would be going, he said he wants a contract. There's no contract. Well, all of a sudden it's a controversy, right? So he's smart enough to know that he's not going to feed that fire. Having said that, they're behind the scenes right now. I can guarantee you, not 99%, 100%, that they're talking about it, because football is that kind of sport, and in a second you can be injured. And I wouldn't be surprised that if they can't come to an agreement, that all of a sudden he's not here either. He's a Jacoby. He doesn't want to do that, and he's not putting on the pressure of the organization to do that, but he's got to get a deal done, and he doesn't want to step on the field, because if he gets hurt this year, then what? Right. It happens that fast in the NFL, and you and I, being the two smart people that we are, we found pretty much an exact contract that it's going to be, I think, easy, because his class is JSN, Puka, Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Rashee Rice. Oh my God,
it's a weird class.
It is
in
a weird
retrospect.
Class. But there's one player in there, and that's Jaden Reed of the Packers, who just signed a contract extension for $3 and $50 with $20 guaranteed, and they have remarkably similar numbers. Wilson has 163 receptions for 21-19 and 14 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Reed has 138 for 18, 57, and 15. I don't expect people to remember that. There will be no test. They're close enough, though, in numbers that if you add the extra year, which by year, you're going to make more money. So Reed just signed that a bit ago, but it's a little bit later. So I could see Wilson. Andy's coming off a hot year. Reed's coming off an injured year. We only played in 7 games, got 19 passes.
I was at that injury game.
You were?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was all Packer fans.
It was
too,
on
right?
no, it was at Lambeau Field.
Oh, was it? Okay.
And it was against the Commanders on Thursday Night Football, and it did not look good.
Oh, it was nasty.
When I was there, yeah, it was bad.
So part of the reason why he signed was because, again, he got hurt. But I think if he's $3 and $50 with 20 guaranteed, Wilson's coming off the year. He's coming off of maybe it's $3 and $60 with 22 or 24 or whatever. My point is, same draft, similar numbers, similar age. I think Wilson's better, but you have the parameters of a deal. You're not going off of JSN. You're not going off Puka. You're not, so you're going to go off of Jaden Reed. So I don't think this is going to be that difficult of a negotiation.
I mean, you mentioned the two stalwarts of the class, Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's already got his big money extension. Puka Nacua, he's got a lot going on right now, but I would be surprised if the Rams don't find some way to figure that out. You can't let him go. I mean, as far as other notable enough receivers from that class, you mentioned Rashee Rice, but he's got plenty of troubles of his own. Dontavian Wicks was also in this class. He was just traded to Philly. Philly gave him a 1-year extension, so they've got him for this year and next year. And then really, I don't mean to dismiss the guys like Marvin Mims or Josh Downs or Cedric Tillman, Jordan Addison, but like Michael Wilson's probably the most notable one left outside of JSN, Puka Nacua, Jaden Reed, and then it's him. Yeah. Like those are probably the best 4 receivers coming out of this draft class.
And if I was the Cardinals right now, my pecking order would not be Jacoby Brissett 1. It would be Michael Wilson, because he's up now.
This is the one where you take care of this now. You're going to be grateful for not having to pay him more when he breaks out again next year.
Yeah, and look, you can make the debate that he's the number 1 receiver right now. That you could, especially late in the season, and Marv had all the injuries. And I'm not dismissing Marv, and I know we're going to get into a conversation about him later. But his agent is going to go to the Cardinals and say he's a 1. The Cardinals are going to say he's a 2, but we love him. So that there might be a disconnect there where they're going to say, well, Reed's the contract, that's the comp. And they may say, hey, he's better than Marv and he's a 1. And, so there could be a conflict there. But I know in the way that Michael Wilson answered that, and we've both been through this a lot of times and seen it, they're working right now.
Yeah, he's smart. He's not stupid. He's not going to tip off the media in any way, shape, or form, and he's not going to give in to any of that sort of stuff. Speaking of the other side of those negotiations, Monty Ossenfort, this is back in February. possibility of Michael Wilson getting that contract extension this offseason?
I mean, listen, everybody's in different situations. So here's what I'd say about Michael. Michael had an outstanding year for us. He's a great person. He works, he leads, and he produced on the field. And so Michael's about everything we want our program to be about, and hopefully he's here for a long time.
Now, I will say, in fairness...
GMs are amazing, by the way. He said nothing.
Literally. He's like, Michael's great.
It's like, thanks.
And yet somehow made it a 16-second soundbite.
Yes.
Here's what I will defend the Cardinals in my faith and belief that they'll get this done before this season starts. It's a different stratosphere in terms of the type of player, but Trey McBride, that was another player we were wondering, is he going to get the contract extension? They'd be stupid not to. He's performing well better than most of the tight ends and most of the players that are even receivers in the league. And they were able to get that done before the season started. I think before the preseason even started. I don't remember the exact date. But that was a guy they wanted to have in the building. They rewarded him for it. And frankly, given the numbers that he put up last year again, he rewarded them for it as well. You got to do the same thing with Michael Wilson here. And if anything, you're saving yourself, like I said, you're saving yourself any potential money that could come as a result of him performing so well this year that he prices himself out of your market. Because the other aspect that I think needs to be considered too, Marvin Harrison Jr., likely a fifth-year option pickup. If it's not next year, that's a whole other conversation. But then you have to worry about, if we're going to hold on to him, how much money we're going to give him. You're probably going to be saving yourself more money if you pay Wilson now as opposed to wait a year on this.
Well, here's the other thing is you're not going to franchise tag him because you think he's a 1-2. Like
Yeah.
he might be a 1, but he's probably going to be classified as a 2. So you're not going to give your 2, top 5 money in the NFL. So you've got to sign him for that reason alone. Is he a $20 million a year receiver? He is. That's what it is. That's what a really good 2 makes. So you're not going to go into the realm of he's not a JSN, he's not a Puka, he's not those guys. Well, that's what you'd have to pay him if you franchised him. And teams don't like to franchise guys who are not quite classified up in that level.
Unless you're the Cowboys.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Yeah, they're very stupid. Feel the energy of Cardinals football live at State Farm Stadium this season. You can join the Red Sea with season tickets and enjoy complimentary parking. Plus, you get discounts on food, beverages, and at the team store. Visit the official Cardinals app for more details. Up next, are the Diamondbacks ever going to get a bad start from one of their starting pitchers? That's next. It's the John and Mitch show today on the Wolf and Luke show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Grip better, play better. Hi, John Leonetti from Birdie Golf Grips. Premium performance without the premium price. Our proprietary natural rubber blend gives you the perfect feel. Soft, firm, and tacky, so every swing feels solid. Fittings available at locations throughout the Valley. And right now, bunker-to-bunker golfers save 25% with promo code B2B. Upgrade your game. Visit birdiegolfgrips.com today.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. And some absolutely awful news came down yesterday. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, a 3-time Cup Series winner at Phoenix Raceway, passed away at the age of 41. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the D-backs in their first game of the series against the Rockies? We'll react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. McCarthy's swing sends a fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well. Waldschmidt going back and onto the warning track will make the catch. But the catch is made, and that is 7 shutout in the books for Eduardo Rodriguez tonight. What an effort against the Rockies.
Steady Eddie. He did it again. Mitch Varell, this John Lund in for Wolf and Luke today on this Friday. 7 innings, 4 hits allowed, a walk allowed, 4 strikeouts. Eduardo Rodriguez lowered his season ERA to 2.24. Really, if you just want to look at the last 3 starts, John, of all 5 of the Diamondbacks' current starting pitchers, Eduardo Rodriguez has 8 1/3 against the Mets. That was the one where he almost went 9 innings. He went over 100 pitches, and everybody started booing Torrey when he went to fetch him out of the dugout.
They should have.
Oh, my gosh, it was crazy. He had the hiccup start against the Rockies the last go-around in Coors Field, but he still pitched 5 1/3 innings, only allowed 3 runs, but he got a lot of high volume of pitches. And then the 7 innings last night. Michael Soroka has had almost 3 straight quality starts, but he's allowed 3 runs in his last 3 outings. Zach Gallen had that hiccup against the Rangers, but otherwise went 6 against the Pirates and then 6 against the Giants. Ryan Nelson has had 3 straight quality starts. Merrill Kelly starting to look like Merrill mainstay again. He's had 3 straight quality starts. And I laugh because the way that Jesse phrased it in the tease is, are the Diamondbacks ever going to get a bad start? And you look at the last 3 for all 5 guys, and there's been 2 out of, what is that, 15 starts? That's pretty darn good.
Well, and, going into May, their staff hadn't had that many quality starts. And you and I both know this because we're dorky geeks. A quality start is a 4.50 ERA. A quality start is, on its minimum, 6 innings pitched, 3 runs. It's not huge, but, it's enough to keep your team in a ball game. But now, like you said, in May, they've completely turned it around. And if I'm looking at this thing, I still believe in Ryan Nelson. Zach Gallen makes me a little bit nervous, but then, Merrill Kelly, I'm starting to believe in. Eduardo Rodriguez, I keep thinking he can't keep this up, but like you said, a hiccup start, but it's in Colorado, so I don't really even count that. I just think that the World Baseball Classic and the confidence he gained from that just is permeating throughout his entire season. And this is the way that they have to win games. And we come in today going, man, they just barely eked by, but that's what it's going to be. Their ERA in May as a staff is 2.86. The most surprising part has been what the bullpen's doing. There's only 3 teams ahead of them as far as ERA in May, which is Rays, Red Sox, and Brewers. And the Brewers are just a bunch of wizards. It's just freaky. They take a dude.
They do Black Devil magic behind
seriously,
the
they
scenes.
take a Kyle Harrison and it's like, oh, you have a 170. Oh, Freddie Peralta's going to leave? Here's Kyle. What?
We've got this whiz kid who throws 100 with regularity.
What? So anyway, beside the point, but I always thought this is how they're going to have to win. Maybe not to this high level, but if you get a quality start, you get timely hitting, and you get the kind of relief pitching that they're getting, as surprising as that is, you can win a lot of games whether you're playing. I know what the excuse is, and I know what people are saying in their car. They're playing bad teams. They're playing bad teams. I get it.
What would you rather?
Right.
Like, they're beating the bad teams. And I know I was a little tepid as far as how am I supposed to digest this if you're beating the bad teams? And part of me needs to take a step back and just say they are beating the bad teams, right? If the Diamondbacks were actually bad, they would be losing some of these games.
Yeah.
And frankly, they've only lost 1 in their last 7 games against Rockies and Giants exclusively, and they've still got 6 more to go. It's crazy, too. You said that their ERA is a top 5 this month as a staff.
Yeah, 4th.
Remember, this was also the month where they had the pitchers meeting, the infamous pitchers meeting, right? I think it was sometime in the Cubs series is when they said it happened. We learned about it. May 5th. Thank you. We learned about it just around the time of the Mets series. And then that was when all the starters started ripping off outings. Because what was our biggest gripe? Starting pitching is not getting deep enough for the bullpen to be able to survive. And the bullpen is like tight-roping their way out of some of these games and not always successfully. Now, it's kind of funny, and I'll get to this cut in a second. The starters are pitching so well, like I have almost forgotten how good this bullpen can be when they're not pitching as much as they have to as a result.
Yeah, and that's what happens a lot of times. You get into a second half of a season, and your bullpen's gassed because what happens is your manager maybe trusts 2 or 3 guys, and then if you go through a losing streak, well, I got to stay with these guys, and then they burn out, and then so it's a nasty cycle. But if you can get these kind of starts and rest these guys, and it could because it's such a long season, and then you can use your guys that you trust in high leverage situations more down the stretch when they get into some tougher games. They're still in a stretch where, as I said, 21 of their next 27 are still sub 500 teams. And no team has a bigger difference in sub 500 versus over 500 wins than the Diamondbacks. So save that bullpen as long as you can.
Here's Torrey last night, whereas conversely to what it was earlier of like they're using the bullpen too much. You're not getting enough from the starters. Now, getting so much from your starters you might not be getting enough work for your bullpen.
Yeah, it gets a little challenging when your starters are doing what they're doing, and there's some dry spells. RT hasn't thrown in a couple days, so it's a nice problem to have, but you want to get everybody involved and keep them sharp. It is a challenge, but it's a good part of the game. Your starters need to carry that workload. They're the marathon runners, and the sprinters come out and finish it off for you. But we'll be in a good spot tomorrow, and we need to just continue to mix up the usage and spread out the usage. I think we've done a really good job of that in the first month and a half of the season, where I haven't been totally reliant on 2 or 3 guys. I think there's an enormous workload that they've spread around down there.
There's a fantastic resource that I love on Fangraphs that's called Closer Depth Charts. It basically gives you an idea of when dudes pitch out of the bullpen. Last night, 23 pitches for Juan Murillo, but he last pitched before then on Sunday. So he's working off of 3 days' worth of rest. Paul Sewald, 6 pitches in the win. Kevin Ginkel, 9 pitches in the middle. They've had enough space where in the course of the last 6 days, guys have pitched no more than 3 times out of the pen in a 6-day stretch. That's a generous amount of rest that they're getting right now.
Well, and what that is post-game, to be completely honest, I'm not ripping on anybody who was there. That's looking for something. Like, we got to ask Torrey something, so let's ask him about, a lack of work for the bullpen.
This team just keeps winning. What are we going to ask about now?
That's not a bad thing, because one key thing that Torrey said right there is the guys he's leaning on. He goes, I got to watch the guys I'm leaning on. But there's a trust factor with managers, and whether they want to get somebody else work when it's a key part or they don't, they're just going to go back to the guys they trust. It's just human nature. It's not even just baseball. So if you can rest those guys as much as you can, that's fine. Go throw on the side. Go figure something out. There's ways they can work around that. Not overusing a guy is never a bad thing. I don't even know if I said that right. Not overusing a guy is always bad. I don't know. Getting guys rest is great. That's what I meant to say.
That's a good way to put it. Here's Eduardo Rodriguez quickly. 5 wins in a row now for the Diamondbacks, 2 of them on the walk-off.
Everything, man. Every time you get a walk-off, it's just special for us as a team, Like, that's something that we always celebrate. We always want, somebody want to be the hero, and we didn't have it in the 2 games this week. So just something that we're not allowed to see, and I just want to keep seeing it.
5 wins in a row?
I mean, I don't count it. I just want to keep winning, But we got to keep winning, and in a lot of that's a gift for us. We just thinking about go out there and execute it and put the game and win the games, and we win 5 already. So hopefully to keep counting more.
So we got Michael Wilson, who doesn't know the first opponent on his schedule, and then we got Eduardo Rodriguez, who's not counting win streaks. He's just like, we just won a game. That's all it is.
Which, by the way, wouldn't you love to have his cadence and just how cool he sounds? Like, if you just go up and talk to people and he sounds cool.
He's riding a very earned high now. And what I mean by that is he had talked in spring training about cutting some weight down, like in particular in the second half of last season when he was starting to really look more like the dominant Tigers Erod from a couple of years ago. He had the great outing in the World Baseball Classic final against the United States, and now he's just been dealing. Steady Eddie, like I said, it's been awesome to see him return to form. Catch the Diamondbacks against the Twins on June 19th, courtesy of Four Peaks. You can text SEATS, SEATS, to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 worth of food to enjoy at Chase Field. Coming up next, is the Eastern Conference Finals over? We'll talk about it. It's the John and Mitch Show on this Friday edition of Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is the best job that Mike Hazen has ever done, considering how little he had to work with. He didn't have money to work with. They had gone all in on Jordan Montgomery and Corbin Burns. There was no money. What he's been able to do with Taylor Clark, Loizaga, Paul Sewald, Nolan Arenado, Vargas as the replacement for Blaze Alexander, calling up Fernandez when he did, calling up Waldschmidt when he did, letting go of Ross, letting go of Alec. I think this is some of the best work that Hazen has done.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, detail, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Home buyers, listen up. This is a big one if you're in the market to buy a home. Right now through June 30th, Lund Mortgage is offering a free 1-year interest rate buydown on your purchase. That means your interest rate is a full 1% lower for the entire first year. A lower monthly payment right from day one. And normally, you would have to pay for this or the seller does. Not this time, we've got it covered. So don't wait. This ends June 30th. Get your 1% savings today. Call Lund Mortgage or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? During the Memorial Day Save-a-thon, we're making service more affordable now than ever. Right now, buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make or any brand.
Did I hear that right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What more will we learn about the NBA's Western Conference in Game 3 between the Spurs and the Thunder? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 here on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf and Luke show on this Friday, but neither Wolf or Luke are here. But that's okay. We've got John and Mitch now. John Lund, Mitch Veraldis in for Wolf and Luke today.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Before we get into things?
But it's got to be super quick.
Okay,
no,
super quick. So we just played Def Leppard coming in. Def Leppard was my first concert ever.
Really?
What was your first concert ever?
See,
You're
funny.
a big music guy.
It's funny because...
Mine was really funny. So mine was Trace Adkins and Martina McBride.
Country concert.
Wow.
Yeah,
How
my
was
mom's friend is the bassist for Martina McBride.
Is that right?
Actually, her high school boyfriend that they reconnected. They're just friends now, but
they're just friends. They're just friends.
Yeah, but yeah, no. I've seen Martina McBride 4 times because I can just message him and be like, "Hey, can I see her?" And
That's
he's
cool.
like, "Yeah, here's tickets."
I know Bailey's a big concert head. He's always at some sort of metal rock concert. What was your first though?
I think it was Metallica.
Oh, that's
a good one. When I was 12.
Bro.
So I've seen them 11 times, most recently in Denver.
Ooh. That's way better than the honky tonk badonkadonk guy.
Wow. That's got to be a top one.
Yeah.
If you said first concert you ever went to, Metallica's is up.
That's one of the iconic performers, right? Just in terms of their presentation.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Mine was The Fray, which is why I laughed at Jesse's shirt that he's wearing today, because it's a different sort of Frey.
Yeah.
That's written on his shirt. But Colorado-based band. More importantly, I got to see them at Red Rocks Amphitheater.
Did you find out how to save a life?
I don't think so. I did my best, though. Well done.
By the way, venue-wise, you probably win. Because for those who haven't been there, awesome.
It's amazing.
Just awesome.
You get to go during the day, too, and you just hike around, and it's such a beautiful view. If you ever get the chance to be in the Denver area, go to Morrison, go check out Red Rocks. Not even for a concert, just go.
My first concert was in the Roanoke Civic Center Coliseum in Roanoke, Virginia.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Now known as the Berglund Center.
Yeah.
Got a couple comments on the YouTube chat. Gray Mantle, Air Supply, a lady friend took me, he said. Buffalo Sun Devil said Soundgarden.
Soundgarden was
a couple of good ones
solid.
there.
That's solid.
Yeah, if you're listening right now, tell us the first concert you went to, or hop on the Arizona Sports YouTube chat.
Also, Gray Mantle, how did that end up working out with you and the lady person?
Oh, be nice.
just want to know. Maybe they're
All right,
married.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't want to put too much pressure on Gray, though. It's a big audience for us.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're stalling
Sorry,
because
continue on.
the Eastern Conference Finals game last night and the Eastern Conference Finals in general has been outside of game one, but it still has felt very blah so far. I don't know how you feel, but Knicks and Cavaliers, I think a lot of people are just self-consciously rooting for the Knicks for the sake of basketball itself, and they need a large market and they need it for a long postseason run. But the Knicks have also just kind of run their race through the East right now. They've won 9 straight playoff games now.
I'm a petty person, so
Tom Petty?
Just in general, exactly. So just in general, I don't like New York teams. So it goes across the board. So anytime they have an opportunity, I don't want them to go, and I get it. Haven't been there since 99, haven't won since 73. So people, just from a standpoint of, hey, I'd like that team to win because they haven't won in a while. But my general thought is I don't want New York teams to win because then those fans become insufferable, and I'd rather have Knicks fans suffer. So I do think they're going to win the East. And Cleveland's had opportunities, obviously, in the first game. They were up so big. That was historic. There's 7 minutes left. You blow that.
Yeah.
And all they did was ISO James Harden the entire time defensively. And because he's so bad defensively, and last night he was just 6 of 15, so it wasn't so bad, but he's been so bad in some of these games that you almost have to think about Rudy Goberting him. Like, look, dude, you're killing us defensively. You're not hitting shots offensively. So to go to Office Space and say, what would you say you do here? You're not scoring. You're getting blown by defensively. And James Harden wants to opt out and get another big contract with Cleveland. Dude, you're why they're losing. And they've got to figure something out because they could still win this series. I like their interior play. I think they can really give the Knicks problems in that way. But to go back to your original question, I don't want the Knicks to win because I don't like New York teams.
I was listening to Bill Simmons and Rob Mahoney on the latest Bill Simmons pod, and Rob was at least bringing up the point of, okay, yes, James Harden's getting picked on play after play after play, but what are the other 4 guys doing to help him?
Yeah, I would agree.
And like that should be the number one strategy of the Cavs. Is the Knicks are very obviously on a high right now. They get a great performance out of Josh Hart. They've had great performances back to back now from Mikal Bridges. Like, they're getting a lot of help from the role guys around Jalen Brunson and around Karl Anthony Towns. And the Cavaliers are just not getting that right now. And it feels like extra pressure is being put on Donovan Mitchell and James Harden to produce. Harden is obviously not producing. It's been
that's
notable.
what he does in the playoffs.
It's been very notable throughout his entire playoff career. And Mitchell just cannot do it alone. And
Playoffs?
Don't talk about that.
That's always funny, by the way. 100%, not 99.
Jim Mora will live on forever
Yes.
because of that soundbite.
Amazing.
But what I was getting at is, like, the Cavaliers have to figure out some sort of strategy. And as much as I want to just bury them and call this one done, they were down 2-0 against the Pistons a series ago. They had a really weird series against the Raptors that went 7 games. So the Cavaliers could just kind of string this along for a while, and they probably will win Game 3. And if they win Game 4 and force a Game 6, then we might be talking about this differently entirely.
Yeah. And look, the Knicks in the past have done this, had opportunities, thought they were going to go. They should win this series. Like you said, we know what Brunson is going to do, but they're getting guys to step up. Hart was getting criticized. All of a sudden, he's really good last night. So, look, they're the better team. I don't think either of these teams is beating whomever comes out of the West. But the Knicks should win. But it doesn't. But the Cavs are talented enough to make it a series. And that first game showed that they were blowing them out. They were in game number 2 until the Knicks, and give the Knicks credit for this, they just locked down defensively, and Cleveland couldn't score.
This is Donovan Mitchell post game. Faced adversity before, so we're not worried about it necessarily.
I think it helps just from a mentality standpoint. This isn't our first time at it, right? This isn't our first time facing adversity. We've been through 2 Game 7s. So being down 2-0 is not the biggest challenge. You know what I mean? It's just something it's right here. So let's go ahead and take advantage of it, right? Understand that they're going to make adjustments. We are as well. And obviously, our process was right tonight. You know, I'm not mad at, what we did offensively. Defensively, make some tweaks and changes. And like you said, sometimes you got to tip your cap to the shot making. And that was tonight. And it's really, I hate to make it, it's really as simple as we have to protect home court, and that's really it.
They have played a lot more games this postseason in comparison to the Knicks. The Cavaliers have played now 16 games to this point, where the Knicks 6-game series against the Hawks and then just 4 against the 76ers. So they've only played 12. So they've had a lot of extra rest as a result of that 4-game sweep with the 76ers. But also, I just think the Knicks are the better team. And Mike Brown has clearly been able to get things to work in rhythm offensively. We know his calling card is not necessarily defense, but if this Knicks team can get enough stops, they're clearly the better team between these two if we're just looking at this Eastern Conference Finals.
And to go back to what Donovan Mitchell said there, look, I get what you have to do because you're a leader and you're not going to make your team panic, but here's reality. You go down 3-0, it's over. Nobody's come back from it. So there is a ton of pressure on this team. James Harden hasn't stepped up. He has had good playoff runs, has Donovan Mitchell, but as you said, they're not getting enough from enough different sources. What they should be doing is they should be crushing these guys inside. They should with their 2 bigs. They should be able to do those kind of things. They need to. They haven't played a full game in this series, so I think. Look, here's what it comes down to: they have to win this game. Like he's sitting there nonchalantly saying, "Hey, we've done this before." No, you're not like the Warriors or the Spurs or the Bulls or teams who have won championships. Yeah. Even OKC, been there, done that. We know you don't. You don't. He hasn't been there.
This is his first conference finals ever.
Yeah, so I get what he's saying. He's saying it basically to his team. Like, hey, I'm your leader and I'm confident, but it's do or die right now.
All right, really quickly, because we asked the folks in the YouTube chat, first concert they ever went to. Silos, 50 Cent. He was in 7th grade. He saw it at Celebrity Theater. Tactical Tim, I think that is. Ozfest 2000 at the Gorge in George Washington State. We got a head nod from Bailey. Awesome. He really likes that one. Kyle Davidson, Big Time Rush. It's a
Big Time Rush.
Yeah, that was like a TV. Yeah, it was a TV made band or something.
Yeah, they're like still around though.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. My favorite is Adam Wahlberg saw MC Hammer with Boyz II Men opening.
Wow.
Can you imagine Boyz II Men opening for MC Hammer in 2026?
That's just crazy.
Boyz II Men's like legendary, and MC Hammer's just known for some pants.
Yeah.
At this point.
What was there was Kiss and Cheap Trick.
Oh, that's
Cheap Trick opened in 77. This is from Captain 1961. It was also the day that Elvis passed away.
Wow.
What a crazy trio there. And then last one that I liked, Van Halen with Collective Soul. And then 2 weeks later, he went to see Pantera with Type O Negative.
Oh, that had to be Van Hagar.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Probably.
Woof.
Depending on when that
I always think of kids that are young going to their first concert, and if you go to, especially a rock concert, but almost any, I mean, by the time the headliner even hits the stage, you're high.
Yeah.
Like, because it's wafting everywhere, and you're 15, and you're like, what in the what?
It's not as bad as it used to be, I would say.
Yeah, but if you went, Bailey, you went to Metallica, your first concert at 12 was Metallica, it was wafting. Like, you were getting contact high.
A little bit. It was at then jobbing.com arena, so I felt it a little bit, but not too bad. So.
Okay. And is that even an active domain anymore? Jobbing.com? I haven't heard that in a long time.
Maybe check that, but I don't think that's.
If you're on the YouTube chat, keep sending those in. First concert you ever went to, who was it?
And include the venue.
Yeah,
because,
where did you see it?
Like, I wasn't overly impressed with it, but then you said Red Rocks. It was like, poof.
I know. The Red Rocks part of it is the saving grace. Not that the phrase bad, but it's just not as sexy first concert. You know what I mean? All right, coming up next, more of your first concerts, and then a 2026 make or break season for a certain Cardinals wide receiver. You probably know who we're going to talk about, and we're going to do it next on the John and Mitch Show on this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you play pro sports, you learn fast that every win starts with a goal and the discipline to follow through. Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and even though I'm not running the floor anymore, that mindset never left. I still like having a plan, a target, something I'm working toward. That's a big reason I teamed up with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. It stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, but I call it the Get Out and Live Loan because once I dug into it, I realized something I wish I'd understood earlier. You can get out of debt faster using the income you already make without tightening your lifestyle or changing how you live. No gimmicks and no waiting for the perfect rate. Just a smarter way to spend fewer years in a mortgage so your money starts opening doors instead of holding you back. If being debt-free is one of the goals you're working on, you need to check this out. Text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's May. Tam, Sir, Kleiman. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our number one summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs-Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. And some absolutely awful news came down yesterday. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, a 3-time Cup Series winner at Phoenix Raceway, passed away at the age of 41. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke show. Well, today it's the John and Mitch show, because those are the two dudes that are talking into microphones today. Here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, YouTube chat continues to flood with first ever concerts. We got some good ones during the break. Loverboy in Fort Wayne, Indiana in 1982. Huey Lewis opened for them, and the tickets were $9.50. That was from Sean McDonald. 2672 Flash said Kiss when he was 5 years old. It's a crazy one.
That's malpractice for your parents to take you to Kiss, isn't it?
Is it malpractice, or is
You're
it
5?
Or is it proper introduction to? I don't know.
Probably what happened is they had a babysitter, and they're like, and then last second they just like, you know. Yeah, and back then too, you could be like, okay, I'll buy a last second ticket for my kid. That never happened nowadays, because a ticket to Kiss is what, a few $100?
It's got to be.
I'm not taking my.
I mean, concerts in general are just so expensive.
Unbelievable.
That's why. What was it? There was the lawsuit that was recently settled with Live Nation about them just cornering the market. Hate monopolies. And then one more quick shout to one of my college professors. What's up, Tom Blodgett? Fleetwood Mac on the Tusk tour at Compton Terrace.
Underrated.
My mom loves the Tusk album.
Yeah.
She just got it for her birthday. I believe
I've seen Fleetwood Mac. Good in concert.
It's a good group. Keep sending those in. We'll try and read more as we go. We'll have Jesse and Bailey keep tabs of those. If they have ones they like, they can shout them out at random points.
Is Bailey still number one of all with Metallica as a
of the
first
four
concert?
of us at least? Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Metallica's a tough one to beat.
Yeah,
because they are good in concert,
especially for a first concert.
Yeah,
you know, there's so many groups to be able to say like I went to a first concert. I'm loving the ones where it's like you got to see two people, where it's one opened up for the other. That I just love that stuff. Okay, we went into the break and we teased make or break season for a certain Cardinals wide receiver, and we all know who it is. Let's all say it together. Marvin Harrison Jr. Yay. Okay.
Sound like we're in like some kind of a rehab meeting.
Well, let's put it this way. Are you pleased with the 3 seasons that you've seen from... No, 2 seasons? Wow. Are you pleased from the 2 seasons you've seen from Marvin Harrison Jr. to this point?
Not based on what it was supposed to be.
Exactly.
Has not lived up to that.
That's why this conversation that we're about to have is existing.
Yeah.
So NFL.com, I think it was Nick Shook, wrote a piece. NFL's make or break players in 2026. He had 11 different individuals that he identified as at a crossroads. And in our email prep, I quoted this as not surprising because, of course, Marvin Harrison Jr. was on this list. And the other guys on here, C.J. Stroud, Keon Coleman. They had Kyler and J.J. McCarthy, which I thought was very interesting. We can touch on that later if we want to. But here is what he wrote for Marvin. After 2 underwhelming seasons in Arizona, Harrison is entering year 3, facing the prospect of needing to learn another new quarterback. That's not exactly encouraging news for a former number 4 overall pick who hasn't come close to meeting the expectations that followed him at the Ohio State. There's a bright side to this, though. Harrison is now playing for an offensive-minded head coach in Mike LaFleur. The challenge for Harrison will surface when the Cardinals start to organize their signal caller depth chart. Will it be Brissett, the veteran who seemed to form a better rapport with Harrison in 25 than Kyler ever did? Could it be journeyman Gardner Minshew? Might rookie Carson Beck throw a wrench into the process? The relative uncertainty at the position could limit how quickly Harrison builds chemistry with a quarterback in this new system, but the 23, I think we should emphasize that, isn't suddenly devoid of talent. After 2 years spent under defensive-minded head coach Jonathan Gannon, the difference might simply come down to who is designing the offense. Harrison will need to capitalize before long, though, or else the dreaded B word might bubble up to the surface in 2026, John.
Let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a question about it.
Okay.
In the pecking order, and I know that it changes from game to game, and coverages, it actually changes from play to play. You go to who's open, you go to who has the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But just for fun, just as a sports radio thing, in the pecking order of talent of him offensively, of weapons, where do you put him? Because I'm asking you this for a reason, but where would you put
Trey
Marv?
McBride's 1.
Yeah.
I think Jeremiah Love has to be 2 now, right?
Yeah.
James Conner 3? Like, he's either 4th or 5th.
Right.
That's the issue.
And so if they're saying he's going to break out, and here's the other thing, hopefully they ran the ball, the Cardinals did 21.5 times per game, which was last in the league. Well, the reason they did that is because they're behind a lot and they're throwing the football a ton. I get it. But what Mike LaFleur wants to do, if you look at what the Rams did, they ran it about 28 points a game, or 28 times a game. What Seattle did is they ran it the third most, over 30 times a game. What he wants to do, and they drafted a running back to do it, is they want to run the ball. They want to pound it. They want to become physical. They want to have ball control. So you're saying, or he's saying, he's got to break out. Okay, he's either 4th or 5th as far as the weapons are concerned. They're going to run the football more because that's what Sean McVay does. That's what Clint Kubiak did. So you're going to take away throws unless you're down big. Michael Wilson has emerged. Trey McBride is Trey McBride. You drafted Jeremiah Love. You're going to utilize him, and that's what you want to do anyway. So my question is it realistic that he would break out in a way that people want him to?
I just think it's going to be difficult because they've added more mouths to feed than I think is worthwhile adding for a team like this, right? And I don't mean that as a slight to the Cardinals' decision to take Jeremiah Love. Like, he's an otherworldly talent. Like, take him.
Plus, they're going to throw it to him, by the way.
Exactly. He's going to be utilized as a receiver as well. But if you're looking at Marv's first 2 seasons, he played 17 games his rookie year. He finished with 885 yards on 62 receptions. But, as noted, it was only like 50% of the passes thrown his way he actually caught. That was a big discussion 2 years ago. Last year, missed a lot of time due to injury, in and out for the second part of last year. Played just 12 games, had 608 yards on 41 receptions. And again, about 52% of the balls thrown his way were actually caught. There's a lot of frustration built up with Harrison not necessarily getting to a level that we would have hoped for as quickly as, say, Malik Neighbors did in year 1, Brian Thomas did in year 1, or even if you're considering some of the other receiver options out there, like Jackson Smith and Jigba out of Ohio State just won the OE Offensive Player of the Year or Defensive Player of the Year. What did he actually win? I don't know. Garrett Wilson has been a multi-time 1,000-yard receiver out of Ohio State. Chris Olave seemingly has survived the concussion bug of many years prior, had a great year last year for the Saints. So you consider all of that, and it makes it all the more frustrating that this seems to be the one guy out of the university where receivers are being churned through like it's butter that hasn't hit it yet. And will he hit it? I think we're all worried about.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be hard, and depending on what you think a breakout is. Like, if for next, like, I'm just throwing out numbers. So if Marv catches 75 for over 1,000 and, say, 8 touchdowns in an offense that has this much talent and this many mouths to feed and is going to have a philosophy, unless they're down 20, which they were a lot last year, of run the football. We're going to cram it down your throat. I'm not going to say to Seattle's level, but certainly 6 or 7 more runs per game. And as you point out, they're going to throw it to Jeremiah Love too. And here's the other part. Most fans want Carson Beck to start. I understand that. Well, let's say you put a rookie in there sooner rather than later. Are you going to ask Carson Beck to throw it 35 or 40 times? Not ideally. So put him in there and pull it back even a little bit more as far as throws. So whatever people think a breakout is, I think you have to be realistic in what that means.
What is the bare minimum you want from him this year? Just really quickly. Like yardage wise.
I think he's got to be a 1,000-yard receiver, because that's not even crazy anymore. There's 17 games. Like 1,000 isn't what it used to be.
Yeah.
He's got to be a 1,000-yard receiver. And like I said, he's with his size and ability to go get the football, like what we saw at Ohio State, he should be a double digit or 8 touchdown guy.
I agree. It has to be at least 1,000 yards. Otherwise, does he even get the 5th year option territory, which I don't want to get into. But coming up next, Is Corbin Carroll's impact on the Diamondbacks turnaround being talked about enough? Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to talk about that next on the John and Mitch show, which is the Wolf and Luke show, actually, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes!
The Sun Devil, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
wow, that was
British-like accent. All right, Tim. Stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
That was good.
Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Corbin Carroll walks off the Rockies as the Diamondbacks win their 5th straight game. Tommy Lloyd says Koa Pete is working through a plan as the NBA pre-draft process escalates. And Cardinals linebacker Jack Gibbons says there's no reason that the Cardinals can't turn it around in 2026. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Does Corbin Carroll get talked about enough? Not by, like, you and I, Mitch Vareldis, John London for Wolf and Luke today. And I'm not even talking about Rick and Bailey behind the glass. I'm sure they talk about Corbin Carroll all the time. The question is he getting talked about enough where it matters? Because if I told you...
I love that.
If I told you that Corbin Carroll this season is hitting .282 batting average, he has an OPS of .942. He's getting on base in 39% of his plate appearances. He has 7 home runs, 26 runs driven in. He's stolen 6 bases. He's scored 33 times. If I were to just give you those numbers on a basis, would you consider that to be a worthwhile player to talk about?
Yeah.
I would think so too. And yet, it doesn't really feel like he is at the national level.
Plus, I don't think... Unless you watch him every single day, I don't think you understand what he does for the team. And I also think there's an inordinate amount of pressure on him. And we talked about at the beginning of the show how he's such a clutch player because, and Marte's coming out of it, we know that. And obviously there's been a lot of surprises in the lineup so far this year. Mm-hmm. But it just seems like, and they've gotten lucky in this way, that he's been up a lot in key situations. And so if he doesn't come through every single time, which isn't realistic, fans are like, what the hell? I mean, even a couple of weeks ago, we had conversations on these shows saying, hey, what's going on with Corbin? Dude's got a .942 OPS.
Yeah.
Like he's
got the 5th highest OPS in all of baseball.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I don't – sometimes nationally 100% right, and then even sometimes locally because we have such a high expectation level for him, I think that sometimes he's unfairly criticized for not coming through every single time. But he does in a lot of high situations because, as we heard a little bit earlier from Torrey, he's just wired that way.
I also think that he's just kind of taken for granted at times. It's like he's just so good that it kind of becomes like sometimes when we're talking about the Suns and it's Devin Booker, like, oh, Devin Booker's going to go for 25 points. Can Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks step up tonight? Instead of like talking about what does Book need to do tonight for them to win. It's a conversation of, oh, Marte really needs to turn this around. Marte, instead of just like, oh, Corbin Carroll probably going to have a good game. And that could lead them to a win.
I was trying to find, because I think MLB.com did a predicting the all MLB team through the first month or so plus of the season. And for those that are unaware, the all MLB is like what is the new version for Major League Baseball of like the all NBA or the AP's all NFL teams or the all pro teams, whatever it's called, where it takes all the best players from all the teams in both leagues and just combines them into one team and then a second team. And they didn't even have Corbin Carroll acknowledged as far as like a runaway first team option. Like I said, he's got the 5th highest OPS in baseball to start the year. And I would imagine a big part of this has to do with just the slug isn't necessarily there right now. He's not standing out amongst the crowd with home runs. He's not standing out amongst the crowd in stolen bases. But what he is doing is he's consistently contributing for a team that is underperforming right now, but he's still steadily contributing at a level that is very much matching that of the 2 All-Star seasons that he's already had to this point.
And plus, like, if you just do WAR by position players, WAR, what is it good for? Corbin Carroll's 7. So, I mean, baseball is so analytically and statistically driven that we can do that all day, really, with him. But here's what enough people don't do, and I include baseball people who are supposed to know what they're talking about. They don't watch him on a daily basis.
No.
So from a defensive standpoint, I don't know if he's as consistent as others, but he consistently makes really big plays. When he's up in key situations, he seems to always, even though that's not accurate, get the key hit or at least have a good at bat, which is in baseball, it's the only thing you can control. We were talking about Ketel Marte so much. Well, his expected batting average, and he's hitting the ball hard, and it's going to come around. Well, it has. And it's the same thing with Carroll. It's surprising when he doesn't, in a clutch situation, have a good at bat. Those kind of situations that you can control in baseball. I think he's very underrated. I think what you just said about Book, I think from a local standpoint, that is accurate. Because what people will say is like in a game like last night, well, they're struggling offensively. Why didn't he have a key hit? Well, he did. But on certain nights, it's not realistic in baseball to think he's going to do it all the time. But that's what people expect.
And you know what? I think back to what I said at the start of this segment of like, obviously we're talking about him enough. And you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe we aren't. Because what are some of the conversations that we're having, to Jesse's point? Is like, Ketel Marte's got to hit better. Geraldo Perdomo's got to hit better. Why are the starting pitchers not being able to pitch deep into ball games? What is happening with the state of this offense as a whole right now? And Corbin Carroll has just very ho-hum put together a great start to the year as one of the better outfielders in the league. And we're just not properly assessing him the credit for doing what he is doing in spite of this team's underperformance to start the year. And frankly, he's been a key contributor into what has been a 5-game winning streak and winning 6 games out of their first 7 games of this 13-game stretch that they have against the Rockies and Giants. The 2 home runs that he hit in Coors Field in that one game that they won, one of those was a tank, man. Like, he's still got so much untapped power left in that core of his. Like, there's so much more room still for Corbin to grow this year.
Well, plus, and again, I'm going back to numbers here, but Andy Pages is having an amazing season with the Dodgers, and Jordan Walker is with the Cardinals.
That's another part of it. It's just talking about guys who don't hit at that level consistently.
Well, those are the only 2 guys that are from a WAR standpoint, are ahead of him as far as outfielders are concerned. So everybody's going to talk about the major market players and who's not doing what. But, I mean, Juan Soto's not in there. Bellinger's not. I mean, go on down the line. But the major market guys are constantly talked about, and the Diamondbacks just aren't.
Well, here's another one. If we've been talking positively about anybody ad nauseum to start the year, and deservedly earned, it's Ildemaro Vargas for the type of production that he's put together for somebody who's been, I can't remember who described it, but as a boomerang for this organization. He seemingly goes from one organization and then back to the Diamondbacks, and then he goes somewhere else and then back to the Diamondbacks. He always finds his way back here, and this is the breakout year for Vargy, for lack of a better word. He's basically an afterthought as just a positional roster fill guy, and he's got the 3rd best batting average right now to start the year. 26-game hitting streak to start the year. He has kind of taken away some of that positive light from Corbin just as a result of how amazing he has hit to start this year.
But it also shows that if he was a Yankee, Met, Dodger, whatever, that's all that ESPN could talk about. Yeah. But because he's a Diamondback, you hardly hear about him either. That's honestly, if we just said, look, take market out of it, it's certainly a top 5 story, maybe a top 3 story, maybe the top story, that a 30-plus-year-old guy who has never proven that he could do something like that, do what he's doing.
It's crazy. And at the end of the day, we love watching him play. I think that's the end-all, be-all with Corbin. All right, coming up next, what exactly are we witnessing with Victor Wembanyama? And then I'm also curious to get the national take on what the Suns could do this offseason and where they stand in the Western Conference. We're going to check in with one of ESPN's best next here on the John and Mitch Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now on remaining remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. And some absolutely awful news came down yesterday. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, a 3-time Cup Series winner at Phoenix Raceway, passed away at the age of 41. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny, fresh.
We only bring out the good music for the good guests. This is how it works here. And I'm seeing him right now on the Arizona Sports live stream, The Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldes, John Lund in for Wolf and Luke today. And right now we've got ESPN NBA reporter Kane Pittman joining us here on the video stream on Arizona Sports. Kane, first off, thank you so much for the time today. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I appreciate you guys. I enjoyed listening to the last segment you had there as well. There was even a boomerang reference, so I feel like you're trying to make me feel very comfortable on this show, which I appreciated.
Well, I tell you what, I really credit John for this because he and I were talking before the interview started, and it had occurred to me by something that he said that ASU basketball's new head coach, Randy Bennett, does a lot of recruiting out of Australia. And I figure how perfect, because you do a massive concentration of your work on Australian basketball players. So if I could just generally ask you, like, what is the appeal about some of the Australian players, and how much has that grown over the last several years, and how much has Randy played a part into that?
Yeah, it's so interesting because I've been over here for the best part of a decade now, and I spent the first few years in Milwaukee. Now I'm based out of Connecticut, and people ask me all the time about how popular the college game is in Australia, and I say that most people's number one team is St. Mary's because of the pipeline of Australian guys have been there. And you think about the best players that Australia has had, whether it's Patty Mills, Matthew Dellavedova, Jock Landau, who you guys had in Phoenix for a little stop there as well. You can go down a list. There's more and more. So it was around 2001, 2002 when they first discovered that Australia and New Zealand pipeline, and just how many quality, particularly at the college level players you can get, because coming out of our region, guys are taught to play highly fundamental basketball. It starts with defense first, which caters to the college game. And even the national head coach now, Adam Caporn, he was one of the first players that played at St. Mary's, and he's gone all the way through and through that same developmental curve that a lot of these guys have been through. So I am actually really interested to see if we start to see some of that recruiting shift over here, and you get a lot of those guys that have really been our best basketball players in the last 15 years.
Hey, Kane, NBA playoffs-wise, with San Antonio and Oklahoma City resuming tonight at one game apiece, and this does my heart so good. These teams don't like each other. You know, Victor Wembanyama does not like Chet Holmgren. And this is like old school NBA, where before everybody became friends and did commercials and had the same agents and hung out together and laughed and hugged after glasses and games and everything. Like, these teams don't do that. And I really like this. This is not fake. This is not made up. This is real animosity, and I don't know, I'd even maybe go so far as to say hatred between these two teams.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, because I do think that Wemby and Chet Holmgren are the two guys that everyone focuses on, given their history playing in the junior national teams all the way to now being in the NBA playoffs. But it extends further than that. Wemby doesn't like SGA either because he took that MVP that he wanted. And the thing that I love, to your point, I'm exactly the same as you. The fact that they don't hide it is so rare these days, and it makes this so fascinating. And I just came from a San Antonio shoot-around this morning ahead of Game 3, and we saw, everyone has seen, if you've been on social media at all, you have seen the way that OKC are grabbing and pulling and pushing and standing on the feet of Wemby. And I asked Julian Champagnie, when you see that on the floor, what are you seeing, and what does that mean you guys are going to do moving into Game 3? And he straight up said, we're going to fight back. And if they're going to push and grab and shove, we're going to do the exact same thing tonight, and we'll see where it lands. So I think the biggest storyline entering this game is, and nobody wants to enter a game saying, geez, I'm really curious what the officials do. But I think the way that they handle this is the big storyline coming into this game.
We're talking with Kane Pittman, who covers the NBA for ESPN, joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Veraldis and John Lund in today. I want to ask you just in general about Oklahoma City's play style. It feels like that they're setting the new standard in terms of not necessarily what you can get away with, but how physical you have to be, how much pace you have to play with in order to win basketball games in this day and age. How do you feel about the direction that is being led by Oklahoma City in terms of play style in today's NBA?
Well, I think it's interesting because I think if you go back to some of the great teams that we've seen, even in recent years, and I think about, the early 2000s Detroit team that played that San Antonio team in those NBA finals. I mean, that's kind of what great teams are. They are tough and they're physical, and they'll try and intimidate you. And we've seen a young San Antonio team that doesn't really look like they're intimidated by anything, but they push the boundaries. I don't know how you officiate this series because there is a foul on every single possession. There's guys on the floor. There's guys that are at lane violations, whatever it may be. So I think they embrace it. It's not just Lou Dort and Alex Caruso, but Hartenstein, we saw the way that he was getting his body into Wemby in this game. Cason Wallace, the list of guys that they have that play that style of basketball, they've put this group together that it's not just one or two guys. They go deep. They can play 10 players in this rotation. So I think that they embrace it. They did that last year in their postseason run. They were able to overwhelm teams. So whether or not it's enjoyable to watch or whether or not the internet likes this Thunder team, I don't get the sense that they care in the slightest. This is the way they play, and they're going to ask all the questions of the officials.
Kane, you just said you just came from Spurs shoot-around. De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper on the Spurs side, and then, of course, Jalen Williams, that hamstring pops up again with the Thunder. I can't remember a playoff in which so many star players were hurt and affected the outcome of so many different games. What is the status of all three of those players, and how do you think it'll affect this series?
Yeah, San Antonio this morning didn't give a lot away in terms of Harper and Fox. They're both going to be game time decisions coming into it. At the start of the series, it didn't sound like the De'Aaron Fox ankle was something that was going to keep him out for the long term. He did play the end of that series against Minnesota, but the longer this goes, particularly with the problems that Steph Castle has had turning over the ball against this defense, if he does not play tonight and Dylan Harper doesn't go, then it tells you that this is more serious than perhaps what they've given away, because they clearly need another ball handler. They're missing their point guard. And I want to give some credit to the great PJ Carlesimo, because he did give me this stat on the plane yesterday out to San Antonio. So in the 5 games that the Spurs played against OKC this season, De'Aaron Fox, 31 assists and 5 turnovers. So I know that Dylan Harper was great in that game 1 and played well beyond his 20 years of age. But I do think that what we've seen and what we will see if Fox isn't available is his value to this team as one of the more experienced guys and the point guard of the offense.
We're talking with ESPN's Kane Pittman, talking some NBA hoops here on this Friday. I want to ask you, based off of the play that we're seeing in the East, and more importantly, based off of these two teams in the West that just feel like juggernauts right now, do you think that either of the two remaining teams in the East has a chance against whoever comes out of the West in this finals?
I think the Knicks do, but I also think that the sooner that they can wrap up this series against Cleveland, and I do think that they'll win in, maybe it'll be 5 games. The Cavs might get one at home. I don't really trust that offense. We've seen they've been up and down right throughout the postseason so far. But I think that the Knicks and Mike Brown would be watching this series and loving every single second of it and hoping that it goes to Game 7, because the NBA Finals is pushed earlier this year as well. I believe that is due to obviously the World Cup going on at the same time. So the gap between what an eventual Game 7 would be in this Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals is only like 3 days. And at the end of Game 2, I was looking at the Spurs, and this is not something that I think that would run through their mind. But given the physical toll of this game and just looking at Wemby, and he looked like he was dragging his feet down the stretch of that game, I was almost like, with only 48 hours turnaround between these games, do you almost need to say, okay, well, we got the split. Let's get Wemby off and look after these guys and get them as much recovery as they can. So the biggest element of this is going to be the physical toll. And that might be the biggest reason why the Knicks, if they do get through, would be feeling good about an NBA Final Series matchup.
The other part of it for us locally, the Suns had a tremendous season, all things considered, going into the year. No more Kevin Durant, no more Bradley Beal. They move on from Mike Budenholzer. They got a group of guys that just worked hard, played hard, got to 45 wins, and it just felt like it didn't matter after a first-round sweep exit at the hands of Oklahoma City. From our perspective, is there any reason for hope that there will still be a chance in the West, or do you think that it's just locked up for the rest of the decade? It's going to be Spurs and Thunder going at it up until 2030.
Yeah, not necessarily locked up for the rest of the decade, but I totally understand if you're a Phoenix Suns fan that there's 2 ways to look at it. And I would imagine from the outside that the vibes around the fan base have come 180 degrees from where they were 12 months ago, when it seemed there was a lot of negativity around this team because they were highly watchable. And night in, night out, when you had a bunch of guys, and Jordan Ott spoke about it from your first press conference, about having guys that are going to be defense first, they're going to play hard, and they're going to be a team that the fans can be proud to watch. But the other element of that is, I never watched the Phoenix Suns this year believing that they were a team that could go on a run in the postseason. And when you are so limited with the first round picks that you don't have in the future years, it's going to make things challenging. So it means that you need to nail all the transactions you have. And to me, that's why this year coming up for Jalen Green is so big. I mean, you're talking about a guy with a $36 million player option next season. He's 24 years of age now. It was a real shame that we didn't get to see him play with any real consistency because of the hamstring early in the season. But you got to find out that might be the biggest storyline this year. You got to find out what type of player he is. Is he a guy that can actually step up and be a number 2 guy? And all of a sudden you're like, all right, we do have another guy alongside Devin Booker, or are you looking at a guy that could be a very good bench player, a Jordan Clarkson type player that can be 6th man of the year, a microwave scorer off the bench, but not necessarily a guy you want to be paying $40 million. So they're going to have to work around the fringes. It's highly challenging. This is obviously the fallout from bringing in all those superstars and trying to get over the hump. So I'm not sure. They are in a challenging position, but certainly they made the right move in going for a guy like Jordan Ott that has reset the culture in Phoenix.
Well, you brought him on to talk about the NBA, and we got the bonus of being able to also talk about college hoops because of the Aussie connection. It worked perfectly. Kane, you were great. Thanks so much for hopping on for a few, and have fun covering the Spurs and Thunder game tonight.
Fellas, anytime. Appreciate it.
That's Kane Pittman of ESPN joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. When we come back, we'll switch to the gridiron, talk about football. The Rams extended Matthew Stafford. Why? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis, and John Lund in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Have a great long Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Join us on Tuesday morning when we get back. We'll recap everything that goes down in the world of sports over the next few days. Don't miss a minute. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Man, that really makes me want to tune into that Tuesday Bickley and Ramada shows. Bick sounded so energized for the Tuesdays. Like, there's a lot to discuss. Let's go.
Selling it, man.
Love it. Mitch Ferreldis and John Lund in for Wolf and Luke today. We're jokingly calling it the John and Mitch show. And if at any point you hear the John and Mitch show, just know, no, everything's fine. It's just one day. Yeah. Wolf and Luke aren't here. They'll be back.
I know. In media, it's like, what happened?
Yeah. I don't want people freaking out about that. But for right now, maybe this is something to freak out about. I don't know. At least from a Cardinals fan perspective. Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams agreed to a contract extension yesterday. It is for 1 year and could be up to $60 million. It's $55 for sure, and then $5 million earnable in incentives. I wonder how much of that is guaranteed, but either way. So he's now the quarterback for this year and next year. And on the surface level, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Very much makes sense. Just won the MVP, just got the team to the NFC Championship last season, last couple of seasons in the last 3. They've been a juggernaut since Matthew Stafford has been there. So this is a deserved payday just on the surface level.
Yeah. Now, where it comes in and where it gets really interesting and where I think the Rams completely blew it. And I think that's great because they do almost everything right. But I wouldn't have taken Ty Simpson. I don't even think he's that good of a quarterback.
Yeah.
Plus, there's going to be quarterbacks who will want to go to LA for LA and play for Sean McVay. So there's no reason to panic and jump the gun on this. But what happens with a first-round pick, for those who don't know, you get 5 years. You get that extra year. You get 4 years plus the option year. Well, now Simpson's going to sit there for 2 years minimum, and then the conflict is going to happen. Because if you're the Rams, before you give him that fifth-year option, you're going to want a couple of seasons to see him play. Now Matthew Stafford's got a timeline, and it's 2 years. But here's the thing, as you just said. He's going to be 40. Well, Aaron Rodgers, at least to me, doesn't look like he takes care of himself all that well. He's not Tom Brady. And he's 42 and he's still playing. Not all that well, but he's still playing. Brady played to 45. Stafford's got a gun still attached to his shoulder. So I think in 2 years, he's still going to be good. So what happens if Stafford is still that good and the Rams say, well, we got to take a look at Ty Simpson? That's where it's going to be like, huh?
It's funny because Chris Canty took a similar point that you had, essentially phrasing it from the Stafford perspective, which is, hey, sorry we took Ty Simpson. Here's some extra money.
We just want to make sure that you're happy because we know what we didn't maximize your window to contend for a title before you retire. That's what this is about to me. This is Lesney saying, hey, man, you're coming off of an MVP year. We're planning for the future. We're going to use one of the 2 first-round picks that we entered the offseason with on trading for an all-pro corner, but then we're also going to use one of those first-round picks on a quarterback of the future, neither of which directly helps you. So we're going to make you feel better about that approach by giving you $60 million.
Which, I've never made anywhere close to that kind of money in my life. But I think $60 million would make me feel good at night, at least if that was guaranteed over a year's time.
But I think, look, all this kumbaya stuff that they tried to sell us during the draft, that Sean McVay was okay with it and that Matthew Stafford's okay with it, they're not. And the reason you know is because Matthew Stafford's wife sent the text to Ty Simpson. Matthew Stafford never did. Hey, welcome to the team.
They made poor Kelly the mediator.
Right.
Like, oh, Matthew's very excited.
He's very
to see
busy.
you.
He cannot text you right now, but I'm texting you to say welcome to the Rams. So that tells
It's like
you
if
right
you're
there.
in middle school and you send your friend to go tell the other person that you like them.
Yeah. Like, hey, he didn't send the text, okay? That's totally 100% accurate. So we like it because here we sit in the division and there could be conflict at some point.
Yes.
Plus, the other side of it is not that the Cardinals are in this position, but more so Seattle or the 49ers, which is Devontae Adams is older. And you could have used a receiver. Your right tackle just retired. You could have used a right tackle. There could have been things. The thing that really scares me about this is we're hearing these things. Now, look, maybe A.J. Brown is going to the Patriots and it's done. I'll ask Diana Rossini. But the reality of it is that A.J. Brown could be a Ram and kind of undo this bad first-round pick, at least in my opinion, because now all of a sudden you've got him, and that scares me.
Well, I think, in fairness, they did also use a first-round pick to get Trent McDuffie, who's one of the better corners in the entire league. Kind of mix and match slot outside, but then they also got Jalen Watson in free agency. So they addressed an area of need in other ways by getting two of the Chiefs' best corners and just making them Rams. Their offense was already good the way it was last year, even with all the changes that they had to make. I mean, you could ask Mike LaFleur about them. He was one of the big proponents. Wolf and I talked about it yesterday of changing them to a 12 and 13 personnel team when they were dealing with injuries. They've got an uber talented number one receiver who is becoming a bit of a head case, like a literal Ram, and just banged his head against the wall too many times. But I think it doesn't really matter what they do because the key pieces that are going to make that engine run are the guy that's slinging the rock and the guy that's talking into his headset. And those two guys are still there for this Rams team.
Yeah. Look, they're still good. I think they've overtaken Seattle. I think the McDuffie move was a great move. I just think that your job is to win championships. And if it was Cleveland, no quarterback in their right mind's going to Cleveland, but I'm just going to throw out a name.
Oh, except if you're Deshaun Watson.
Well, of course. And they're going to give you $230 million guaranteed reasons.
Yeah, it's a good reason.
But I'm just throwing it out, not that it's happening, but okay, Joe Burrow's disgruntled in Cincinnati and says, I want out. Where does he think he wants to go? He wants to go to L.A. Where does any quarterback want to go? L.A.'s the town they want to go to, and Sean McVay's the coach they want to play for.
Yeah.
The Rams didn't have to do this because any quarterback that became disenchanted of a situation would just say, I want to go to the Rams. That's what Stafford did. They could have done that again. They really didn't have to do this.
And also Stafford was dealing with several losing seasons, and the Rams were right on the doorstep and then fell apart in the biggest game. So there was understanding there, where at least Burrow, who coincidentally was on the other side of that Rams Super Bowl win a few years ago, has at least tasted that success with regularity. It just hasn't led to the ultimate prize. But I get what you're saying about that. Also, news coming out of yesterday really quickly. I was flabbergasted when I saw that Joe Shane got a contract extension, the Giants general manager, who, as Bernsey joked yesterday, just goes and fetches John Harbaugh's coffee. What is the point of this? What are you accomplishing here?
Well, here's the other thing, too, and this really a little bit plays into Jacoby Brissett. You have to have leverage normally to get a contract. Well, what kind of leverage does he have? And here's the other thing, too. John, he's the luckiest man alive because I believe that the Giants are going to be a playoff team next year. They had another great draft. I think they're good. They got the quarterback in place. And John Harbaugh has already changed culture there. I heard Jackson Dart talk about the other day. So this guy's just going to be along for the coattails. But why would you extend him? You didn't have to. He had no leverage whatsoever.
I mean, unless they're just, this is like, hey, you drafted Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo and Malik Neighbors. Like, you drafted our future. We should at least reward you for it.
Right.
But it just seems silly because Harbaugh literally went out of his way to ensure that he had more power. I don't know. It's stupid. I wasn't floored. I was just like, what?
Everybody was like, huh? Because you went from a guy who was essentially going to be fired and maybe should have been when the head coach was let go. And now, like I said, I think he's going to ride coattails and he's going to be able to be there for a while, not because he's so great, but because John Harbaugh is going to change the organization.
The Devils are going to London. And guess what? You could too. You can win a trip for two to see ASU take on Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium with Royal Box seats, sideline passes, airfare from Phoenix, and a 4-star hotel stay. Listen for daily trivia keywords to enter. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. When we come back, we'll go through the top sports stories of the day. Rick will step in with Wolfing Down Your Lunch next on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. And some absolutely awful news came down yesterday. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, a 3-time Cup Series winner at Phoenix Raceway, passed away at the age of 41. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on this Friday, live in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's time now to catch up on the top sports stories of the day. And for that, we bring in Rick. What's up, Rick? How are we doing?
What's up? There are a lot of questions going into the 2026 Arizona Cardinals season, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can vote on at arizonasports.com. It asks, which of these Cardinals offseason storylines is most important for the franchise? Who will be the number 2 safety to Budda Baker? The development of Will Johnson in year 2, or Michael Wilson following up his breakout season?
Do you want to go first on that, John?
No, probably.
Or do you want me to go first?
Go ahead.
I think of those, it would be Wilson.
Yeah.
Only because, I would hate to see a guy who followed up a 1,000-yard season and do like 500, 600, and maybe that's personnel based. I don't know. But the other two, it just seems more like open competition. Will Johnson has shown some already strong performances in year 1. Wolf and I talked about that yesterday. Number 2 safety to Budda. That could just be a competition. It could just go to Rabbit. Who knows? They brought in Andrew Wingard as well. But Wilson kind of cemented himself as the number 1 guy last year. So I want to see that continue.
Yeah, and I don't know if he'll get to those numbers again. 1,000 is not huge anymore. But I think it's huge because I think he is going to sign a contract, and he's going to want to live up to it. We played the cut a little bit earlier. He was kind of being evasive a little bit. But plus, I just think it's big for the Cardinals. Because if they're going to win games this year, hopefully defensively they'll be better. At times last year it was so atrocious. But no matter who's behind center, maybe it's Carson back, so maybe you could limit that a little bit. But who has better young talent than the Cardinals? I'm taking the quarterback out. Running back, the 2 wide receivers, the tight end, those kind of skill guys, they've got to start showing together that they can be reckoned with offensively. And you hired an offensive head coach, so there shouldn't be an excuse.
So we're going with Wilson on that one, Rick.
All right. I will vote Michael Wilson following up breakout season. That is the leader, 44%. Development of Will Johnson in year 2, 41%. And who will be the number 2 safety to Budda is third at 14%. The Arizona Diamondbacks won their 5th straight game yesterday on a Corbin Carroll walk-off. Over his last 7 games, the Predator is batting .385 with a .515 on-base percentage and an .846 slugging percentage.
That's pretty good.
How important has he been to their turnaround?
Oh, very nice. I knew it.
See,
I
it's
knew
funny.
we could not do without that.
It's funny. We talked about it earlier. He's been so steady all year that he hasn't necessarily garnered the proper attention that he deserves because he's actually playing better than most of the stars across the league have to start the year. Like, he's hitting better than Ohtani is right now, but Ohtani gets all the attention because he's Shohei Ohtani. He doesn't hit as many home runs as Aaron Judge, but he's 5th in OPS to start the season. I'm not going to say it's all him, but him remaining constant in that lineup has been pivotal for them to get back into the thick of things in what has been a very daunting National League to start the year.
If I was ranking, because everybody loves to rank,
list broadcasting, as
rank Mount Rushmore. I would put the starting pitching. The reason why they're back where they are, starting pitching is number one, and then it's hard to pick one guy out of a lineup because there have been some guys that have really surprised. But as we saw last night, he's just clutch.
It's clutch. He had the force out that resulted in the first run. He had the walk-off hit the night prior. He's had a couple of home runs in the last few games. He's been swinging a good stick right now.
All right, I'll turn down the upbeat music for this last part. Some absolutely awful news came down yesterday. NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, who won 3 Cup Series races at Phoenix Raceway. I happened to be at one of them in 2018 in a playoff race, passed away at the age of 41. How will you guys remember the great Kyle Busch?
It's just a really weird timeline, too, because I remember seeing the story where it was phrased as severe illness and why he had to withdraw from the upcoming race. And then for hours later to be resulting in the news that he passed. He is going to be remembered as one of the greatest drivers that NASCAR has ever seen. Like, he's one of the winningest drivers that they've had. Such a polarizing figure, I'd say, in the NASCAR world too. Gone way, 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 way too soon.
Well, 41 is really young, and if you had told me that he passed at 41, I was surprised by that number. I met him one time. Somebody really not smart put me in charge of a radio station one time at ESPN, and that's not my vibe. And so, but they did. And I flew to Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I met him and a number of guys because the sport is the most friendly to fans, and number 2 is not even close. And it's amazing. Those guys are down. I know why people love it, because those guys are down to earth. They don't act bigger than the fans. In fact, they interact so well with the fans. But if people haven't heard, and maybe it's just people don't want to, the transmissions from his last race, and he did say after the race, you never know when it's going to be your last. And then he had a transmission.
Just eerie.
It was so wild. And then he said, I need a doctor to meet me. I'm having, basically like a head cold. And then for this to turn into what has happened here, honestly, we've seen shocking deaths, the Hank Gathers and the different
Kobe
ones.
Bryant.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant. I remember that morning because I was flying out to the Super Bowl, actually. That was shocking.
Yeah.
But in the way that this guy was just here, and he just won a race, and his son just had his 11th birthday, and he just was on transmissions, because you have such the ability to listen to these guys now. And for them to basically, and then they interviewed him after that because they heard on the transmission. So people asked him, and they said, "What's going on?" And he's like, just a head cold. It'll be fine. Just sinus, this, that. And then he's gone?
Yeah. It's just shocking to me. I'm a big NASCAR fan, and he was just such a force in the sport, I will say, because he had such a legion of fans and such a legion of haters. But I think both sides are coming together right now to realize how important he was, and that even like if you didn't like him, you loved having him because he was the perfect villain. So
plus it's weird. Like these guys like Dale Earnhardt will die on the track. And that's tragic. But that's not even what he did. He's in this profession that is, high risk, but that's not what
people don't really die on the track anymore. Like that doesn't really happen.
It's wild, man. It's just the whole situation. We're going to get more information on what happened here.
Yeah.
But we just heard from him like just a couple of days ago, and it was like
he was on Pat McAfee earlier this week.
And he's a big fan of them. They're a fan of his, and it's the guy was just here and saying it was a cold, and then all of a sudden it turned into this. Like this is going to get weird.
Yeah.
Indy 500 is this weekend. Obviously, one of the biggest races in NASCAR year to year. Rest in peace, Kyle Busch. Gone way too soon.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London.
London.
Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
It's that time. Got to quiz one of you lucky listeners, watchers out there. Chance to get an additional 50 entries into our Devils in London sweepstakes. Your chance to see the Sun Devils play Kansas in London, and so much more. All you have to do right now, one caller, need the answer to this British-related trivia question. What famous character was played by actor Rowan Atkinson? I'll say it again. What famous character was played by actor Rowan Atkinson? 602-260-9870. One caller. You know the answer. Call in. We'll quiz you on it. 602-260-9870. We'll come back and quiz our lucky caller on that next here on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score. And Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 v. the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
The time has come. Here on the Wolf and Luke Show from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, we want to give another person an additional 50 entries into our Devils in London sweepstakes. We are now bringing on the second Jesse to ever speak on the Wolf and Luke Show. Well, maybe not ever, but at least today. Jesse in Goodyear is on line 1. Jesse, are you ready to be quizzed?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to read you the question again. Give it a nice little pause for suspense, and then you give us your answer. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Your question is, what famous character was played by actor Rowan Atkinson?
Is it Mr. Bean?
That's a very smart man right there. Let's go. Love Mr. Bean. Are you a big fan of Mr. Bean, perchance?
What was that again? Sorry about that.
Are you a big fan of Mr. Bean,
He was
perchance?
celebrating.
I do like the silly comedy, yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, we hope that you get a chance to potentially see some Mr. Bean in person. Who knows? Maybe Rowan is just floating around in London. Congrats, you got the question right. We've got an additional 50 entries for you into our Devils in London sweepstakes. Stay on the line. We'll make sure that we've got all your information correct before we let you go. Now, congrats to Jesse. Not you, Jesse, but Jesse in Goodyear. If you
was
want,
confused.
I know.
Glad you
I
straightened that
didn't
out.
mean to. It's scary. Now, if you want the chance to enter into our Devils in London sweepstakes, you still can. Starting right now, go to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com, and for the next hour, you can enter the keyword BEAN. B-E-A-N. BEAN is your keyword for the next hour. This is Devils in London, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Oh, that's a good one. If Wolf was here, he'd be waxing some poetic about the tunnel, I'm sure. Do you have any tunnel time stories you want to squeeze in here, John?
I have a good
Smearing the
AC/DC
eye
story,
black?
though.
Ooh,
I did
okay.
see AC/DC in concert. I may have been overserved. I may have also had other chemicals in my body. And I remember I was down low, and they were playing Highway to Hell.
Ooh.
And so everyone's chanting, Highway to Hell. And there's these red lights flashing. And I turned to my friend and I said, we might be in hell. I'm not sure. True story. I was like, I just am here and I don't know. And, Angus Young is doing his thing. Great show. Great concert.
Brian
Highly.
Johnson or...
No, not Bon Scott.
Not Bon Scott?
But Brian Johnson, and he
Okay.
was really good. And
Which era of AC/DC do you prefer, though?
Probably Bon Scott. Nothing against Brian Johnson. It's just Bon Scott is like, if you're going to talk about lead singers, like great, the perfect American Idol type that put it all together, incredible.
Yeah, that's a good point. For me, you really can't go wrong, but I grew up on the Back in Black album. But that's
one of the best of all time.
So many great tracks.
I mean,
on that
they
album.
sound pretty much the same. So.
Yeah, they do.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I
get a sense you're not an AC/DC guy. I know
I'm
your
a big
tone.
AC/DC guy.
Brian Johnson and Bon Scott do not sound that similar.
Yeah, I think they sound of any band that's changed its lead singer, they've done it the best.
Yeah, Brian Johnson's good. It's just Bon Scott was kind of like a different level,
I agree with that, but I also think they do sound.
What about the
pretty
gentleman
similar.
who tours with Journey? Because Steve Perry,
He
unfortunately,
sounds
can't
a
perform
lot
anymore.
like Steve Perry.
They just don't look a whole lot alike.
No, they don't.
I saw him in Vegas one time, and he was just jetting around, and I was like, cool, it's good.
Dude can move.
Yeah, dude
He's got
can
some
move.
pipes too.
Yeah.
All
very
right.
Good.
We're gonna fantasize here for a second. And there was a story earlier in the week, I think you shared it in your notes, about the Diamondbacks being at least perceived right now as potential sellers come trade deadline. What if they weren't? What if they were trade buyers? And I'm going to set this up by bringing up a couple of tweets that I saw yesterday. First, courtesy of John Heyman. Tarek Skubal trade chances are rising. 1, Tigers have lost 14 of the 16 last 5 games out of a wild card spot. 2, Tigers have 5 starting pitchers on the injured list. 3, Skubal's progressing since elbow scope. 4, Tigers' chances to extend him are nil. That's the first one. Second tweet from Bob Nightingale. Question is not when Detroit Tigers 2-time Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal will return, but how long he will actually remain a Tiger when he does return. Tigers are 20-31, swept in a 4-game series to Cleveland, 9.5 games out, 2-14 since Skubal went on the IL. So similarly phrased tweets with the same idea. And I'm wondering, is it worthwhile for the Diamondbacks to kick the tires, to reach out to Detroit and say, hey, is this Scott Harris? Yeah, we would like to acquire Tarek Skubal. What is it going to take? Would you bother?
I would 100% do it because a couple of years ago, we know this, in 2023 they win 84 and they go to the World Series. Well, what do you need to win a World Series? Well, you need at least 2 really, really good pitchers. I would even say aces. Well, Corbin Burns hopefully can come back and be that. Mm-hmm. And then you add Tarek Skubal and you're in a 7-game series and then you add the rest of this. I understand that some people may go, if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to invest like that, I'm going to do offense. But Skubal being a guy who's from Arizona, not only could you get him now, maybe you could get him in the future. Now, I get it. Ken Kendrick's going to go, whoa, he may have to move some salary long term. But short term, if the Tigers are going to call, and here, this will be actually your advantage. He's up at the end of the year.
Yep.
So you're not going to have to give up what you would long term. Yeah, look, D-backs fans are not going to hear this. Ryan Waldschmidt would have to be a part of it. But you're not gonna have to give up what you'd have to if this was long term.
Now, it would also be after the first-year player draft, which I believe is next month.
Yeah.
They could easily just part with whoever they drafted in the first round of that draft. We've seen that in recent years many a times. I'm wondering, could you get away with headlining this package with Brandon Pfaadt, who's under control for the next couple of years? He's obviously been off to a shaky start this year, but maybe it's him. Maybe it's one of those talented outfielders or talented prospects you have. It's Waldschmidt, or do you go like Slade Caldwell, or do you just throw in whoever you have this year? Like, is it worth it to sacrifice the good things that you've seen from some of these young guys and maybe give Brandon a fresh opportunity elsewhere? Like, is that worthwhile to you to get potentially just 2 months of Skubal?
That part's scary. If he wasn't a local guy where you might be able to get him, and I know he's going to cost a boatload of money, so if you're Ken Kendrick, if you're the organization, you have to do this, I think, with the idea that you're going to sign him. But remember, there are 2 great pitchers, when healthy, in this league. One is Paul Skeens and one is Tarek Skubal. That's the list.
Yep.
And if you can acquire him and he's in being a semi-hometown but home state kind of a guy, I think that's the kind of thing that you do, because if you add him to Burns, now can you afford it? But if you add him to Burns and that's your top 2, now when you went up against, let's play Fantasyland. If we're going to do it, let's do it full out. If you go up against the Dodgers and you have those 2 guys, you can win those 2 games.
Yeah, if there's anybody to counter a top of the order that's got a ton of lefties in Ohtani and Freeman and Tucker, I think Skubal would be the guy that I would want at the top of that order, right? Buster Olney was on, was it just SportsCenter earlier? Yeah, he was on SportsCenter earlier today. He wrote a piece for ESPN about potential trade rumblings, headlined by Tarek Skubal. This is what Olney had to say about the possibility of him being dealt at the deadline.
100%. Look, the Tigers have been terrible so far, largely because of injuries. They just got swept by the Cleveland Guardians. They're 9.5 games behind Cleveland in the American League Central. And Tarek Skubal's coming back very quickly from this elbow procedure he had recently. He threw in the bullpen yesterday. He finished. He told reporters that he feels great. I've heard folks in the Tigers organization speculate he could be back sometime in mid-June. But if the Tigers don't turn it around in a hurry, then they will be talking with other teams before the August 3rd deadline. And you wonder what a Cubs rotation would look like if Skubal were part of that. Or how about the Dodgers, who are not afraid of paying big prices for big stars at the deadline?
Now, to your point,
smack you right in the face for saying Dodgers.
Starting pitching has won World Series before. The Nationals, I think, famously going and paying for Strasburg, going and paying for Scherzer, going and paying for Patrick Corbin. Right. That seemed to work out. How about the Dodgers last year, who won World Series games because Yoshinobu Yamamoto pitched in like 5 of those games, basically pitching out of the bullpen. Blake Snell was dominant in the postseason as well. I just love this, too, from the aspect of you got a chance, you got a really talented offense. Why not support it with a really talented pitching staff? And if it is only for 2 months, okay, you have a chance to sign him in free agency. He obviously has connections to Arizona, went to Holbrook High School, or not Holbrook High School, excuse me, Kingman Academy High School. He is good buddies with Devin Booker, who's got the Detroit connection there, works out here in the offseason outside of Florida. Like, this would be awesome to bring him in. And it would add to a rotation that, to your point, is getting Corbin Burns back, has had an excellent start to the season from guys like Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Soroka. You're getting really good outings from Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson right now. Like, why not glut a little bit, you know? This is the place to glut.
And I think, too, here's what the team has to do, and general managers tell you this all the time. They have to earn it. So if they get to this point, and you just heard Buster Olney say middle of June, then your trade deadline is coming up within, 6 weeks? Very nice. Very nice. So he's going to come back. It's going to be about a month from trade deadline. If, again, I'm the front office or I'm Ken Kendrick, I tell my people, look, if you get us in a position where we feel like not just that we can make the playoffs, that's not good enough to take a chance on a guy who could leave you and you're going to give up some decent prospects here,
right?
And pay that money potentially. This has to be a long-term thing that we talked to Skubal, and he would at least be open to it. I don't have to get a guarantee, but he has to be open to it. And the second part is my team has to be not only good enough to make the playoffs, but Burns comes back and is looking, all these kind of situations are happening, and I really feel like I can beat the Dodgers or I can beat the Braves. That's what it has to be.
Speaking of contractual situations, you're fired up about this idea of Jacoby Brissett wanting more money. And you're going to tell us why you're fired up about it next on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Veraldis, John Lund, in for Wolf and Luke today on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ferris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? What prevented you guys from having success?
At the end of the day, we're here to win. I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I mean, I love the guys that we had the last 2 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now. I just think that it's on the players. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No, we just have to go. Like, there's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have, 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. To learn learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the notable protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the Spurs-Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
We're still holding out hope that the current holdout of Jacoby Brissett will end soon. Not that I don't want this to be phrased the wrong way, John Lund, Mitch for all this, and for Wolf and Luke today. I don't want this to be phrased the wrong way, but I think this is just a very silly holdout to be happening right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I understand it from Jacoby's perspective. He wants to get paid like he's the presumed starter. The assumption is that he's going to be the starter, and I think his guarantee is at like $1 million, but he's got some incentives on his deal if he plays a certain amount. And in my mind, I'm just like, just pay him those incentives up front. Just do that, get it done with. And for whatever reason, we seemingly are still at a standstill when it comes to Jacoby Brissett versus Cardinals.
Well, it's really confusing because, and I know you guys have had this conversation. I was listening to you guys talking about it yesterday, but as I was thinking about it, he does not have any leverage. And if he had an agent, I think an agent would sit down with him and say, look, Jacoby, just go in. Now, there's one thing that is very important here that I think people are forgetting. There's not a game till September. So does he have to be here? No. But where he's really doing himself a disservice is this is a new offense. And what you're allowing is that Carson Beck is going to be able to learn this offense. And if we're all being honest here, the Cardinals will never say it, but if they're being honest, probably the number one thing, even above wins this year, is to see if Carson Beck can play. Because if he can, then they don't have to use probably a high pick next year on a quarterback, and it's going to be a great 2027 class. So the Cardinals actually, Jacoby, are liking that you're gone because it allows them to get a bigger look at Carson Beck. They want to develop Carson Beck or draft a quarterback next year, and we know what you are. And Jacoby will sit here and say, I'm a starting quarterback. No, you're not. You're a backup quarterback who just because of circumstances is a starting quarterback. So I understand that you're even underpaid from a backup standpoint. Oh, by the way, if you look at the numbers of Gardner Minshew, they're the Superman meme. They're the same guy. So he's
Spider-Man technically, but that's
what did I say?
Superman.
Sorry, Spider-Man. I screwed that up. Spider-Man.
It's okay.
I'm an idiot. The Spider-Man meme is you and Gardner Minshew. You have the same numbers all the way down to your record, which shouldn't count as a quarterback. The 1-11 should be irrelevant. But they count that to quarterbacks. You're not a starter. You don't have leverage. The team didn't win when you're there. Congratulations, you got the ball to Michael Wilson and you got it to McBride, which a lot of quarterbacks could do. If I was talking, you're right, Kyler didn't. But if I was asking, if I was sitting in a room with him, and I don't want to offend him, but he doesn't have an agent, I'd say, why should we give you the money? And I don't know what he could say back to me to compel me. And here's another thing people are forgetting. This is not a cheap quarterback room because Kyler Murray is taking all this money.
Yep.
So it's not like the Cardinals want to throw more money at a quarterback room that might be the second or third worst in the NFL. He has no leverage.
Here's the breakdown as far as, if I'm reading this correctly on Spot Track. $1.5 million guaranteed by the 5th league day of 2026, which is long past. That was back in March. So 1.5 guaranteed this year. He has a per game active bonus of $30,000 per game. That could be as much as $510,000. Can we just throw that in? Let's pretend. All right, $510,000. Let's just put that on the table right now. He has playing time incentives that are non-cumulative. If he plays in 50% of the games in 2026, he gets $1 million. Can we just throw that in? Okay, so now we're at another 1.5. Now we're up to $3 million this year. He gets another $2 million if he plays in 65% of the games this year. All right, let's throw that in. Now we're up to $5 million this season, and you're getting just about as much as they're paying Gardner Minshew right now. Is that fine? Like, if you're Jacoby Brissett, is that enough for you? Or are you asking for more than that, and that's why there's this holdup? Because I feel like if you just guarantee these incentives and these bonuses, we could just call it quits and call it a day. Like, I think at the same time, Jacoby has to be smart enough to know that they've now drafted somebody else. They've signed another veteran. There's no guarantee that I'm going to start all these games. And maybe that's the biggest reason why he's holding out in the first place.
Well, and to be completely honest, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm starting to look for trades. I'm starting to say, what can we get for him? Because the difference between he and Minshew, I think, is minuscule. I mean, he's better than him. There's no doubt. But what I really want is I want to see if Carson Beck can play. If I'm a fan, I want that. If I'm the organization, I want that. I drafted the kid in the 3rd round. And I understand that guys are going to say, like I heard Jack Gibbons say this yesterday, hey, man, we can surprise people, everything else. That's fine. That's how you should feel as a player. But the reality is, given the schedule and how it lays out and all these different things, they're not going to be a very good football team. They're going to win 3 or 4 games, probably. That puts you at the top of drafting a really good quarterback, whether it be Arch or Dante Moore or any of these guys. So you're not the long term. And I'm speaking of Jacoby, you're not the long-term solution. Mm-hmm. You're not the short-term solution because that's going to be Carson Beck. And I have a guy that is remarkably similar to you. So what you described financially is accurate and right, But if I'm a businessman, and a lot of these owners are businessmen, and you're saying to me, give me this, give me this, give me this, and I think to myself, you still have to give me, as a businessman, a compelling reason to just hand that money to you, and I don't see what it is. I have a similar player. You're not my short-term. You're not my long-term. You didn't win games. Why should I give you the money? And I don't know if he could come up with a compelling enough reason to say, this is why.
There's the other aspect, too, that Kellen and I talked about on our night show on Wednesday. You could just do right by the guy that has seemingly built up a lot of goodwill through other organizations and throughout the league. I mean, think about how glowingly some of the guys on this team talked about him last year and like what the impact he made. Like that could be the other part of it too, is like, why are the Cardinals holding on to this or holding this grudge of not paying this guy who seemingly just took the reins of their operations, even though they only won one game. They didn't score at least 30 points in any games. I don't know. It just seems stupid. This whole thing. Yeah. For both sides. Like,
but here's
figure it out.
The last thing is that if the Cardinals are going to do something and it was as simplistic as what you said, and I think you're right, then they would have done it, right? So there's got to be another hook here that we're not that one of the sides is hung up on.
Coming up next, how would you like to play an operation-based game where you try to take the ball from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Well, one member of the Phoenix Suns did. We'll tell you how it went next. Wolf and Luke Show, Mitch and John in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London. The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Enjoy your holiday weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday morning. Will the D-backs still be rolling? And will we have a clearer picture of who's going to be in the NBA Finals? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's call it Dylan's Villain Summer. Does that work for you?
Yes.
So yesterday... Actually, I should reset it. So, Dylan Brooks' timeline as far as garnering attention is concerned. He has the Players Tribune piece that comes out a little before the season ends, talking about nobody wants to play the Suns in the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, that one didn't translate as well for Dylan or the Suns. Then he spotted courtside at Game 4, I believe it was, of the Lakers and Thunder series, yucking below the basket, watching LeBron shoot free throws. He's got the iced out look going on. Yeah. And then there was this yesterday, and this is about 50 seconds, and I think it translates relatively well. He's trying out a new at-home game, courtesy of the folks at Underdog Fantasy.
What's up, y'all? It's the Villain. I got something to reveal from Underdog. Unethical hoops. Fine. So let me open this up. All right, how we set up. Let's see what the board looks like. Head snap. A lot of people do that. Hook. That's James Harden's move. Push off. Try this. You know I don't foul. All right. So that's a foul. So you see that red? Oh, foul. Next player's turn. Get yours when you come out at unethicalsports.com and play your game with your friends and family and get reacquainted with the new foul beating from the Villain. Hell yeah. Get the foul call. Tweet.
So if you can't tell what the buzzery noise sound is in the background, I'm dropping the link to the video in our YouTube chat, and then I just reposted it on my X account. But he's playing an Operation-style board game.
Exactly.
That it can't straightforward say it, but it's a basketball player that looks like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with different spots where you try to pull the bone out or you try to pull the apple out, whatever, like an operation.
Like the game Operation.
But it's all
not
basketballs.
a naked guy, it's Shai.
Yeah, and every time you touch the outer part of the rim, it buzzes. It's like, oh, you fouled him. I just thought it was a good gimmick, and he's continuing what I'm now calling Villain Summer for Dylan, and that was fun yesterday to see that.
It was awesome. Anybody who's played that game, like you could hear the buzz there, where except instead of bones in there, it had like basketballs, and so you got to take the basketball out.
It's got a little hand tweezers,
and
right?
Then, like a lot of people have played that game. He has leaned into this role maybe better than anybody. I'm not saying he's the greatest sports villain of all time, because I think there's better. But for him to go to L.A. with the grill and be all iced out and laughing at LeBron, to come out with this, and for those who don't know, SGA is a friend of his, but regardless, it's gone too far. This whole thing is ridiculous. That's funny, whoever came up with the concept. And now he's just like, it's the villain. Like, he just, he's rolling with this.
It is who I am. The Villain Night T-shirts, and he drops 40. Like, this has been a really good year, calendar to calendar, for Dillon Brooks, I would say. Maybe, I don't want to go as far as to say, like, it was his best year ever, but it feels like this was a very notable year for Dillon in a lot of aspects.
Well, what he's doing, too, is even though he's the villain, he's kind of on the people's side because everybody is sick of Oklahoma City. People do not like watching this kind of a game.
Yeah.
And what's starting to happen is it's permeating throughout the league. So, for example, like when Jordan's Bulls were dominating, it was the dunks on SportsCenter. When Curry's Warriors were dominating, it was the long three, and it changed the game. Now what's starting to happen is it's not only Shea doing it, and it makes it aesthetically just not watchable, but all Oklahoma City does it. Now everybody in other series, Jalen Brunson did it last night. It's like, stop the flop. Like, it has to stop. So then to have Dillon do this from a timing standpoint, almost, even though he is a villain and a lot of people have not liked him, it's a villain that's now on the side of the people, that actually people are rooting for the villain. That makes sense.
The other thing that we want to talk about with the Suns is the two headlining phrases seemingly from the Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory press conference that happened, what was it, the beginning of this month, some time ago, very short time ago, I should say, is continuity and player development. Two things that, okay, that's fine. I'm good with that being the branding of a team that surprised everybody, won 45 games, has a lot of likable dudes on the roster. The problem is in order to sustain that continuity, they have to re-sign Jordan Goodwin. They have to re-sign Colin Gillespie. Both of those guys are unrestricted free agents. They have a decision to make on Mark Williams, who's a restricted free agent, so they have a little more flexibility with him. And then it's how much opportunities are you going to give your young guys? Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming. Does Kobe Brea see some opportunities here and there? Josh Bartelstein, who's the president and CEO of the Suns and Mercury, was with Burns and Gamble yesterday and was asked if that is true or if we should buy into the fact that the Suns could be having a quiet offseason. Here's what he had to say.
I like that. It hasn't been quiet the last couple of years, so quiet this year would be good, but that would be in a good way because you know what? We really like our team. We like the guys on our team. Obviously, it's all voluntary workouts now, but all of our guys, no matter where they are in the country, are in the gym working out. That's almost unheard of at this time of the year. But we got a bunch of guys who are obsessed with basketball and want to get better. So, yeah, the best development we can have is the Kamans and the Rasheers growing and developing, getting stronger, but not just those two. Like, we think, obviously, Colin Gillespie's a free agent, but we want to find a way to bring him back here, but he can get a lot better. And I know Book's going to work on his game and Dillon. So we got a bunch of self-starters. Of course, we look for opportunities. We got a second-round pick, but I think you're going to see a lot of familiar faces back on the court next year.
Did you notice one name that he didn't say?
What did you notice?
He didn't say Jalen Green. He didn't say the development of Jalen Green, which if I'm a Suns fan and I'm keeping continuity, that's the number one player that needs to develop. And he didn't use his name. And oh, by the way, if you're not going to trade Book, which Matt Ishbia has emphatically said he's
close the door, close the window, put it in a locked safe. All
so
that's
how. Okay, I'll believe him. But he didn't. But we didn't hear Jalen Green's name, and then that's the player. Then, if you want to change your team, could change your team at least of the players that you're willing to move.
It's a good point. And when we had Kane Pittman with ESPN on earlier, he had emphasized that it was going to be a big year for Jalen Green. And I think the fan base, with the way that we locally talk about this Suns team, we kind of go back to Jalen Green as if they're going to get better, it's either with him and because of him, or it's without him because they were able to move off of him and find somebody else to better fit a role for this team. Because right now, based off of what we saw, and it wasn't a large sample size, I understand that. I'm not sure what it's going to look like or if it is successful enough with the way that the league is right now. And, you know, we talked about it earlier about how the Spurs and Thunder just feels like they're the juggernauts right now. Like, how are you getting past that? Can you have a team that is currently constructed the way it is right now with the flaws that we've seen from the Suns this past season that can get you where you want to go? And as silly as it seems to be skeptical about this Matt Ishbia team again, I'm going to be skeptical about this Matt Ishbia team again. I don't think it's enough to get to a championship level team.
I agree with you. There has to be a big move. If you want to get out of the play-in, tell me the team. San Antonio and Oklahoma City are going to be at the top for a long time.
Yep.
Houston, the Lakers. Clippers get the 5 pick. Utah is going to be better. Dallas is going to be better. Portland's new owner is a dumpster fire, so I'm not sure where that team is going. But my point is at the top, and I didn't even mention Denver, at the top of the Western Conference, it's stacked. If your thought is, and every team's thought should be player development and our players will get better. I get that. But from the Suns' perspective, if you want to catch the teams at the top, and specifically San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and not just be a team that fights to get out of the play-in, you're going to have to make a major move.
I just wonder how major. Like, it's probably not going to be Giannis. It's probably not going to be signing LeBron, right? So, like, what is the major move that's out there? Kellen is pining for Zion Williamson, which I've kind of turned to his side on because Zion would solve a lot of problems if he stays healthy.
Right, healthy.
But that's
he
just
won't stay healthy?
Yeah, and the Suns just went through a whole season of guys not staying healthy.
I don't love it because of his health. I want somebody to get Book off the ball. At this point of his career, and we saw this with Curry and the Warriors, at this point of Book's career, you can maximize Book, and he mentioned in there, well, Book's got to get better. The way to get Book better is to get him off the ball and get a player who can take on a lot of those responsibilities so he can be better longer.
What are our expectations for the rest of this Diamondbacks-Rockies series? We'll talk about that next. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldis and John Lund in for Wolf and Luke today on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs-Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the D-backs in their first game of the series against the Rockies? We'll react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
My daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in foreigns. I'm heartless, because these niggas is hating on me.
Jesse knows that I'm a big fan of Big X the Plug, that's for sure. Appreciate it, by the way. Mitch Vareldes, John Lund, in for Wolf and Luke today. Final hour of the show, Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
What up, Big X?
Where we're
That's a great
broadcasting
drop.
from. By the way, hang around, because coming up
Yeah,
later,
Big X, the plug.
coming up later in the hour, Brandon Webb, former Cy Young winner, current Diamondbacks broadcaster on television. Jody Jackson was on with us yesterday and mentioned that they're really going to stretch out Weppy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and how many times he's going to be on the air this weekend.
Yeah, so we're giving him more work.
Yeah,
very nice.
Sorry in advance, Webby, but we just need a little bit more from you.
Yeah, just a little bit more.
Is he going to be joining on video?
No, he'll be over the phone.
Okay, yeah. So we give him that breather. We're not putting him on camera at least, but yeah, Webby's coming up later this hour.
Nice.
Should be a fun combo. Because for the most part, the Diamondbacks are just a fun team to talk about right now. 5 straight wins, 6 of their last 7. Okay, yeah, he did the hands thing. I was just making sure.
6-7.
There you go. And look, it's bottom feeder season right now, who they're playing, but they're beating them. I think that should be the bigger takeaway at the end of the day.
Well, if I got the numbers in front of you, over 500 they're 8-16, under 500 they're 18-7. 9 more against, including this series, 9 more against sub 500 teams in a row, and 21 of the next 27. The only teams they're playing above 500 are the Dodgers and the Reds. So, look, everybody has this in their schedule. It's just we constantly, no matter what the sport is, we do this. We go, oh, they're playing sub 500 teams. This is their chance. This is their chance. This is their chance. And teams don't take advantage of it. When they started this 13-game stretch against the Rockies and the Giants, I thought if they could go 9-4, that'd be great. Now they're 6-1. Well, let's get really greedy because the Rockies stink, and I don't know what the Giants are doing, but they stink. Now you're going to their yard; it'll be maybe a little bit more difficult there, but they are not good. And so it's when you play teams. Seattle is scuffling. Cal Raleigh now hasn't really figured everything out. So you're playing teams that you absolutely should beat, and that's kind of what you have to do. And then one of the reasons we're going to talk to Webb is because the pitching has just been so darn good. And I don't know when it's going to burst, if it's going to burst for Mike Soroka. I thought maybe early in the season he could get you to certain places, but now it's one of those things where you say, you know what, he's legitimately good. They
also capitalized on a weak point in the Rockies' armor, and that has been just really their inability to close out games in a similar fashion to the Giants, where we saw on Tuesday, we saw them have some really good outings from the bullpen, get out of some key jams with some double plays, but they couldn't close out the game because they don't have a closer right now. Rockies, they're kind of in a similar spot where I think it was Juan Mejia was his name, who they threw last night, who was getting it by some of the batters. He struck out one guy, I believe Waldschmidt, but wasn't able to fully put the Diamondbacks away. And it wasn't a situation where the Rockies were leading the game, but this team, this Colorado team, has been notably blowing games late when they have the advantage. There was a story that was written a couple of days ago after they lost to the Rangers on Wednesday, I believe it was. They lost that game when they had a one-run lead late. They blew a game on March 29th where they had a 3-2 lead in the ninth inning. They lost on a walk-off grand slam in the 12th inning earlier this year. The very next night, they lost on a walk-off 3-run homer to the Padres. Later on in the year, they led 8-5 in the ninth inning and lost 10-8 to those very same Padres. And then they had a 6-2 lead against the Braves in the eighth inning and lost 8-6 at home. Like, they are prone to have these slip-ups at the end of the game, and the Diamondbacks were able to take advantage of that yesterday as well.
Corbin Carroll gets the big hit, and they ended up winning the game. So they're taking advantage of it, and they're doing it in a way. It would be different if they were winning these games in a way that we said, well, can they keep this up? My thought is they can keep pitching like this. Now they're getting quality start. Can they keep it up to this high level? I don't know. But at the beginning of the season, what I thought was if they're going to go anywhere, it's going to be pitching and timely hitting. And that's what it is. Now, the bullpen has absolutely surprised me, but they're winning in the fashion that I thought they were going to win in, so this can absolutely continue.
Michael Soroka is going tonight. He's been a real success story. Like, if every time the Diamondbacks comms team, they send a stat, and it's like, Michael Soroka doing this. First of these kinds since Randy Johnson and Daniel Hudson did it. I'm like, oh, those were two pretty good pitchers for the Diamondbacks back in the day. Even this year, he has pitched spectacularly. 1, 2, 3 quality starts so far this year. Had a couple of hiccups. The Milwaukee game, notably. Philadelphia, he allowed too many runs and too many base runners, but he has been on one for most of this year, where he's been a true surprise for the Diamondbacks, and a real cheap one too. This is him talking on MLB Network on Wednesday about what has been so successful for him so far this year.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the addition of the cutters has been pretty big for me. Just giving lefties especially a different look, and giving righties something that's small and moving away from them, not just the big curveball. But, there's been countless things that I've learned over the last couple of years from all the different orgs that I've been in, and the Diamondbacks are helping me put it all together.
It's led to a lot of strikeouts, too. He's had 2 separate performances this year where he has struck out 10. And both of those performances came within 5 innings against Detroit, and then 5 2/3 innings against Philadelphia. He's also coming off of an 8 strikeout performance against these Rockies that he's going to face again tonight.
He's been huge. And the other thing, too, is you expect a certain amount of consistency, say, out of your top 3 starters. And then everybody, I know fans get all over this. Our 4 and our 5 sucks, or our 5 really sucks. And, but that's generally how the league works. So if you can get consistency out of 3, and not that Soroka hasn't pitched like a top of the rotation or at least mid-rotation kind of a starter. He has. But what I mean is at the beginning of the season, he was a guy that it's like, depending on what Fott does and all he was a 4-5 or maybe even a 6. Well, he's probably your 4 in a perfect world. And if you get this kind of pitching out of your 4, then you're ahead of most of the league.
Well, think about it, too. Eduardo Rodriguez and Michael Soroka, I think you would agree, have been the best 2 starters for the Diamondbacks this year. That's 3 and 4.
Yep.
And in Soroka's case, he was signed, I think it was late January, early February, long before they had figured out things with Zach Gallen.
That's right.
Brought him back. Then they had a surplus of guys to figure out until Merrill Kelly succumbed to injury before the start of the season, and that allowed Soroka to step in with Gallen. And then it was Brandon Pfaadt who was the one that ended up getting bumped as a result because Soroka's pitched too darn well to be bumped. And they're going to run into this problem again eventually when Corbin Burns comes back in a couple of months, where if Soroka keeps pitching this way and Gallen has these up and down roller coaster kind of outings from game to game, where you have a legitimate question on your hands on who's more worthwhile to keep in your rotation. They've already had to make this decision with Brandon Pfaadt. So it's looming for them if he keeps pitching this well.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a great issue to have because now it's not based
I'd rather
on,
have more than have less.
That's right. And here's the thing, too, is, Zach Gallen by name, you think to yourself, well, he's going to be – look, it's who's pitching best. And this team, because of these opportunities against these lesser teams, keep building this. And Soroka has another great outing tonight. Then you start saying, and then earlier we were talking about Scuba, like you're going to have this kind of pitching, you're going to be in any series you play in.
Oh, man, could you imagine just having Scuba?
Maybe people
let
go
us
to the yard.
dream.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Let us dream. Your Devils in London keyword of Bean, B-E-A-N, is about to expire. Here's what you do. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. Enter the keyword Bean before time runs out. Don't miss your shot. A trip for 2 to see ASU play Kansas at Wembley Stadium, brought to you by Desert Financial. I think it's a bit of an undersell. You're doing more than just going to the football game. You got a lot. Check it out, Arizona Sports contest page. Coming up next, what type of career arc could Carson Beck have in Arizona? John Lund did the research, and there's some fascinating names that he can be comped to. That's next here on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just as I'm genuinely surprised that you knew an Arctic Monkey song, I'm just as genuinely surprised that there isn't more openness to trading Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, or Haywood Highsmith, because I just think that it is so redundant having all of those guys on the roster, and they're just so out of balance, and it seems like, especially with Grayson and Royce, that those would be commodities that they could get something for that brings the balance.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
He's a very tall, lengthy, guy, and I think he throws the ball very well. Just the few practices and stuff that I've seen him go, he's a stud. He's a really good quarterback. He knows, placement. He puts the ball where it needs to be, and like I said, he's a tall, lengthy guy, so he can get that ball over the top and can really spin it. So I'm excited to see, how he shakes out. I think he's a very good pick for us.
That's the voice of Cardinals tight end Trey McBride on with Burns and Gambo earlier this week, talking about the very tall, emphasize that point, Carson Beck. Mitch Varell, this is John Lund in for Wolf and Luke today on this Friday. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday, everybody. Arizona Sports YouTube chat, hello. Hope you're doing well. Carson Beck is getting a lot of, how do I want to phrase this? He's getting a lot of attention locally. One, because he's a quarterback who was drafted top of the third round, and that itself garnered a lot of attention. And number two, people are freaking out about a throw that he made during one of the camps that was caught by one of the video people. They put it out there, and it's like, oh, look at him. He's moving like Joe Burrow. Oh, my God. Anyway.
It's unbelievable.
But more importantly, it's just the idea that he could actually start games for this team. He's obviously competent enough. He started for several years at Georgia, took Miami to the national championship last year. So this isn't a guy that they're just kind of adding on a whim. There is some real possibility with this situation that he could see some playing time this year, John.
Yeah. And so, I don't know. I was just thinking about this, and I started down a rabbit hole, and you know how that goes. Once you start, you kind of can't stop.
It's me with YouTube videos. I understand it.
Oh. And then, so essentially what I did is I took, since 2000, quarterbacks not drafted in the first round who started more than 11 games.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be Carson Beck. So my question to you and all the Sweet Clean listeners and viewers, while you're listening to this list, who do you think he is most going to be like? All right.
Okay.
This is just their rookie year. I'm not talking about their careers.
Oh,
I'm
just the
saying,
rookie season.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can expand it out to whatever you want, but this is what they did their rookie year. So, for example, this is since 2000. Quincy Carter started 16 games for the Cowboys. Your guy Kyle Orton, 2005, he started 15 games. Andy Dalton was a second rounder, started 16. Russell Wilson, probably the third rounder, started 16 for Seattle's rookie. Geno Smith, not so good as a rook. He was a second rounder. Mike Neck Glennon, third round pick in 2013, started 13.
Cardinals legend Mike Glennon.
Yes, that's right. Derek Carr, and I was there, he won the job against Seattle's secondary in their last preseason game in 2014, started 16. Dak Prescott, great example, 4th rounder in 2016, started all 16. Deshaun Kaiser out of Notre Dame started 15 in 17. Ironically enough, Gardner Minshew,
hello,
in 2019 started 12 games as a 6th-round pick, and another net guy, Davis Mills of the Texans, started 11 games in 2021. He was a 3rd-round pick. So
Stanford man.
Yes, Stanford man. So that's the group. And so, again, Carter, Orton, Dalton, Wilson, Smith, Glennon, Carr, Prescott, Kaiser, Minshew, and Mills. Those since 2000 are the quarterbacks who started more than 11. I think that Beck is going to join that list. And mixed success record-wise, you can talk about their careers, whatever you want to do on that, but that's the list.
Really, there's the tier that you want to be in, and then there's the tier that you absolutely want to avoid at all costs. And you categorized it in your email. Sorry if I'm stealing your thunder
you can do it all.
You put in your not-so-good category Quincy Carter, Mike Glennon, and Deshaun Kaiser.
Right.
And then the other category that I think is worth talking about here is the really good category, which is the fever dream, if you will, like how rare of this happens, but it could happen, but it is rare that it happens. And that is Russell Wilson in his year 1 with Seattle and Dak Prescott in his year 1 with Dallas. Two differing situations in how they got the starting role. Wolf was talking about Dak yesterday. I guess he's been talking about Dak all week, according to Rick. But as far as a comp goes, guy who wasn't drafted in the first round and got an opportunity because Tony Romo got hurt. Dak looked really good in the preseason, and then the rest is history. He's been the starting quarterback ever since. Russell Wilson, kind of a similar deal, but more so just beat out Matt Flynn in the preseason, and Matt Flynn had just come over on a big money deal because he threw 6 touchdowns in a game one time for Green Bay. I don't know if Carson Beck's going to get to that level, but it is realistic at least that it has happened, and it is worthwhile to dream about it. Because Carson Beck is actually in a situation where this is actually viable and possible because the offensive options that he has around him are actually pretty good.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Well, and here's the thing, too. This is why it also matters to talk about if you're wondering. If he has a rookie year, like Derek Carr had an okay rookie year, Andy Dalton turned into a good quarterback, not a great quarterback.
It's fine. Yeah. They made the playoffs, I think, once or twice.
But the difference between them drafting a quarterback and not at the top is the difference, as you just pointed out, between solid and really, really good. If he's Dalton or Carr in his first year, then they still draft a quarterback. If he's Wilson, or even more so, because like you said, Wilson went to a Seattle team that in his second year he won a championship, but it was led by the defense, and just don't screw it up. That was kind of Wilson as a rookie.
Yeah.
But Dak was the reason why Dallas won games as a rookie. He started all 16, and they won it was like 12 or 13 games.
Yeah.
And so if the unforeseen happens and Carson Beck becomes a Dak Prescott in the first year, what do the Cardinals do? See, that's the difference between Wilson, Dak, really good, and just Carr and Dalton, okay, but we're still drafting a quarterback.
Well, here's the obvious answer. If Carson Beck is good enough to be either Russell Wilson or Dak Prescott, the conversation about a quarterback next year doesn't matter. You have it, right? If Carson Beck goes out there and he plays like Quincy Carter or Mike Glennon or Deshaun Kaiser, then you also have your answer. You're going to draft another quarterback because you were bad this past year. Where you don't want to be is really in the Dalton, Carr, Minshew, Mills, Orton, Geno Smith range. You do not want to be there because then that means you are not bad enough to get a replacement quarterback, and your current quarterback is not good enough to get you to where you want to be. It's a terrible spot to be in.
Yeah, and that's what's scary. And here's the weird part, and I'm speaking for fans, and I know this can be a little bit dicey at times, but it's almost like fans want him to be good, but they don't want him to be Dak in his rookie year, a 4th rounder that won, double-digit games, because I think that a lot of fans are fixated in saying, look, whether it be Dante Moore or even more so Arch Manning because of the name, he's going to save our franchise. So I don't want just okay. So you want Carson Beck. You're conflicted because you want Carson Beck to be really, really good because he's wearing your team's colors and you draft him in the 3rd round, and that would be really cool if you could find him.
Yeah.
But then again, you're having dreams of the March for Arch or whatever the hell you want to call it so that he can go and save your franchise, and even more so you can be relevant because you have a Manning.
Play poor for more. Yeah. Although having Manning and Harrison 2.0 would be kind of cool. That's just it. It's like there's no pressure on the Cardinals for this to work because if it sucks, then you're bad enough that you would just take a new quarterback. And if Beck succeeds, then you guys look like geniuses for using a top 60 pick, I think it was, to take Carson Beck in the 3rd round when all of these other teams had the chance to take him earlier and they didn't. If you're in the middle, you're screwed. Like very screwed. Because then you've still got more money for Murray to be paid out next year.
Right.
And then you're stuck with the quarterback situation you're in while getting no help whatsoever.
Yeah. And it's really easy. Like you said, if he's Quincy Carter or Glennon or Kaiser, it's really easy. It becomes difficult when you look at it. And I was covering the Raiders at that point. You could see that Derek Carr could play. And he won the job on the final preseason game, and Seattle was playing their starter. So it was Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Errol Thomas, and they were still around.
Yeah.
And Carr played really good that night, and it was in the Coliseum, and fans were getting jacked up about it. And it's been a long time since they had a quarterback. And they took Derek Carr in the 2nd round, and they said, okay, he's going to be our guy. Now, it didn't make a number. It didn't make a difference from a winning standpoint, but they knew they had their quarterback. If the Cardinals get in that same situation, that's the one that I think fans fear is he looks pretty good, but now you look at the totality of Carr's career, and he was just okay. So if you're in that same situation, knowing what you know, you would take a quarterback the next year.
Yeah, what was it? 2 postseason appearances, but the first postseason he got injured, and then they had to go to Connor Cook, who I think was drafted.
You have such a good sports memory.
This is my
the average person could never come up with Connor Cook.
This is my memory hole. This is my issue.
That is unbelievable.
And then that fun Raiders 21 season where it was them and the Chargers were playing and they went to overtime, but if they'd have tied, they both would have gone. But if one of them win, and then Brandon Staley calls the timeout, that dummy. All right. Anyway, we're getting off topic, but we're gonna have a fun sports radio conversation next, and we'll loop the 2 dudes behind the glass into this as well, because it was their idea. Which athlete is freakier, Shohei Ohtani or Victor Wembanyama? We're gonna get into that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis, and John Lund in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
What the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
For generations, Arizona families have trusted Sanderson Ford for their vehicle needs. Now is the perfect time to trust them with yours. Purchase any new Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, Bronco, or F-150, all starting at under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Ford. Fuel card not valid on fleet A, X, Z, or D plans. Offer expires 5/31/26.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs-Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more will we learn about the NBA's Western Conference in Game 3 between the Spurs and the Thunder? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 here on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know, every now and then we get blessed with otherworldly sports talent, right? You know, you think about Tom Brady, you think about LeBron James, you think about Michael Jordan, you know, the greats in history. Joe Montana when he used to Wait, Mitch, did you say LeBron? No, you're not going to play that right now, or I'm going to walk out of this room. You're not going to do it.
He's smiling.
I know, of course he is, but you know what? I'm not going to let you in on the conversation. Then forget it. If you play that, you don't get to talk. How's that feel? Not to be the meanie about it. Not like Jesse has any.
Okay. You can talk.
Lacking of power with that. Anyway,
all you got to do is turn on your mic.
What I'm getting at is right now we are witnessing some very talented.
And then loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Nah, I was just doing a quick gag.
Look at you.
If I hear another one, though, I'm actually leaving. So right now we have
He's like my wife and my kid. Okay, you did it once, but if you do it again, then he does it again.
We're not
if you do it again.
We're not going to get fast food after we're done if you're going to behave this way.
That's exactly. You're not getting donuts after church. All right.
We're witnessing freak shows right now.
Yeah.
Like, this is a different level of sports, otherworldly athletes that we are witnessing right now, in particular with Shohei Ohtani and Victor Wembanyama. I think the morning show had a conversation about this a couple of days ago about who's the freakier athlete, who's the more talented, who's the more otherworldly guy.
Yeah.
Where would you like to start with Shohei Ohtani and Victor Wembanyama?
Well, the thing about Ohtani and why this is good timing here is so he hits the leadoff home run and then he throws a shutout. 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs. His earned runs allowed this year 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0. He's got an 0.73 ERA. So right now, and Skubal's injured, he might be the second best pitcher in baseball behind Skeens.
Just might.
And then people are saying, well, he's not hitting real well this year. Well, he's 12 of his last 27. It sucks. He only has an 896 OPS.
Oh, that's awful.
He's terrible. And he has a 4-on-2 on base.
Terrible.
So I guess you could say he's down to his former self, but he's still going to bounce back offensively. So he's considered, even with the down year, he's considered the best hitter, and he might be the second best pitcher. That's little league stuff. Like, we always had a kid on the team who was the shortstop, the best pitcher, the fastest runner, the most powerful. Like, you do
always
that.
Let off.
Yeah, always let off. Like
just
best,
like Shohei.
Yeah.
Got the most at-bats, got the most opportunities at the coolest positions.
And then you keep moving up through baseball, and that's just impossible to do. But he does that. So he could be the best pitcher and the best hitter, and I think that's the freakiest. The issue he has, and I think it's here in a lot of places, is people hate the Dodgers so much with a blind passion that as they're flipping channels, they'll just say it's the Dodgers. But you do you, people do whatever they want. But I would suggest you watch him every chance you get, because this is hyperbole, and a lot of people will say, because they're a prisoner of the moment, they say this all the time in all the talking head shows and stuff that we have in sports now. This is the greatest. This is the best. This is the this. He is. He's not only the greatest baseball player, he might be the greatest athlete.
Whereas on the converse side, and I'm not trying to create my argument for him, I'm just laying out the details. Victor Wembanyama is, I think right now, arguably the best player active in the NBA. I know a lot of that has to do with his height and his wingspan being 7'4", 7'5", wingspan basically 8 feet long. And more importantly, just what he's able to accomplish at that size and at that build that he is at, the way that he can handle the basketball, the way that he can shoot from range. Like, the shot that he had in Game 1 of the West Finals, where he's basically in the Steph Curry double bang spot, for him to make it from that far away is absurd. And then beyond that, just, I think it's easy to say, oh, well, he's super tall and he's super long. Of course he's good at defense, but the defense that he does put on is clinical. What he's able to
way
accomplish.
better than the super tall guys that we've seen.
Right.
And I heard, I think it was Skip Bayless.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Said, oh, he needs to post up better. The other day, I was watching him. I was watching Wemby. He's pretty good at posting up. He's pretty good at shooting threes. He can dribble the ball down the court. He can block all the shots in the world. He can shoot the three. There's nothing
from
that
the free
he
throw
can't,
line.
There's nothing that he can't do. And he is like the ideal size. We've seen guys, like, no offense to even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but he had his hook shot in the paint. Like, and
That
he
was
was
the signature
7'3".
shot, yeah.
And Yao Ming couldn't really move very well. Good player, great offensive player, especially.
Yeah.
Couldn't really move in the paint. Averaged like 9 rebounds a game one year. He was 7'6". Manute Bol, George Murashon, they were just there to block shots. Like, these super tall guys have never been like this, and he is just insane. So honestly, because it's a more athletic sport, I give the edge to Wemby as far as freakier athlete right now. But I mean, what they're both doing is incredible and appointment television.
I think Ohtani is doing a very fair share of athleticism, though, considering.
Oh, and he can run and still, but he does
50 homers and 50 stolen bases in a season is something that was not accomplished before. I know some people like to get very uppity about, why are you doing these round number statistics? He's fast enough to beat out catchers 50-plus times in a season, and he's strong enough to hit 50-plus baseballs out of stadiums that are, 400 feet in distance to center field. Like, that athleticism is otherworldly as much as Victor Wembanyama being as athletic as he is for his size.
Yeah. Well, I think with Wemby, it's what he's going to do. Like, he should have been the MVP this year because he does it on both ends of the floor, and I think that basically people who voted for the award got lazy. But what we do, too, as voters for these awards is we usually only do it twice.
Yeah, we get fatigued
and we
really
get bored.
quickly.
But I think Wemby could win it 5 times. Like, what he did in Game 1, if he had the proper motivation, because he was just pissed. And
Yeah.
Jordan did this against the Jazz in 98. He kept going to these press conferences saying, well, Karl Malone's the MVP, not me. And he just used it as fuel. And Wemby seems to be able to do that too. So if I was the Spurs, I would just walk around constantly and I would tell, if I was the coach of this, I would just say, look, remind him he's not the MVP constantly, because I think he can win the next 5. I mean, he is that good and he is that unique. And if people get it on their mind that he's doing it on both ends, and that's why I think San Antonio is going to win this series, because you don't have an answer for him. It is like Ohtani in that way, that you do not have an answer.
Yeah. Both of these guys, too, are incredibly clutch. It's not just about the freakiness of them. Like, if you look at Ohtani, I forget which D-backs game it was last year, but I was there, and it was the bases were loaded, or there was a...
You talking about his 3-run homer in the 9th?
Yeah, okay. There was 2 on, and then he had a 3-run homer in the 9th. You just knew it was coming. And, like, Wemby has that look that... that famously you saw in LeBron's face when he was mad at that Celtics series,
one of my favorites.
14 years ago.
It's amazing.
And like, he's got like the Jordan ilk to him and I didn't really even realize that until, because he always just seemed like a nice guy. I didn't realize that until maybe even this week. I'm like, oh, he's built like that. Okay.
Oh yeah. He's got that mentality. For sure.
Okay, so your team Ohtani.
Yeah, I would say, but it depends on are you going later? If you're going letter of the law freakiness, like Wemby is, but I'm looking at Ohtani saying, I don't think you're ever going to see this from a statistical standpoint.
That's kind of why I'm team Ohtani for right now. Jesse is team Wemby. Bailey, do you have a lean on this?
It's so tough because they play 2 different sports, but I think because of what Ohtani's doing, especially this year, what he's doing on the mound and at the plate, that seems so hard. I mean, we haven't really seen that, if not ever, like since Babe Ruth. So I'd probably give the edge slightly to Ohtani. But I mean, Wemby, maybe in the next few years, he does something amazing, and we have this discussion again, and it's Wemby.
I think Wemby's just cheating because he's tall.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
But to your point, he has that kind of that mean streak in him, and I could see the Spurs. Everybody's giving OKC this next generation of dominance. The Spurs, honestly, they could reel off 3 or 4 in a row, and he can win MVP every single year.
30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads, 1 epic night at Chase Field. That's a lot of numbers, but here's the ones you really need to know. You can win a family 4-pack to the Diamondbacks versus Nationals game on June 6th. Head to the Arizona Sports Instagram page, comment bobble, as in like bobblehead, but just bobble, on any post, and then check your DMs for a keyword to enter on the Arizona Sports contest page. When we come back, what has changed about the Diamondbacks pitching? We'll ask a man who knows a lot about that stuff. Brandon Webb, Diamondbacks former pitcher and Diamondbacks broadcaster on television, joins us next here on the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score. And Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe you want some more peace of mind about your investments, right? Well, start with a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Their fiduciary advisors make it simple to see if your plan could be working harder for you. Schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com. Listen, your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855 Trajan1. 855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the D-backs in their first game of the series against the Rockies? We'll react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Final segment of the week for the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf and Luke got a head start, though. So Mitch Vareldis and John Lund are going to wrap up this final segment here. Excited about this next conversation. Get to talk to a former Cy Young winner and a great part of the Diamondbacks television broadcast for Diamondbacks TV. He's Brandon Webb, and he's joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Webby, Mitch, and John here with you. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for having me.
So I want to start by, if it's fitting, starting pitching. We talk about it with one of the best in Diamondbacks history. What is it about the starting pitching that you've noticed really just the last 3 weeks that has impressed you the most, or why has it been as successful as it's been in your eyes?
Yeah, total, 180, if anybody's kind of watched them from the beginning. They've been amazing since, I guess the meeting was on May 4th with Torrey. And since then they've been unbelievable. But I think the main thing for me, if I had to point to one thing, is they're just aggressive. They're throwing more strikes. The walks are down. They were walking way too many guys, and that really wasn't any of their MOs when they, their whole career. But they're just attacking the zone, pitching to contact, But also they're getting some strikeouts as well. But they're going, and that's allowing them to go deep in the game. We've seen more quality starts, 6-7 innings. That's what they're going every time. And we've almost ran into where the bullpen hasn't gotten enough work, which is a good thing. It's a good problem.
Yeah. Brandon, as far as Erod and last night, obviously there's a lot of physical to it. There's a lot of mental to it. But when he goes to the World Baseball Classic and pitches the way he does against Team USA, and he hasn't been perfect since then, but he's been really, really good. How much of that is mental where you say, man, I shut down this lineup, I could shut down any lineup?
Yeah, I think it's all about confidence, really, almost in anything. But when I was going good, if you throw a good start, you just kind of roll right into the next one. You feel like, again, if you beat like a good team, it doesn't even matter what team it is. They're all going to be fairly good. But, you beat a good team. You just have so much confidence into going back out there and trying to do the same thing or one up what you just did. And I think that goes for every one of them, where they're seeing, their teammate the night before. Soroka's going tonight. We saw Erod last night. He's going to try to one up. I did that with like Dan Herron. It's just a good camaraderie thing, and it's like a good competition to have in the clubhouse. And I think we've been seeing these guys do that day in and day out.
We're talking with Diamondbacks broadcaster Brandon Webb joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. I want to ask you then the benefit that comes with the bullpen that is now very well rested, but they've also pitched very well this year. How rewarding is it, given how much we had to see the bullpen in the earlier part of this month, for them to have some nice off days here and there?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, at the beginning of the year, I don't know what the average in innings was. It was probably 5. So the bullpen was going to have to cover 3 to 4 innings every game, which is asking a lot. Yeah. So I think they got used quite a bit there early. But now, it's great. It's great to have off days. It's great to have rest. We saw Juan Murillo last night. He's been really good. He's been really good this year. I don't think it was the rest. I think it was a perfect match. I mean, he had 3 days off. It wasn't like it was a week. He faltered a little bit last night, but I think rest is good. They can keep sharp. They need to in the pen, throwing like side sessions in between, if they don't know if they're going to get in or not. So they can do little light side sessions before games and then still kind of be able to get an inning in if they need. But, yeah, I mean, it's a good problem to have that your starters are going 6-7 innings every time. I think you ask Torrey, he'd rather have that than have to deal with having to throw the bullpen 4 or 5 innings every game.
Hey, Brandon, to me, this has been the most surprising part of this team, because with the injuries that they had at the beginning of the year and still do in Puck and all that, I thought, man, if they can just keep it together from a bullpen standpoint, but this has been a major strength. How surprised have you been that despite missing a couple of arms here that the bullpen's been this good?
I mean, I'm honestly a little surprised. I feel like it's been the bullpens, to me, over the past several years, handful of years, has been a bit of a downside for the D-backs. And I didn't know, because coming in, Puck was down. He was really good. J. Mart went down last year. He's got nasty stuff. I didn't know how it was going to go, but obviously pleasantly surprised. These guys have been, really good. Seawald has not blown a save yet, I don't believe. Again, Juan Maria was a real bright point this year too. But Ginkel last night was actually the last 2 times Ginkel's been amazing. So yeah, they've been really good. So yeah.
We're talking with Diamondbacks broadcaster Brandon Webb here on the Wolf and Luke Show on this Friday. Let's switch to the offense, because it seems like they've started to come to life a little bit more. Granted, it's against the Rockies and the Giants. We understand that, but are there encouraging signs that you're seeing, Brandon, from this offense that you think can carry over once they're done with this part of their schedule?
Yeah, for sure. The offense was quiet probably, 2 weeks ago. I think roughly when they went to Mexico, you could kind of see some movement in that, especially like you could tell we're just looking at his like numbers and hard hit balls and stuff. I mean, he's coming out of it for sure. There's he's trending in a Ketel Marte way, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
So he's had a great homestand so far. Yeah, he was just, just hitting the ball hard every time. Corbin Carroll's got an 8-game hitting streak, I believe, right now, hitting like 425-ish in that amount of time. Perdomo had a great road trip, raised his average by 20 points. Those are the top 4 guys. Arenado's been hitting the ball well too. Those are your top 4 guys, and they weren't doing a whole lot early, and they were kind of relying on the bottom of the order. Lamar Vargas obviously has gone crazy this year, but they I think the top 4 in the lineup are now setting the tone and setting up for those guys as well, and you're seeing some bigger scoring games. Not last night, obviously, with a couple runs, but overall, they're scoring 4, 5, 6 runs every game.
We had Jody Jackson on yesterday, and she joked that they're really stretching out your innings this weekend on the television broadcast. So hopefully we didn't stretch you out too much, carving out a few minutes for us today, Brandon. We appreciate it. Thanks for hopping on.
All right, guys. Yes, I'm in a midst of a 7 in a row, so.
Stay stretched, Brandon.
That's right.
It's big time, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, man.
That's Brandon Webb joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. We got to wrap it up. We're done. Thank you, John. Appreciate. Always enjoy working with you.
Have a great long weekend, man.
Thanks to Bailey. Thanks to Jesse behind the glass. Burns and Gambo up next on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th win in a row tonight at Chase Field against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 3 of the highly entertaining Spurs Thunder Western Conference Finals is tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing today?
That's great. I'm ready for about a 50% day from you. I'm not expecting very much, so you know, I'm really not expecting at all. I probably have to carry the show for a little bit.
It's fine.
Today.
It's fine. I mean, it's about damn time.
Gambo, that is not helping, as I've been bullying Burnsy all day to giving more than 50%.
I don't know if we're going to get it. I don't. He's 24 hours away from flying to the motherland.
Your motherland,
my
not
motherland.
even his
No, he's
motherland.
not even Italian. He's not even Italian.
Scotland is my motherland. I'm not going anywhere near my motherland.
He's going to my motherland. I grew up in an all-Italian neighborhood. Frankie Peach, my buddy Frankie, sitting here with me right now. You finally get to meet Frankie Peach.
Frankie's been a very nice guy. Yeah.
Everybody was Italian in my neighborhood, almost all Italian. But he's going to the motherland. He's got gelato on his mind. He's got pizza on his mind. He's got pasta.
I got wine on my mind.
He's got the Colosseum and the Vatican and the Statue of David and the Ponte Vecchio Bridge. What the hell does he want to do with us today?
None of this is helping my case.
No, I know, seriously. With every single word, I just divorced myself a little bit more from this reality, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay,
I'm not expecting very much.
I can feel myself losing a battle in real time.
I came in, and that's the first thing Lauren said to me. So what are you, like 40% today? Like, if even that.
I was surprised he even sent an email with information.
Now,
I thought maybe it would just be like he would just show up today. And what do you want to talk about?
I would have thought my email would have restored a little faith from you guys in me. That was a good email.
It was good.
Good stuff in there.
Except there's only one part about it. There's one part about your email. The first line of it says 50% is all you get today. You're basically dictating that you're working at half speed before the show even starts.
Pretty much.
So, you put together this great email, but the headline says 50% is all you get today. You're only getting 50% of me.
And yet, he's not the one leaving the show early today.
Oh, wow.
It's good. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Lauren just came in and took you right out the knees. Because Frankie is
Frankie
here.
Page.
Gambo's going to leave a little early so they can go to the Diamondbacks game. So actually, it's going to be me and Lauren doing Diamond Talk.
I
or
saw
Diamondbacks on
something
deck.
from the top rope,
And you
I went
just
for it.
jumped.
I went
Yeah, that's
for
fine.
it.
That's
You've heard
fine.
about Frankie. I told you a story when he opened up the police car and beat the guy to a pulp inside the police car.
He looks like he could do
one.
that. Yeah.
And then the one with the movie theater when he actually knocked 3 guys out. And I didn't even give me a chance to knock one of the guys out because he knocked 3 guys out because they were making a lot of noise in front. The worst movie I've ever seen, The Three Amigos. Worst movie I ever saw.
That was the one where
he knocked 3 guys. They were making noise. Kids, 3 our age, 3 in front of us.
Frankie's very efficient.
And he knocked
when it
all
comes
3 of
to,
them
like,
out. I wanted to get a punch in. I didn't even have a chance.
He's like Liam Neeson in Taken. He's got a particular set of skills,
Yeah,
and he's very good at it. Speaking of being very good at it, Corbin Carroll was very good at it last night. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Swung on ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1, your final.
Walk-off mania for the Diamondbacks. It was Cattell a couple of days ago. Corbin Carroll last night. They beat the Colorado Rockies 2-1, and that is a 5-game win streak, which is their longest in a year, nearly a calendar year. And if they win one more tonight, it'll be their longest in like 2 years, I think, since they've had this much
They're playing great
success.
baseball.
Yes, they are.
They're playing great baseball, and I felt bad for Eduardo Rodriguez last night. He pitched a hell of a game. He wasn't able to get the win because obviously Murillo didn't get his job done and ended up tying it. So he gets a no decision with as well as he pitched. But you got to love Corbin Carroll. He's on fire right now. He's playing great baseball. A little bit of a slow start for him, but he's really coming on. But I got to be honest with you, I thought the at-bat by Gabby Moreno set the whole thing up. I mean, what an incredible at-bat. He works the count. It's 3-2. He fouls off a pitch. He fouls off another pitch. He fouls off another pitch. He just battled, right? That's what you want. He battled. He ggets on base, and then Corbin Carroll with the heroics drives him in with the winning run, the walk-off right there. The Diamondbacks had 4 hits the whole game.
Yeah.
Cartel Marte, in the 6th inning, Cartel Marte got a base hit. That's their second hit. They had no offense. And they were able to scrounge out a win against the Rockies, if that's the right word.
But they were, I think that is the right word.
Scrounge.
And I felt a little bad for Eduardo Rodriguez, too, because he certainly deserved to get the win last night. But, God, his numbers are they're still so good that while he might not have gotten a W, man, he's just been such a revelation for them. There's no question that the 2 moments in that game, it was the Gabby 8-pitch walk that set up Corbin's heroics.
Just a great at-bat.
And I know we're going to get more into this a little bit later, but we got to give him his love right now. The Kevin Ginkel appearance and what he did in the 8th inning to clean up the absolute mess that Juan Marie. It was a Superman, fireman type performance where he came in, and he's done this multiple times this year, where he's had come in just to a mess. And him being able to get out of it, that yell that he gave when he was walking off the mound, the Kevin Ginkel yell.
He was so pumped up.
I heard for the first time on the morning show today, they busted out Jarrett Carlin doing the gink for the first time. They haven't done it all year.
He's earned it.
They haven't had a reason to, but they did it today.
He's pitched great.
And it's fun. And I know, we make a joke about the Burnsy 13.
Yeah.
But the Burnsy 13 so far is working out very, very well for them. They're 6-1 in this 13-game stretch in which, initially we thought, you said 7-6. I said 8-5.
Acceptable? I didn't want 7-6. I just thought that's the least you have to do.
Yeah. Now I'm kind of. Yesterday I upgraded to 2 days ago. I upgraded to 9-4.
You want to change it again?
No, I'm still good with 9. But
there's 6 games left in this stretch against the garbage of the NL.
Point they just have to go 3-3 to get to 9 over this stretch. But yeah, I think one more win tonight. And it might be time to upgrade it to 10 as the expectation. You talk about 10-3 stretch. If they could do that?
This Rockies team is terrible.
Yeah, they're bad.
Oh my God! I mean, that is a really, really bad baseball team.
They're bad.
If they're listening, you guys have a really bad baseball team.
And that being said, one of the true shocks of last night was how ineffective the Diamondbacks offense was against a career-long reliever who we thought was basically an opener for that game, right?
Well, I said to you yesterday, I've used an opener 7 times. And their ERA with the openers is over 12. They've had no success using an opener. They throw an opener yesterday, and he shuts the Diamondbacks down the entire game. That's the problem. This offense is Look, you gave up a lot, right? Naylor's gone and Suarez is gone. And you don't have to pop in the lineup. You don't have the home runs anymore. So, a lot of times you have to win 3-2 baseball games, 2-1 baseball games, a 4-3 game. They all year long they've had 3 blowout wins. 3 times they've blown somebody. Everything else is a dogfight to try to get a victory. It's hard. It's hard because they don't score a lot of runs.
Torey Lovullo after the game talking about Corbin Carroll and how he is, and we're going to have Torey on for his usual visit with us on Friday at 2:30. Torey after the game on Corbin Carroll and how he's built to be great in moments like that.
I think he's built for situations like that. He wants to go out and be great, and that's what I told him before the at bat. I said, "Go be great, man. This is what it's all about." And he was awesome. And once again, 100 with a slider and a changeup. He stays on some breaking balls. I felt like one of the breaking balls that he fouled back, he was right on. I think it might have been the 2-1 breaking ball. And he was timed up to it, so I knew that there was a chance he could unload on it, and he found a hole. It was a great swing. It's a 104-mile-an-hour line drive ground ball, so he wants to be in that situation, and he's healthy and he's fine. We just made this conscious decision yesterday to give him a little bit of rest and a little bit of recovery.
This is what I tell Gambo before every show. Go be great, man.
Go be great.
Just go be great,
Just
man.
go be great.
Just go be great.
Yes.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Especially today.
I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but I try every day. I try every day to be like Corbin Carroll.
Especially today when I'm barely here.
You're
Go be
barely
great.
here, yeah.
Barely, go be great, man.
I'm ready.
Because it ain't going to be me today. I'll tell you that right
Yeah,
now.
well, 50%.
Corbin Carroll says, if I'm operating at 50%, Corbin Carroll said after the game, he's operating at about 95% after getting dinged in the head the other day on that Little League home run. Here's what Carroll said.
It feels good. Yeah, I mean, there's a little lump, and but I feel good.
Was it nice to have the day off yesterday?
Yeah, it was. I think, I just, if I had to put like a percent on it, I'd say I feel like 95, plus percent. So I think yesterday it was kind of nice to just be able to, not have that quick turnaround, be able to get a good night of sleep, and then,
I mean, that's really, in this, we've gotten to the point of the program now where we're almost like trying to invent things to complain about. But the only thing really to complain about last night would be the offense's inability they should have punished that guy. They should not have been 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They should not have only had 4 hits, especially when they were able to draw 8 walks. I mean, they had traffic.
They did have 8 walks, yeah.
They had guys on, right? And so you just would expect that against that team and that pitcher, and I guess, that's baseball, as the phrase goes. But
they're just built to win games differently than a lot of these other teams. They've got to manufacture run. They got to get the walk, get the guy to second, move him over, get a base hit, and score a run. It's a lot of old school baseball. They're not built to hit 3-run homers. They're not built that way. They're just they're going to be one of the bottom teams. And now they gave that up, right? They gave that up for defense. They gave up Suarez and Naylor, and they wanted to go more defensively with, when they got Santana for first base, even though he hasn't worked out, and Arenado, who's on the decline for third base. I mean, they don't win that game without that play by Arenado at third base. So, they become a much better team. I'm shocked at how good the pitching has been all the way around, starting pitching and bullpen. I said it to you yesterday, I truly believe this. This is the single best job that Mike Hazen has done as a general manager since he's been here. What he's been able to accomplish with nothing. Mm-hmm. They had $65 million sitting on the sideline with injured guys this year. And he went out there and added Soroka and Sewald and Loaizaga and Clark and Arenado. And it just, it's the decision to call up Waldschmidt was the right time. Like, he's clicking on all cylinders right now.
Hand-smashed Angus beef on a screaming hot griddle. That is the Sonic Smasher, and it could be yours. Text Smasher to 620-620 to win a $25 gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, take quarterback out of the mix for just a second and then ask yourself the question, how good is the Arizona Cardinals offense and how good can it be? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And the 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score. And Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 v. the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. Memorial Day weekend is upon us, which means it is time to get out to Liberty GMC. I mean, it's been time all month long because the Memorial Day Save-a-thon event has been going on all month long out at Liberty GMC. But now that the time is here, if you've been looking for a truck, if you've been looking for an SUV, if you've been looking for the very best GMC makes, you got to get yourself out to 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, because Chris Scott, general manager at Liberty GMC, strong inventory, some of the best offers of the season. You want a truck? $12,500 off the 2026 Sierra 1500. Or you could take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months right now. You want a GMC Terrain? Right now you can lease one, a 2026 one, for just $279 a month, or take up to $6,000 off. And if you want a Yukon, the 2026 Yukons, they are arriving every single day at Liberty GMC. A new batch comes in. Leases starting as low as $699 a month at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples, that was easy.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle, G-U-E-T-T-L. will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey, it's Jesse. Join Wolf and Luke on Tuesday as they will be reacting to the biggest storylines coming out of the NBA playoffs. We get going Tuesday at 10 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Again, Tor Lavello set to join us in about 13 minutes from right now, live from the ballpark. And he will be on video. So we'll be able to, if you're watching on the YouTube feed, and if you don't know, we're on YouTube. You can subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube and watch our show every single day.
I love when the Diamondbacks are not going well, how many fire Lavello comments we get on social media. And then when they're playing really well and he's making good moves, crickets.
Don't worry. All it will take is
Nothing.
one bad move or one bad loss.
I think it's
and
been
they'll
like 2 weeks since I heard from somebody, you got to fire Lavello. Haven't had that in 2 weeks. They keep winning baseball games.
6-1 during the Burnsy
Yeah.
13. It cures a lot of ills, doesn't it? So we touched on this without even knowing there was an article about it yesterday. Briefly, we had a brief conversation about this.
Yeah.
There was a story on FoxSports.com. Which NFL quarterbacks have the most help? A ranking of all the supporting casts, and boy, the Cardinals didn't score great. It's not like the Cardinals were top 10 in the league.
You have the whole list?
I have the entire.
Where were the Lions? I love the freaking Lions offense. But I also love Amon-Ra St. Brown.
You do love yourself some
love Amon-Ra. I love
do.
Gibbs. I loved Montgomery when he was. I love the Lions offense.
Let me do a little.
I don't love Jared Goff, but 5th. Okay.
5th.
All right.
The only skill position players that were better than theirs, according to this article, the Eagles at 4.
The Bears?
The Bears at 3.
The
Lauren's
Bears
like, where are my Bears? Where are my
They
Bears?
got a great roster.
Oh, I read the article yesterday. I knew they were 3.
Can't put anything past you. The Dallas Cowboys were number 2.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy that.
The Cowboys.
Outside of Javonte Williams, they've got nothing at running back.
CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, at tight end, Jake Ferguson, deep threat to Kevontae Turpin.
Okay.
And then Williams, as you mentioned. So the Arizona Cardinals were 24th on this list. And to read the comments, and it was anonymous scouts, things like that. One scout told, and I think this was Ralph Acciano who wrote this for Fox Sports.
Okay.
Quote, if you take Arizona's skill players and put them in a place with a good quarterback, they'll win. They might win a lot, one scout said. Another, quote, they have such a great young core there, but with a bad quarterback situation, you can't expect much at all, close quote. They're both complimentary in a way.
A bad quarterback situation last year, and Michael Wilson had a career year, and Trey McBride had a great season. They didn't even have a freaking running back to hand the ball to. They were handing the ball at the end of the season to their practice squad running backs. Their practice squad running backs.
Yeah.
And they still had a great season out of McBride and Wilson. And now you add Jeremiah Love and Algier. McBride's the best tight end in football. Wilson had 1,000 yards. Now, if Marvin Harrison Jr. can pop, and I don't know if he's going to or not, I think this is a big year for him. That makes it even better. But I honestly thought they might have been a little bit higher on this list than 24th because, again, 1,000-yard receiver in Wilson was terrific. Marvin Harrison Jr. still could pop. 2 great running backs in Love and Algier. You loved Algier. He was
I
one
do.
of your favorite.
That was one of the guys I wanted them to go get. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the best tight end in football. I thought their skills. I thought they might have been higher than 24th when I first saw this.
Yeah, it makes me think about not that the schedule came out a week ago. We all predicted our things. You said 3 wins. I said 5. Lauren said 3. Mitch said 4. And not that any of us are going to go changing any of that. There's a reason why we did it. They're still expected to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. But if there is a capacity for this team to surprise, I think it lies within this.
And the head coach being an offensive guy.
Absolutely. And that's you were going through everything they had last year, and they still had that stretch where they lost 11 of 12.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, okay, what's changed? Well, what's changed is they drafted Jeremiah Love, and he might be a literal game-changing guy. They signed a really good backup running back. They signed a left guard who was a really good player.
In
Seumalo.
Great player.
And they got Mike LaFleur. Now, I know the quarterback position is a giant hole. Nobody's going to deny that they don't have a proven NFL starting caliber quarterback who can lead them to a bunch of wins at the position. But between all those additions that they just made, I know this at the minimum, whenever they do add that quarterback, they should be in a position offensively to be ready to succeed almost right away.
So stop
all the
there.
pieces are in place.
Are the low predictions and expectations for the Cardinals more because of the quarterback or the defense?
Quarterback.
Are you sure about that?
Well, that's my opinion.
Because we still think that they could score a lot of points.
Well,
they scored a lot of points with Jacoby Brissett last year. They moved the ball up and down the field, no problem.
Garbage time in a lot of those games. A lot of Jacoby Brissett's stats were kind of after they were getting blown out, and it was a little fake. Some of it, I thought. But to your point, I think most of the reason the national predictions are so low on them is because they don't have a quarterback. If they had Kirk Cousins, let's say they went out and did the thing and got Kirk Cousins.
They win 7 games.
Okay, but they're predicted to win 7 games. I mean, that's the difference, right?
Yeah.
Would you have picked them to win 7 games if they had gone out and signed Kirk Cousins? Because if the answer is yes, you just answered your question.
I got to find 4 more wins than what I picked. I probably would have came in lower than that. I probably would have been a 6.
6? Okay.
But I think I would have had more than 3.
Yeah, that's the answer.
But I just think that their defense is a problem. And Josh Sweat wasn't at OTAs. I think that's what you had so many injuries. Walter Nolan injured, and B.J. Ojolari injured, and Max Melton didn't develop into being what you wanted. I just think that's where Nick Rallis is back at defensive coordinator. Like, you get this whole new coaching staff that comes in, and they keep the defensive coordinator. And that defense was giving up a lot of points last year. I'd be curious to know, like, if the, because I think if the Cardinals have success this year, it's going to be more because of what the defense does than what Jacoby Brissett does.
Okay, well,
because I think their offense is going to move the ball and score some points.
This story just came down a second ago from Josh Weinfuss over at ESPN.com. And I swear I didn't plan this. It just, boom, dropped into my lap. After months of negotiating, quarterback Jacoby Brissett and the Arizona Cardinals still are not close to reaching an agreement on a reworked deal for this season. A source told ESPN that the two sides are, and I quote, significantly far apart, close quote.
He's got $6.25 million on his contract this year. Only $1.5 of it is guaranteed. He signed a 2-year deal for $12.5 million.
Yep.
You're asking him to be a starting quarterback, and only $1.5 million is guaranteed. I understand where he's coming from, but as I told you the other day, I got a text from a very prominent former NFL player who said he's playing this all wrong. By not showing up to OTAs, he's allowing the coaching staff to get a great look at Beck and Gardner Minshew. They're getting all the reps. And his point was his mistake, and this got a prominent former NFL player, sent this text to me. He should be there, get all the reps. Don't let those other guys pop because you're getting all the reps. And then when it's time to play, hold in. Because now you got them. Now you got them. You got them.
They're hooked on you because you've
got all the reps.
Yeah, exactly. His deal currently pays him $4.88 million, but as you mentioned, only 1.5 of it is guaranteed. By comparison, Gardner Minshew, whom Arizona signed as a free agent in March, had $5.14 million in guaranteed for Arizona. So Minshew, signed to be the backup, is guaranteed money 3 times as much as, which still isn't a lot relative to quarterbacks in the NFL, but 3 times as much as Jacoby Brissett. This makes me wonder, honestly, and remember, Jacoby Brissett acts as his own agent. He doesn't have representation. He represents himself. It makes me wonder if Jacoby is asking for something that's more on the unrealistic side of things, and it's more than just, hey, give me a little bumpy bump. Give me a little bit more guaranteed.
Get paid like a top 15 quarterback in this league,
and maybe not even a top 15 quarterback, but maybe he wants to get paid like a top 20 quarterback, a top 20. You know what I mean? Like somewhere a significant enough raise. They're like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't know, because I wouldn't think they'd be significantly far apart if we were just talking about guaranteed a few extra more $1 million.
A few extra $1 million
They shouldn't
here.
be that far apart, right?
I mean, it shouldn't be. You never know with this owner, though. Like, you never know with this owner. Like I would think, pay him a little bit more money, guarantee some of the money, and be done with it, and you move on.
We've said all along, it just depends on what he's asking for. What is he asking for? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Arizona Diamondbacks are on a 5-game win streak. We'll talk with the manager via video next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Sure, yeah. Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
We talk about it every day, the importance of having the right financial advisor working for you. It's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax to help you the way he's helped me, because you don't realize it. You're 25, 30, 35, 40. You're not thinking about being 60 years old and having retirement upon you and what you want to do, but eventually that day gets here. Trust me, I know. I'm there. So it's important to have a financial advisor that's going to help you look at the future. Put a financial plan together for you, a retirement plan, a tax plan, an estate plan. Stuart Willis is local. You may have seen him on TV on the Asset Preservation Hour. He does a phenomenal job. He's really helped me over the years putting my plan together. As but your plan's going to be different than mine. I want to go get a little villa in Italy and sit around drinking some limoncello on a boat in Lake Como. You might want to do something else, but you got to work towards that plan, whatever it is. Give him a call. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting, regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP, Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you.
21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks, they just keep rolling. How many have they won in a row now? 5! Thank you, Gambo. They'll go for 6 in a row tonight in Game 2 of their series against the Colorado Rockies. Michael Soroka will make the start tonight
goes against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder. This time, they're in San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game will go up 2-1. Tip-off is at 5:30 with coverage starting at 5. That you can listen to on ESPN 620 AM. And to see what Arizona men's basketball coach Tommy Lloyd had to say about Koa Pete's draft prospects, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And coming up next, the manager of the Sedona Red Hot Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo, joining from Chase Field moments from now. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovullo joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
Torey Lovullo joining us via the video here on the Burns and Gambo show for his weekly visit. Shirt you rocking there, Torey. What do you got? Because Gambo's got his Serpientes jersey. Oh, ASU softball championship?
Yep.
Yeah, you had the team in a couple of days ago, right? I saw that you...
We did. Megan came in, brought the whole team. A bunch of the girls came down to stand next to us and just get some photo opportunities. And it was a great moment for us. We support each other in this community. All sports kind of cross over. And, I said, go out there and do your thing. Shock the world. Texas doesn't know what's getting ready to hit them.
Super Regionals begin today, right? Tonight, like 5 o'clock tonight, I think is game 1 of the Super Regionals.
Good for ASU.
For the ASU softball team, so good for them.
I used to take my daughter to all those games back then. Just don't let any of your batters try to hit against their pitchers. It doesn't work out very well.
I know. I got asked this question the other day, and I don't know exactly when or where it happened, but
Jenny Finch?
I guess many years ago, the female pitcher from Arizona who married an Arizona Diamondback
Jenny
pitcher.
Finch.
Jenny Finch. Okay, yeah. Was pumping some strikes at some of the guys at an All-Star game, and nobody.
Yeah, they couldn't hit her.
So,
they couldn't touch her.
I'm out on that.
Like they looked silly. They could not touch her.
Yeah.
So
well, as always, Torey, you do a great job repping the local teams. I mean, you've been here for 10 years, but you do a great job of repping the local teams.
All right, so you guys are playing some great baseball right now. I'm going to the game tonight as a fan. Can't wait. I said in the beginning of the year, I think the key to the bullpen is getting Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel back to what they used to be. Ginkel came into that situation last night. Great job by you putting him in at the right time, getting Murillo out. He obviously didn't have it. And he comes in and gets 2 of the biggest outs of the game. We've seen time and time again this year, your whole bullpen has been great. But Ginkel and Thompson, I think, have kind of solidified everything. Give me your thoughts on that.
I would agree with you. Both we know what they're capable of doing. They led us to the World Series in 23. I think they've both battled some injuries and some really hard times, getting on the mound, staying healthy, and collecting big outs for us. But we've seen it in spurts that when they are healthy, they're really, really good and dominant. They can go out there and they can fill up the zone and get some big outs. Agree with Thompson. You want a ground ball in play, some action. He's the guy that's going to do that. Kevin Ginkel yesterday, we needed soft contact, potential strikeout. We got both, got us out of that mess. And I didn't think that was going to happen. Juan Murillo's been lights out for us. He's been one of our best relievers, maybe one of the best relievers in baseball. But we're there to pick one another up, and that's the mindset they all have. Like, if you didn't get it done, my brother's waiting to take over for me. And, when these guys are it's been very lean. When these starters are going so deep into games, it's been hard for me to get everybody into a rotation, but that's my job, and I want to continue to do that.
Yeah, so that leads me to the Brandon Pfaadt question, because I know you guys don't want to send him down to the minors to go get 5 or 6 innings. You want him here because the competition's better here than it is in the minors, but this isn't working out the way it did with Ryan Nelson last year. So how do you find a way, if he did have to start now, I imagine he's just a 3-inning pitcher if he had to start a game, but how do you find a way to keep him stretched out enough to get 3 innings and 50 pitches here and there? So if you do need him as a starter, he's available.
Yeah, it's been very challenging. It's a lot of the conversation that we have inside of my office with the front office and the pitching coaches. We're very situationally aware of the need that for that sixth starter, and to have him sitting here growing and developing, we feel is very important. But at some point, it becomes very critical. I said that yesterday that we do have to find some games for him. He came into a game a couple days ago that should have been Juan Murillo's inning because we wanted to keep him on some sort of a pitching schedule. I'd been on Juan so much. I felt like it was a good time to back out of that and give Brandon this inning to keep that arm sharp and that sequencing and pitchability the exact same way that we want to keep it. And overall, we're doing the best that we can. Getting him stretched out is nearly impossible up to 70, 80 pitches as we always had hoped. But we're going to do the best that we can. And you're right, Gambo, to get him out there and get him up once, like a 1+ into that 25, 30 pitch range is about where we're at right now. And if we can get him that third inning, depending on how good he is, we will. But we got to find the right opportunity. I'm not going to pull out Eduardo Rodriguez after 5 innings just to give somebody that chance to get stretched out. We got to win a baseball game. I'm going to do the best that I possibly can to put the right guys in there to make that happen.
I know you addressed this last night, but Murillo's fine, right? Like, I know you've just been trying to cool him off a little bit because you were using him so much, but he looked rusty last night after having only thrown 5 pitches combined in his last 2 outings, but he's okay.
Yeah, health is great. He's a horse. He goes out there. He's got a great pitcher mentality. And we want him and we need him to be as good as he's been all year long. And I just got to preserve that. I can't just go out there and keep abusing him. And next thing you know, he's got 80 appearances and he's got nothing left in September. So we consciously picked this time to kind of back off of him a little bit. He's fine. The one thing that he said to me, and I've known this, and the pitching coach has also known this through conversation with him, is the more he pitches, the better he gets. So a little bit of rust yesterday, but he's right back in there today for sure. If the opportunity arises, he's going to be back in.
A lot has been made about your moment with the starting pitchers, and certainly how the starting pitchers have pitched since you had your moment with the starting pitchers. Yeah. I made this observation on the air the other day, and I'm just curious to get your thoughts on it. It seems to me that potentially one of the pivot points for your offense wasn't your conversation with them, but it was the call-up of Ryan Waldschmidt and what he's done in the 9-hole. Is that a similar pivot point for what has been the success of the offense, the way your conversation with the starters has been for the rotation?
Yeah. First of all, I appreciate the love, Bernsey. These starting pitchers went out there and did it. I just created an awareness and I challenged them. And that's really what my job is, in the right time, in the right situation, to call a group in and just like, hey, this is where we're at. It isn't good enough. You guys can carry this load. And then this workload, they took it from there. I think they liked being challenged. And sometimes it doesn't matter who you are. Everybody wants boundaries and they want to be told, like, what does it look like from your vantage point, and how can you help me? And it's easy to look away from that group because they're so experienced, but I really put it on them. I told them, this is your guys' team. You're going to carry this team. I had a similar meeting with the hitters, and it started to get better slowly, but the hitting coaches have been on some of the things that we have been watching when we got very lean. And we had this conversation today in my office about Ryan Waldschmidt. The day he got here, we got better. Nothing against the guys that were here before. They're special in their own way, but Ryan Waldschmidt has got a great bat to ball skill. He can check off on certain pitches. He can get on base. He got on base via walk yesterday and was able to score a run for us. So not easy to do when you're hitting the 9-hole, but he doesn't care. He's going to have a quality at bat no matter where he's at.
Yeah, I loved 8 walks in the baseball game. Congratulations. Yeah. You guys have not been walking very much this year. It's nice to look at some pitches.
Yeah, I love the walks. And 2 weeks ago, I think I told you guys about 400 less pitches.
Yeah.
So you can't make up for that in one week. But we're honing in on some really good at bats. And walking I don't want guys to go up there and look to walk. I think good hitters walk because they check off pitches and they're in a good hitting position and they can see the baseball. So I think we're slowing the game down a little bit, and I think we're seeing more pitches. But 8 walks, you're right. It was a fantastic night for us.
Yeah, what a difference a week makes. Yesterday I was saying, last week when we talked to you, I said, this team's not going anywhere unless Ketel Marte starts playing better. From that moment forward, he's starting to play better. He's playing his best baseball of the year right now. He's hitting the ball hard, the walk-off home run, the other. I loved the bunt single. That set up a big inning for you guys. That was a beautiful bunt single against the Giants. Just what have you seen in him and his turnaround in this past week or two?
First of all, we're built differently. We got to do those little things. We got to play a little baseball. And that part of the game really fires me up. I mean, that's what I want us to be able to do. And I also love when we can hit 3-run home runs like Ketel did to help us win a game. Ketel's a really complete baseball player. If you were to watch the bunting practice that we do, we have the bunters go out there and work, 2 or 3 times a homestand to just keep tuned up. He's one of the best bunters on the team, and you wouldn't believe it. I just think there's been an ease to his game. I told him about 10 days ago to not be so hard on himself. You can see when he doesn't come through, he feels like he's letting the team down, letting the entire state down. He's one of the best baseball players I'll ever manage. I've gone on record saying that for now the past 4 or 5 years. So I put pressure on him, right? So I just called him in and just said, have some fun. Go out there, be the best version of yourself by just controlling the zone, swinging at strikes, and doing what you do best. And I felt like it was a matter of time before he turned this around. He's just too good of a player to do what he was doing. The average is climbing. He's checking off of pitches and driving the baseball and help us win games. And that's what he loves.
You know me. I love when you guys could move a runner over, get him in scoring position. I think I told you I was angry with you 2 weeks ago. You had runs on first and second, Perdermo up in the first inning, and you didn't bunt the guys over. But you guys are using the bunt a little bit more. But then I want to turn it around. Now, defensively, they tried to get a run off of you last night with the bunt. And to me, it's not Eduardo Rodriguez being able to pick the baseball up. I've never seen a better throw. Like, he literally put it on the tag. That was a great defensive inning. Arenado saved the game with that backhand play. Corbin makes a nice play in right field. But I really thought them trying to get that squeeze run in, Eduardo Rodriguez making that play. So you always talk about offensively with the bunt. Now talk about defensively, what you guys prepare for a situation like that.
Yeah, this is the part of the game that really fires me up. The pitching and the defense aspect of it is got to be consistent. It doesn't really go into slumps. Defense has always got to be there, and if you prepare, you're going to be able to make those plays. So we work really hard at it. Believe it or not, when we're on the backfields in spring training, people are asking, "What are you guys doing? Are you taking BP, ground balls, and then you get out of there?" No, we're not. We're talking about these types of plays. The safety squeeze is something that we work on a lot. You got to be able to recover the ball and quickly throw a strike. It's a darting type of a throw. We have a signal in our pitch comm, bunt alert, so everybody knows that something might be happening. So before Eduardo threw the pitch, you knew there was a possibility the ball was going to be bunted back to him. And that's just study. That's the coaches studying. That's conversations pregame that we're all having. Like, this is the menu that they might follow. Let's be prepared. So the bunt alert went on. Eduardo retrieved the ball through a strike, and a perfect tag was laid on to get that big out. That was a massive out in a one-run game. That's the reason why we won the game. And you're right. The Karros line drive ground ball down the third base line was a reaction play. If you remember, Karros had squared in his first pitch. So Nolan was in. Now everything gets amplified when the infield's in, which I don't love. Infield's in, it's a faster paced game, and he just reacted to it and made a tremendous play. So all in all, fantastic day yesterday defensively, and that's why we won the game. And Corbin's catch in right field, that deserves a little bit of love. I think it was a 25% catch rate. That's not easy to do. Came in, made a great play, back in the dugout with a chance to go ahead and score some runs.
Next week you'll just have me because Burnsy's going to the motherland tomorrow. So
nice.
He's going to the motherland tomorrow.
Going to
Italy. He's going to be gone for a little while.
Going to be gone for about 10 days. So
God bless you.
Going to Florence, Rome, and Positano. So
he might not come back.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yes.
That's so good. I'm so jealous. Take pictures, please. Let us know what's going on.
Will do. Win some games while I'm gone. Keep winning some games while I'm gone.
I'll see you tonight.
All right, boys. Good talking to you. I'll talk to you next week.
Skip. See you, Tori.
Gambo, Burnsy, have fun.
Yeah, thanks, Tori. Appreciate that. That's Tori Lavello, manager of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, we learned from Gambo's reporting, Jaden Bradley working out pre-NBA draft for the Suns. Who else might they be looking at in that moment? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and like a truly personal story when it comes to Global Credit Union. I only knew about them because I have my car loan through them. And I was doing that for a few years, and it was fine. And then I just came to learn about their better rates on their loans. And I came to learn about their fewer fees when it comes to their checking accounts and their savings accounts. In some cases, no fees when it comes to their checking accounts or their savings accounts. And my wife and I are like, why just the car loan? Why not more? Why are we not expanding our portfolio with Global Credit Union? Because they're that good and they're that committed to their members to save them money. We've made the switch. It's been great. And I'm here to tell you right now, if you're looking to save money, if you're looking to do a better way of banking, if you're looking for elevated customer service, 24/7, 365, live U.S.-based customer support, You're going to get it all at Global Credit Union. Joining is super simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Again, that's globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You know who's here for those who build America? Ford. For those who believe giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, well, Ford believes if that's who you are, then you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value for American values. Paul Calvi's here. Hey, the Memorial Day sales event is here at our Desert Ford dealers again. We pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like that 2026 Ford F-150. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, during the Memorial Day sales event, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back. That's on a 2026 Ford F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with our Twitter poll question of the day. I believe it can be found at arizonasports.com. It's the main question on the main page. We've kind of morphed into that now. So what are they asking the folks?
Yeah, so
you say what are we asking the folks, but it's,
we didn't come up with it.
We didn't come up with this question.
No, just scroll down the page until you see your two shining faces. And then the poll question is right to the right of that. So today's poll question is, which of these Cardinals off-season storylines is most important for the franchise? Is it who will be the #2 safety to Budda Baker? Is it the development of Will Johnson in year 2? Or is it Michael Wilson following up his breakout season?
These are 3 really interesting choices here.
This sounds like a Tyler Drake written question.
Because none of these 3, and Gambo just popped in his earbuds. Which of these 3
I heard him.
Okay. Well, these are 3 interesting choices.
I'm going to go with development of Will Johnson.
That's what I'm going to go with,
too. You got to have that shutdown corner.
Yeah.
Against the best receivers in the league. I'll go with the Michigan kid, Will Johnson.
And I think Michael Wilson is a close 2. Then I think there's a big gap before we get to who the #2 safety is behind Budda.
Bernie, you have got your pulse on the finger of the listeners.
I have my pulse on the finger.
Finger
on the pulse. I have my finger on the... I don't know which one it is.
I've been with Gambo for too long.
I got my pulse on the finger.
I've been with Gambo for too
Yes.
long. I'm going to see myself out stage left.
You don't kick the dog that feeds you.
So far, the only one of us on the show who hasn't shown that they're blatantly half-assing this thing today is me, right? Right? So far? Like, I'm the most dialed in so far? Okay, never mind. Maybe not.
You did say you were going to be at 50%.
I did, but
He
I
just hasn't showed it yet.
I guess that's true.
Sharp
Yeah.
as a tack so far. Anyway.
I might need a Coke or some caffeine.
It's kind of like sometimes Gambo every now and then has those days where like, man, I just need a Coke today. I just need a
Sometimes.
Coca-Cola. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I have my pulse on the finger. What's the
Yep, you
what are
have
the
got your
results?
pulse on the finger because 45% of our audience is going with Michael Wilson following up his breakout season.
Okay.
Closely followed, 42% going with the development of Will Johnson in year 2, and then quite the gap, 13% going with who will be the number 2 safety for Budda Baker.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate that. That's the poll question. Can be found at ArizonaSports.com. Phoenix Suns. Gambo had the news earlier in the week. Got a little bit of attention that Jaden Bradley's going to be in for a pre-draft workout. The U of A star point guard, who very well might be available at number 47. Mock drafts have him available there. But you're able to get your hands on some of the other guys the Suns might be potentially bringing in for the pre-drafts.
Yeah, there's some reports out there now. They've Baba Miller. I know that they have worked out Baba Miller. That's a guy that they have looked at. He was at Florida State. He played in the Big 12, obviously. For Cincinnati this past season when he went from Florida State to Cincinnati. He's a big kid. He comes from Spain, so he gives you some size. If you're looking for somebody like that, he's 6'11", 225 pounds. So Baba Miller, Jaden Bradley, Darian Ford, Kashi Nat, Shamar Scott, all these guys are having workouts with the Suns. You can start bringing a lot of guys in. They're picking a number 47. There's been some reports that they could move into the first round. I'm saying that that's not going to happen. I don't expect them to be able to move into the first round. They could move into the late 30s because there are several teams that have, like, you're the Spurs, you've got 4 picks in this draft. You don't have 4 roster spots. Could you move out of one of those spots, trade for something in the future? So the Suns might be able to move up with one of those teams. I think that's more likely they move up from 47 to the late 30s, but I don't see them moving into the first round. They're working out a lot of seniors. They're working out a lot of guards. They're going to start bringing a lot more guys in. I think they've got 7 guys coming in, scheduling, and try to find out some of those names. Jaden Bradley's the big one. A lot of people know him from taking Arizona to the Final Four. He's a point guard. He's an experienced guy. He should be there middle to late second round.
Yeah.
So he's a guy that you can look at and say, okay, I could see us being able to get him. So, yeah, the workouts are starting, picking at 47 right now. I don't see a first-round pick for them, but I'm not going to rule out moving up to get into the 30s.
It is a curious spot for a team to be in only that you can, if you know what you're doing, you can find NBA talent in the second round. Now, it needs to be developed and it needs to be kind of nurtured, but you can find it. You just have to know what you're looking for, and you know how to scout, you know how to develop. Oso Ighodaro is a perfect example of that. Is he a perfect player? No. Is he a productive player in this league? Yes. Yeah, he is very much. And, Rasheer Fleming, an early second-round guy, but a second-round guy nevertheless. You can find those guys. You just kind of have to know what you're looking for, and you have to know where to dig.
We've seen Bradley's name. We've seen Jeremy Fears, the point guard for Michigan State. We've seen him tied to the Suns in that pick around 47. So they're going to bring a lot of guys in. You're going to try to catch lightning in a bottle with a pick in the second round. Again, if there's a guy they like. Now, what you do sometimes in the NBA – to get a guy, if you're picking at 47, say they can't move, and there's a guy that they like, you could basically tell the agent, hey, I'm going to give your guy a guaranteed contract, not a two-way, because a lot of guys in the second round, like last year they drafted Kobe Bryant, second round, two-way contract. Maybe they missed out on a guy or two because they were only giving away a two-way contract. If you can guarantee somebody a roster spot, an agent will stop working out for other teams in that area. And I'll also call that team and tell that team, hey, don't take my guy. I got a spot. Don't take my guy.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, you don't want to mess with the agent because it could screw future negotiations. So you could do that. If you do feel like you've got a roster spot to give, you might be able to have a guy slide to you a little bit. A few, not 20 spots, but 5, 6, or 7 spots.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we have Mainstay Merrill, and we've had that nickname for a few years now. Mitch would like to propose a new nickname for an Arizona Diamondbacks starter, Steady Eddie Rodriguez. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat, and it's 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's buymuddymat.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st.
Toyota, let's go places. She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics, started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks just keep on rolling. How many is it that they've won in a row now? 5! Thank you, Gambo. Appreciate it. They're going for 6 in a row tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Rockies. Michael Soroka will start things off on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, got Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and the Thunder. This time, they're in San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game goes up 2-1. Tip-off will be at 5:30. Coverage is going to start at 5 o'clock. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. How about some love for ASU softball, who begins super regional play tonight against Texas in Austin. It's a best 2 of 3 against the Longhorns, so they just need to get 2 of those 3 games. First pitch tonight is at 6. And then ASU baseball, semifinals for the Big 12 tournament. That is being played up in Surprise, so you can check that one out tonight, this weekend, if you want to. They'll face West Virginia. First pitch will be at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet, where buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Right now, get up to $12,500 off new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. It's a lot of words, but it's a nice car. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Enjoy your holiday weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday morning. Will the D-backs still be rolling? And will we have a clearer picture of who's going to be in the NBA Finals? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I might not have 1 foot out the door on my way to Italy. I might have it on my way to the Diamondback game tonight because I'm going to the Diamondback game. But one of the names I forgot to mention in the last segment that has not been out there is that the Suns about a pre-draft workout with Robert McRae from Florida State, the point guard.
Okay.
So that's a name that nobody knows about, but he is a player, 6'4" point guard, played 4 years of college basketball, was with Florida State last year, so an older point guard, but good size at 6'4", projected second-round pick. I couldn't find my notes before, and I know there was another name, and where's my notes? I got to find the name. It's Robert McRae from Florida State.
So again, you're the one leaving the show early to go to the Diamondbacks game. Lauren is the one in there screwing up a simple phrase like finger on the pulse, and I'm the one accused of half-assing it today.
You have a lot more years to work. I don't.
You're over there.
You've got
Where are my notes? I can't see it here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where did it go?
Yeah. You've got 1 foot on a vacation towards Italy. I got 1 foot on a home in Italy.
I guess that is a significant difference. That is true. I heard Mitch filling in this afternoon on the Wolf and Luke show. Steady Eddie. Steady Eddie is Eduardo Rodriguez, who continues to be an absolute revelation for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
One of the biggest surprises. One of the biggest surprises of the guys they've had. Right, we talk about the newcomers that have contributed. Soroka, oh my goodness, he's been so good. Seawald has been fantastic. Taylor Clark has been great. And Nolan Arenado. So a lot of the newcomers we look at, I'm like, wow, those guys have been. Out of the guys that they had, man, it's like this Eduardo Rodriguez is a shock to me.
Yeah.
He was so terrible last year.
Yeah.
And then he goes to the World Baseball Classic. He leads them to the title. And I remember sitting to you, I'm like, all right, is he going to pitch that way for the Diamondbacks, the team that's actually paying his salary? And he's been nothing short of magnificent this year.
Yeah, and I think it's actually something that kind of got buried in it a little bit the last time we were talking about Erod, probably after his last start or maybe the one before that. You mentioned that he came to camp just looking physically better. Dude's dropped like 20 pounds from a year.
He came in pretty heavy last year.
And you could see it.
Yeah.
I think more than anything than the World Baseball Classic or whatever we're attributing to the success of Eduardo Rodriguez, him coming in with that kind of rededication physically to just his body, I think is probably, without knowing the details, I think is huge. It is. It's a huge part of why Eduardo Rodriguez has been different and better so far this year. I saw the stats.
He came in, when Montgomery came in, and then he came in, they looked at these guys like they're the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like they both came in heavy. And it was like, really? We're going to pay you guys all this money? You're going to come in out of shape?
Yeah.
Rodriguez is in shape. He's pitching well. He's committed. You could see. how much he wants to go out there and dominate, how he wants to be a great pitcher this year. He's been nothing short of spectacular for them.
Pulled this stat from one of the write-ups in the game. I think it was from Nick Pecoro over at AZ Central. It's the fourth time in 10 starts that Eduardo Rodriguez has gone at least 7 innings this year. Something he had done only twice in 39 starts in his first 2 years as an Arizona Diamondback. So 2 years, 2 times he's gone 7 innings. This year he's done it 4 times in 10 starts. He's efficient. Last night he was getting weak contact from Colorado. Everything was on the ground. Everything, and it just allows him. He's not walking guys. He's kind of battling that a little bit this year. Not maybe to the tune that he had done it a year ago. But the walks were still there. Man, he only had 1 walk last night.
But you're able to pitch deeper into the game because you're not carrying an extra 20 or 25 pounds on your body. He retired, the first 9 in a row to start the game. He left with a 1-0 lead. His only loss this year's been against the Rockies on that road trip, and he's just got no run support. I love what happened in the 5th inning, how great they were defensively in the 5th to get him out of that. But then in the 6th, too, he was just great in those 2 innings. It was a terrific game. No runs over 7 innings, got out of the jam in the 5th, got out of the jam in the 6th. Pitched terrific. I felt terrible he didn't get the win. He should have got the win, but Murillo ended up hitting that batter. The run scores. It's a tie game, so you get a no decision for a terrific effort like that.
Defense sounded like this.
And the 0-1 from Rodriguez. Karros swings away, grounds it. Oh, what a backhand snag by Arenado. He rises to his feet, and he throws to first. Incredible. Just incredible over at the hot corner.
Or like this.
First pitch on the way to Fulford. He shows bunt, and he pushes one. It's a safety squeeze. Rodriguez goes home. Out is the call at the plate.
Right on the glove.
Unbelievable.
Put it right on the glove.
The throw was more impressive than anything.
Yeah, he just put it right on the glove.
The throw was just like, if he throws that ball to Marino's right or right at his gut, the runner's safe. He put it right on the tag. Great play.
Yeah, he did. Eduardo Rodriguez currently has the 6th best ERA.
Did you not play the Corbin Carroll one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you?
Because I have a comment on that.
You do?
Yeah.
Was that to end the inning?
Yeah, that was to end the inning.
1-1. Johnston swings. That's a topspin line drive to right. Carroll's there to make the catch in stride. And everything is working for Rodriguez here in the top of the 5th inning. The Rockies don't score. They get 2 hits in strand 2.
You sounded like a little boy who wanted an extra scoop of ice cream.
Hey,
I'm sorry, Johnny. Here you go.
You
Here's
didn't
one
put
more
sprinkles
scoop.
on the top of my ice cream.
Sorry,
you
little baby.
You want to swim with the fishes?
What's your comment?
The comment was Lovello said...
The 90s called. They want their phrase back.
It was more like 80s.
You just say that because Frankie's here. You're trying to act all tough because your buddy from New York is here. Boy, you'll sleep with the fishes if you don't play that cut for me. Hey, what we doing? I'll do it. What's your comment? Sorry.
Lovello said that was a 25% catch rate. I was shocked at that. I looked at that as the easiest play in the inning. The Arenado backhander was incredible. The Eduardo Rodriguez safety squeeze play was great. And then Corbin makes that catch. And we're like, that was nothing. And Lovello's like, that had a 75% chance of being a hit. I'm like, really? He goes, it was only a 25% catch rate. I don't know how they come up with these statistics, to be honest with you. I don't understand any of them. I've told you, expected hitting and expected batting. And I don't get any of it.
We are aware of your love affair with analytics.
I hate analytics.
We are very aware of it.
Did you get a hit or did you not get a hit? Like that batter didn't come back that it was expected to be a hit, 75%. It was an out.
I heard analytics says the feeling's mutual, Gambo.
Exactly.
Expected. I told you my expected marriage was about a 6.5. I went to a 10. Right? But so you're expected.
Look, that's just how it works. Sometimes you're above expectations or you're below expectations.
Analytics has an expected tolerance of Gambo of about 0. It is a very mutual feeling between.
Yeah, I hate them and they hate me.
The analytics for me are trending.
Jack Summers, who does a great job covering the team. I thought, can you write this in English? I don't understand a freaking word you're saying. Like XPA, XPH, or I didn't do algebra. I didn't do algebra. I was done with math in 9th grade. They pulled me out of math and science. I wasn't good at any of that stuff. I don't understand letters with was it a hit? Was it a base hit, RBI, home run, ERA. So on base percentage I get.
If it were up to you, analytics would sleep with the fishes, is what you're saying?
I just don't understand it, man. I'm just not ready for it.
Experience Cardinals football the way it's meant to be, live at State Farm Stadium as part of the Red Sea. Season ticket members enjoy complimentary parking, plus discounts on food, beverages, and at the team store. Visit the official Arizona Cardinals app to learn more about ticket options. How much of year 3 for Marvin Harrison Jr. is make it or break it?
Oh, that's big.
That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Tom, are you there?
I'm here.
What is the London Eye?
It is a Ferris wheel, also known as an observation wheel.
A cantilevered observation wheel.
If you would have said that, I would have said you're reading directly from Wikipedia.
If he is, so what? He's got the right answer.
That's all we care about.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz ready to help you with your LASIK surgery, your vision correction procedure right now. What an outstanding job they do. I love the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I went there for my vision correction not too long ago. Actually, it was so long, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, I had my vision correction. And as the years go by, people are like, what's going to happen? Well, nothing. I see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I don't wear glasses, contacts, or readers. Thanks to Dr. J. Schwartz. Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and your Diamondbacks is the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa, 3 locations. If you're going to have your eyes taken care of, whether it's an eye exam, you have dry eye, you just need glasses or contacts, there is nobody trusted in the Valley more than Dr. J. Schwartz. My entire family trusts. My daughter, Gabriella, she's a doctor in Tucson. When she needs to have her eyes checked out, she drives all the way down here to see Dr. J. Schwartz. I asked, why? She goes, because that's my doctor. That's my eye doctor. I'm not going to anybody else. I've trusted him since I was a kid, and she still trusts him to this day. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Have a great long Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Join us on Tuesday morning when we get back. We'll recap everything that goes down in the world of sports over the next few days. Don't miss a minute. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
OTAs will resume next week for the Cardinals as well. 2 more weeks of the voluntary stuff. Then the mandatory minicamp, which I believe starts on June 8th. Again, the report that came out today from Josh Weinfuss of ESPN.com, a source told ESPN that Jacoby Brissett and the Arizona Cardinals are, quote-unquote, significantly far apart on negotiations, and they're still not close on reaching an agreement on a rework deal for the season. So that continues to loom all over everything. There's a lot of things that are looming over everything, and Mike LaFleur's got, as a first-year head coach, he's got a lot to do. And when we were visiting with him, Gambo, earlier in the week at OTAs.
Yeah, when I drew up that great play for him that he loved.
Yes, when you drew up that great play for him for a guy who can't really throw the football all that well. But, you know.
I don't know. Trey McBride the day before told us he could really throw the ball.
I just loved Mike's reaction to, do you even have 11 guys out there?
There were 11 guys out there. It was a heck of a play.
Mike handled that like a pro.
He said it was a good
really
play.
did.
There was 11. It's posted. There was 11. It's a play for McBride to throw the football.
I hope.
I tried. I did the best I could for Trey.
I hope that on Mike LaFleur's to-do list, there is a long way to go before he gets to the part about drawing up plays for Trey McBride. I hope
the last coach let me pick the music that they would
fine.
play.
That's something
that's
that's superficial and flimsy. That's
I'm just
fine.
trying to move myself up the ladder. I went from the guy I could pick the music that they would practice to, and now I want to see if I can get a play in the system.
Fixing Marvin Harrison Jr. Now that's something that should be much more important than drawing up plays for Trey McBride. Question. And here's Mike LaFleur on that.
Yeah, I mean it's it's not just our offense. I think any good coach, you just try to put these guys in positions to be successful. And so each receiver is going to be in a little bit different positions. You know, it's like putting together a basketball team. Like they didn't ask, name the center of Golden State to go shoot threes and Steph to be posted up right there. They put him in those spots, to make sure that those guys are, in position to do what they do best. So it's something that we're learning right now. I feel like I have a pretty good idea how we're going to use them. But again, we're only 2 days into this thing. Once we get a little bit further, I think it'll show itself even more.
NFL.com today, a make or break players in the NFL this year. No surprise. Marvin Harrison Jr. was one of the 11 players who were listed in the story today.
Yeah, this was a terrific story. I really enjoyed this because, you're looking at guys and you're saying, okay, who needs to make that jump? And they had Kyler Murray in there too. And obviously Kyler's not our guy anymore. But they mentioned the make or break players. Keon Coleman with the Bills. Bryce Young was mentioned. J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray. One of those guys is going to win the job and the other is not. C.J. Stroud. This is a big year for him. George Pickens. They mentioned Deshaun Watson.
Michael Penix was on there too.
Yeah, Kayvon Thibodeau. And then obviously they get to Marvin Harrison Jr. Look, it is what it is. I mean, my thoughts on Marvin Harrison Jr. right now after 2 years, that doesn't mean that this is set in stone, and I can't change my opinion. My opinion on him right now is he's a number 2 receiver in this league. Mm-hmm. He's not a number 1 guy. And if he's a number 2 receiver on this team, when you've got a premier tight end and you've got another receiver, and then you've got the number 3 pick in the draft in Jeremiah Love, and you've got Alshon, how many balls is he going to catch as the number 2 receiver? Last year there was a great connection between Jacoby Brissett and Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson popped last year. He broke out, and he was great. He was great. right now, today, if you ask me who do I trust more, I trust Michael Wilson more than I trust. Now, that's terrible, right? Marvin Harrison Jr. should be the guy. But right now, I think the jury's still out. I still think there's room for him to have a great year. But if he doesn't have a great year, I'm not saying he's a bust, but I think he becomes like when DeAndre Ayton didn't live up to expectations. It didn't mean he was out of the league. It just meant that like he's still a starter in the league, but he's not a generational talent.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is a starter in this league somewhere, but he might not be a top 25 receiver.
I don't know. I guess you and I look at bust a little differently because I would label DeAndre Ayton a bust. He's a bust. You're the number one pick in the NFL, or the NBA, pardon me. There are just expectations baked in. And when you don't live up to those expectations, you're a bust. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr., when you're the number 4 pick in the NFL draft and you're considered to be a generational wide receiver and you come from the family that he does and you're going into your 3rd NFL season and we still don't have the first foggiest idea who it is that you are as a wide receiver, he's not a bust yet. He gets the end of this year and it's still pedestrian numbers and pedestrian performances for Marvin Harrison Jr. I think it's okay to call him a bust.
There were 3 receivers in that draft: Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison Jr. And the Cardinals had the first choice, and they took Marvin Harrison Jr. And if we could redo that draft again, he'd be the 3rd guy taken.
Yeah.
I'd take Odunze first.
But I also don't know if the Cardinals had taken Rome Odunze. Is it a guarantee he's a success here? I don't know. With the coaching, with the culture, with the organization, right? Like there's that is part of this too. And if Marvin Harrison Jr. goes to the Giants or goes to the Bears, is he a different guy because he's getting different coaching and culture? He could be.
Of course.
He could be.
There are the rare exceptions. Larry Fitzgerald played with one of the biggest collections of garbage at quarterback and is a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
He found a way to be great when Kevin Cobb and John Skelton and
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown.
He's fine, but you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, they didn't have, until Kirk came along, they didn't.
There was a lot of bad quarterbacks that he played with. A lot of bad quarterbacks that he had to play with, and he was great. If you're that great, you kind of figure out a way to make it work. So, but to your point, you just don't know. I mean, if any of those guys, you just don't know because this situation wasn't great. Gannon was a defensive guy. Petzing wasn't a good offensive coordinator. But Michael Wilson had a great year last year. How come?
Yeah.
Why?
I
mean, he had over 1,000 yards receiving last year.
And the thing about Marvin Harrison Jr. this year is that the thing that's working for him, obviously, is Mike LaFleur. And here comes this offensive-minded head coach who very clearly, and he told us the other day when we were talking to him, look, wide receiver development, I came into this league coaching wide receivers. It's got a special place in my heart, wide receivers. So I feel like I know them very well and know what to do. That's a big benefit for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
A big downfall is Jeremiah Love and the fact that there are just a damn lot of mouths to feed on this offense, right? Like a lot. Michael Wilson, I want to get him the ball. He did great things. Trey McBride, obviously, got to get him the ball.
Number 1 target.
Jeremiah Love, got to get him the ball.
Catches,
a ton.
passes too, yep.
And so there does become very much there are too many mouths to feed on this. Will Marvin Harrison Jr. even get that opportunity to shine in this offense, no matter how much Mike LaFleur tries to feature him?
And you've got to remember, because I used to get on Gannon all the time about this last week, your run-to-pass ratio is terrible. You're not running the football at all. Now, part of it is you get down in a game and you got to throw it. The other part is they didn't have anybody to run it. Think about this as well. If Jeremiah Love is all that in a bag of chips, and we all expect he's going to be a great running back, they're going to run the ball a lot more than they did last year.
Absolutely.
A lot more. So now that's a lot less passes going in the air for those guys. So, and you're going to throw the ball to Love. You're going to throw the ball to McBride. You're going to throw it to Wilson. Like, okay, so you're going to run it more. You're going to pass it less. You're not going to take targets away from Trey McBride.
Yeah.
And if Wilson's your number 1 guy, guess who suffers? Marvin Harrison Jr.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Diamondbacks bullpen always in flux but continues to get the job done. But there is a problem that is starting to arise when it comes to the Diamondbacks bullpen. And we'll tell you what it is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
If there's a feeling in that organization, they've seen enough from Mike LaFleur right now to know if Mike LaFleur is wowing them with what he's putting on paper and what he's putting out as strategy points and pathways, then they might go, well, you know what? We get this guy developed and this guy that we might shock the world. Who do we do that with? Well, Jacoby Brissett gives you the best chance. But again, you drafted Carson Beck the year before. You're going into one of the more talent-rich drafts for quarterbacks. You have to get clarity on Carson Beck.
You have to.
Have to.
Bickley and Murata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 5 consecutive wins for the Diamondbacks. They're looking to make it 6 in a row tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Rockies at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will start things off on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder. This time they're in San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game will go up 2-1 in the series. Tip-off is at 5:30. Coverage is going to start at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. ASU softball begins Super Regional play tonight. They're in Austin taking on the Texas Longhorns. Best 2 out of 3, so the Sun Devils got to get a couple if they want to get back to the College World Series. First pitch is at 6. And then ASU baseball in the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament. That's being played up at Surprise Stadium if you want to check that out later this evening. They're taking on West Virginia. First pitch is at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Foundation. Dine and donate this month at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 from purchase of select items will support brain tumor research at the Ivy Brain Tumor Center.
Hey, it's Jesse. Where do the Diamondbacks stand after the long weekend? We'll be talking D-backs on Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, it gets a little challenging when your starters are doing what they're doing, and there's some dry spells. RT hasn't thrown in a couple days, so it's a nice problem to have, but you want to get everybody involved and keep them sharp. It is a challenge, but it's a good part of the game. Your starters need to carry that workload. They're the marathon runners, and the sprinters come out and finish it off for you. But we'll be in a good spot tomorrow, and we need to just continue to mix up the usage and spread out the usage. I think we've done a really good job of that in the first month and a half of the season, where I haven't been totally reliant on 2 or 3 guys. I think there's an enormous workload that they've spread around down there.
Gambo, I'll take champagne problems I never thought the Diamondbacks would have for 500, please. Torey Lovullo lamenting the fact, and not lamenting, but saying, look, our starters are doing so well. It's a challenge sometimes to find innings.
To pitch anybody in the bullpen. My guy's got to stop going 8 innings.
He said RT hasn't pitched in a while, and it took me a second. RT, who's he talking about? Oh, Ryan Thompson. Yeah, he hasn't pitched in a couple of days. So I had to think about it, process it in my head. Who the hell was he talking about? Because and that was in part, I think, and it was good to hear Torey confirm not only last night but to us again today. Nothing's wrong with Juan Murillo. They just needed to cool him down a little bit because they had been using him a lot early in the season.
Yeah, I talked.
And he's thrown 5 pitches in his last 2 appearances. He looked very rusty last night.
I talked to the D-backs today. He was on pace for 70 outings this year. It's like that can't happen.
You're gonna break him.
He can't throw 70 times. They were using him so much, so they had to back off him a little bit, and that has probably led to the struggles last night. Right, the 2 back-to-back singles, the walk, the hit batter, just didn't have it last night. And sometimes you don't have it. So, but yeah, like it has been. It's a blessing that your starters are going as long as they are. You've been able to rest we talked about that, a lot of off days. Now they don't have any off days. So it's great that you don't have to use your pitchers. You don't want to have to use 5 or 6 relief pitchers every night. You wear out your bullpen. So the fact that the complete game from Merrill Kelly, that these guys, how many quality starts do we have in the last 2 weeks?
Was it 12 of their last 16 games,
quality
I think,
starts.
or quality starts?
You go in 6, 7, 8 innings with your guys, 9 from Merrill. That's fantastic.
The problem, and that's not the problem I was alluding to when I said there was a problem with the Diamondbacks bullpen. There is a problem, though, with the bullpen, and it's Brandon Pfaadt. And Brandon Pfaadt is a problem because much like Torey lamenting the idea that he can't get his relievers in these games, the starters going deep, and again, it's a great thing. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's a bad thing at all, but it has really kind of screwed up the development and the plan for Brandon Pfaadt. They just haven't been able to do anything consistent with him at all since they made this move.
Of right now, there is not a desire to send him down to AAA. I could tell you that the plan for Pfaadt is to stay on the major league level. They prefer the competition at the major leagues rather than the competition at the minor leagues, but they've had a hard time getting him stretched out. It hasn't worked out according to plan. It hasn't worked out the way it did for Ryan Nelson. They haven't been able to get Pfaadt stretched out, so if they do need him as a starter, so here's what's going to happen. If somebody goes down now, Pfaadt is going to be the starter, but you're looking at a guy that's only going to go 3 innings. He's not ready to pitch 5, 6, 7 innings because he just hasn't pitched enough. So to get him stretched out, if he does have to start, we always know that you're not going to go 5 starters for 35 starts for every guy and get through the season. It just doesn't. You're going to have to use your 6th guy. Right now, Fott is that 6th guy. But if they needed him, because he hasn't been able to pitch enough, like he was supposed to pitch the Merrill Kelly day. But Merrill threw a complete game.
Yeah.
Like they would thought, okay, Merrill will go 6 and we'll give it to Fott for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. But Merrill threw a complete game. So that's why they got him the inning the other day. That was Murillo's inning. Murillo was supposed to pitch, but they gave it to Fott because they wanted to rest Murillo and they needed to give Fott something. So they'd rather give him 1 inning than none. But if he ends up being a starter at any point in the next couple of weeks, you're looking at a guy that's probably just going to have to go 3 innings and then maybe 3 or 4 innings the next time and try to build it up because he's not ready to pitch 5, 6, or 7 innings.
The number of pitches he has thrown, this is dating back to April 30th in his last 5 appearances. This is just pitches. This isn't innings. This is just pitches. 15, 52, 39, 16, and 9.
Magic number is like 3 innings for 50 is like I could be stretched out with that.
Yeah.
Because then if you do that, now you're down for 3 or 4 days. You're not up to.
He hasn't come anywhere near that number since May 3rd.
It's 50 pitches.
Yeah,
and 3 innings.
He hasn't come anywhere near that number since May 3rd.
That's a problem if you have to start him.
And I think I'm glad to hear you say sending him down to the minors isn't an option because I think you've now entered the danger zone with Brandon Fott where there's even a risk in trying to stretch him out. Like, and the organization is very careful because of guys like Drake Jameson and guys like Randall Delgado who were relievers. Nope, you're a starter. Nope, you're a reliever. We're stretching you out. We're shortening you up. And boom, they both blew out their arms, right? And so that's why they were very careful with Ryan Nelson last year. That's why they're being very careful with Brandon Fott. I just worry, like, in a perfect world, and we've talked about this for a month, send Brandon Fott down to the minors, make him a starter, have him throw starters innings. I don't know if you can do that now because I just don't want him to get hurt. You know, that you don't want to run the risk of taking a guy who's been stretched out, shortened up, and then stretch him out again and then be surprised when he blows out his elbow, right? Like, I just think it might be too late. He might be stuck in this short role for the rest of the year now if you're the Diamondbacks. I think we're there.
At some point, they could put him in the minors, but they're not close to that now because, again, the competition is better here. They'd rather have him face that competition. And the other thing is they just, like, there is going to be times when a starter goes 4 1/3 and then he's going to pitch. And he'll pitch 2 or 3 innings, and they'll get him that 50. That magic number is 50. They got to get him to 50. And like you said, this only happened once in, what are we talking about? The last 3 weeks or so. It's only happened like one time.
He's done it one time since April 25th was the last time he threw more than.
So
he's done it one time since then. Yeah.
So the magic number is 3 innings, 50 pitches. Then you could shut him down for 3 or 4 days, keep him on a regular schedule. That hasn't happened. I expect he's going to stay in the majors. He's going to pitch here and there. You don't hope for a starter to get blown out in the 4th inning, but it's going to happen, and when it does, he'll pitch.
Yeah, it's just what adds to the layer of their decision making on this is the injury. Like I mentioned, the injuries that they've had in the past, just trying to make it work. But beyond that, and now what you watch for with Fott, it's not even so much anymore stretching him out, not stretching him out. I understand that's still a part of the equation. You also want him to come in leverage situations to see how he does, right? Like it's not even about getting him innings anymore. It's also, hey, everyone else down there is doing a really good job. And if you're called upon and you're going to pitch 1 inning, it's not about maintaining your pitch count. It's about doing very well and handing it off to the next guy. You know what I mean? Like it's not the goal of Brandon Fott's work has changed a little bit. If the starters are going to keep going deep enough into games,
he will not be a 1-inning pitcher.
But he kind of needs to. He might need to reinvent himself as a great 2-inning pitcher, and that's it.
Yeah,
they
have no desire for him to be a 1-inning. They've got enough of those guys. They do not need him to be a 1-inning pitcher. So if we go another 2 weeks and he's not getting any outings, then you've got to consider AAA. Right now, that's not a case. But again, magic number 3 and 50, 3 innings, 50 pitches. for their sake. You hope that he gets a game here or there, but it's been so good. The starting pitching has been so good. They haven't been able to put him in that situation.
The bullpen's been so good.
Great.
I mean, it's Kevin Ginkel last night was
Magical.
amazing. Paul Sewald last. Let's give it up for Paul Sewald for a second. I know it was just the Colorado Rockies, but in those situations, that has not been good for Paul Sewald.
He's really bad in situations when he comes into a game with a tie game.
Right, like that.
He struggled in those situations.
And bringing him in that moment, obviously you're setting him up to be to get you a scoreless ninth, so you can win the game, walk it off in the ninth, which is exactly what happened. Paul Sewald continues to be like not a hiccup since he blew that save against Texas. I can't believe how worried I was about Paul Sewald when he blew that save, thinking, here it comes.
3 outings since then, no runs.
2 saves and a win.
Been great.
In the 3 outings since then, 2 saves and a win.
Yeah. They're paying a guy $47,500 a year. It is incredible that he's been able to go out there and pitch that way.
He's making as much as the person who was flipping the burgers at In-N-Out for you guys last night, for you and Frankie, right? Yes. And he's doing very well. London is calling. Win a trip for 2 to see the Sun Devils play at the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium. Royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare, hotel, VIP experiences. Tune into Arizona Sports for daily trivia keywords to enter. The winner is drawn on June 1st, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, something is trending down as well. Is there a good explanation for it? We'll let you be the judge of that next. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Big Sun Devil fan, are you? Looking forward to maybe winning this trip and going to London to watch the Devils?
I am.
Have you been to London before?
I have not been to London.
It's even better. Okay. You got to get the question
You got to get it right. And this gives you 50 entries into the contest. What fictional character resided at 221 B Baker Street, London? Michael, go.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is the answer. No bleep, Sherlock.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
You're wondering why, as you get a little bit older, you're still working out, you're still trying to eat right and everything, but your body's not looking great. You didn't change, your biology did. Energy, metabolism, recovery, they all shift after age 40. That's why I tell you about M-Drive every day. It's built specifically for that shift. M-Drive helps with endurance, stamina, recovery. It is the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts. The #1 men's selling health supplement at Sprouts is M-Drive. M-Drive Boost and Burn is a great product. A lot of people use it. There's a lot of guys out there that just, you don't need to lose 85 pounds, but you need to lose 10 pounds. M-Drive Boost and Burn is built for that. It's a great product. You can get it right now. It supports fat loss and healthy testosterone levels in men's daily supplement. You can have it delivered monthly. You can do a 3-month delivery. It's going to boost your natural testosterone. It's going to burn the fat, and it's going to help you be at your best so that way you can defeat age to the best way possible. Get M-Drive at Sprouts, the #1 men's selling health brand, or online at mdrivefrommen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for a discount.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that.
We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Enjoy your holiday weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday morning. Will the D-backs still be rolling? And will we have a clearer picture of who's going to be in the NBA Finals? We'll get into all of it starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
One thing about last night that wasn't so great for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 14,761. That is the lowest attended Diamondback game since May 8th of 2023.
I don't want to make excuses, but I'm going to say 2 things.
But I'm going to.
One, it's the Colorado Rockies. Nobody looks at the schedule and be like, I want to go to the Rockies game.
Absolutely.
Nobody. I got my friend in town. He goes, who are they playing tonight? The Giants? I'm like, the Rockies. They're like, all right, okay. Like, I'm going to watch the Diamondbacks. But a lot of people look at matchups and things like that. That's so.
Well, there's one thing I've learned about your buddy Frankie, who's here in studio. He's a snob. I mean, there's no question about it. He's pampered. He's kind of he's a little bit of a snob when it comes to things like this. So I can understand why he might
live in the high life.
Well, he's also a New York baseball fan, so he's like, I'm looking down on the Colorado Rockies. I get that. I'm just teasing you, Frankie. Don't beat me up.
Don't beat him up.
Don't beat me up, Frankie. I'm just kidding.
So number 1, the Rockies. Number 2, yesterday was graduation day for a lot of schools in the state of Arizona. So there was like a big graduation day. So I wonder if that was a factor. And then it's a weekday. It's not a weekend, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It is what it is. The attendance is down a little bit this year from what it was last year. I'm sure they're not happy about it. They didn't make the postseason last year. You're going to get the Dodgers in town. They'll get a big crowd. You got the Yankees coming later on. You'll get a big crowd. But I'm sure right now they're not looking at the numbers and being thrilled with it. But if they keep winning and they're in the playoff hunt, you'll see a big jump later on in the summer.
Yeah, we touched on this briefly yesterday. We didn't dive into it too deep, but their attendance per game this year is down about 2,000 per game from a year ago, and the biggest number is the drop so far in 2026. That number is down like 5,413 fans per game. It's the biggest drop of any team in the league year over year in terms of the percentage of the fans, the number of fans. The drop that the Diamondbacks had from a year ago to where they had right now, year to year, is the most significant in the game. D-backs team president and CEO General Derek Hall, was, and this is from our buddy Jack Summers, who got a quote from Derek. And Derek also provided a very similar one to Nick Bacoro, who wrote about this on AZ Central. Quote, we've had a schedule that doesn't include the Dodgers or Cubs on a weekend, unlike the last few, and that makes a difference. We are comparing 3 weekend series to 5 weekend series from this time a year ago. Additionally, we had 2 home games against the Padres that were played in Mexico City with limited capacity. Had we played those games here at Chase Field, we would have had at least 50,000 more fans than what they could have fit there in Mexico City, and we would have been in line with the last few years. We are right on pace with our projections. So those games in Mexico City technically counted as home games for the Diamondbacks.
And so the attendance
of those games counted as home games for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but it was a 2-game series, not a 3-game because of the travel, and the stadium is much smaller than Chase Field. So they're figuring between not having the Dodgers yet over a weekend, which by this time last year they already had, the Cubs, same deal, that the numbers would have been about the same. And I'll be honest, that sounds reasonable to me, but there is another component to this, and you touched on it just a second ago. They haven't captured us since the World Series the way we would have expected, right? Like, they've been good, but they haven't gone to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons in 24 years, whatever it is. And they haven't done well enough on the field to capture the momentum or the attention that they had off the 2023 World Series, or certainly on the 2024 season afterwards when they were an 89-win baseball team and in contention right up until the last week. They haven't captured that.
Let's see, they ended up in a 3-way tie and lost our tiebreaker, I think, the playoffs.
The 89, yeah, that was the
Yeah, they ended up in a 3-way tie.
That was the year it came down to that crazy doubleheader between Atlanta and the New York Mets.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know. I mean, you've got the giveaways, the Mandalorian bobblehead,
and the Serpientes jerseys. This weekend they're giving away, trying to spice up a series against Colorado.
Yeah, I think school, like my kid's last day of school is coming up. A lot of summer will bring the end to school. More parents will be inclined to take their kids to game. You usually see a little bit of a bump in the summer too. I don't know the explanation. It's there is some star power on the team, right? With Corbin Carroll, he's a star player in this league. Cattell's a star player in this league. A lot of people like him. The team's doing well, but it's recently this little winning streak right here put them. They just got to. I think winning is bigger than anything else. Win. Be a game out of the first place. Be right there with the Dodgers and the Padres, and I think people will come to the ballpark because I want to go see my team win more than anything else.
I agree. More than the giveaways, more than the star power. I want to see them win baseball games, and there hasn't been enough of that. There hasn't been enough of that consistently over the last couple of years, and there certainly hasn't been enough of that consistently this year until the last couple of weeks or so. So hopefully this boost gives them a little bump in that when it comes to the numbers. For me,
do you think the age of the stadium matters? I mean, that stadium is now, 30 years old?
Not as much as the quality of the product on the field.
I agree.
That matters the most.
People want state-of-the-art. They want, look, they're going to redo the whole stadium.
It's going to take them a while.
It's going to take them a while. They're going to redo the whole thing and make it, make everything better. But people care about that stuff.
I think the biggest thing I worry about, and to me what this story boiled down to, the most important part about this story, for years, we've seen Ken Kendrick do a very admirable job, in my opinion, and I know you agree, of reinvesting money that is made through ticket sales, through the stadium,
all of it,
right? Like reinvesting it back into the club. My concern is that they have a down year attendance-wise this year. That is curtailed. That stops. That slows down. Maybe not stops. Maybe stops is strong, but that they back off a little bit because, hey, we're going to reinvest when the numbers are good. When the numbers aren't, we're going to downshift a little.
So you're saying they don't make the playoffs, so you don't get that playoff revenue.
Right.
Like the Suns made the playoffs, and they had 4 playoff games at home. That's over $2 million a game in extra revenue.
You don't make the playoffs, so you don't get that revenue. Attendance is down from a year ago.
So you don't hit your projections
you don't hit
from
your
this
projections,
year.
And now
it'll affect the payroll.
There becomes that affects the payroll.
Yes.
The only thing that worries me about the attendance is that. What is the direct result it has on the payroll of the team if you're not hitting your numbers? That's the most important part.
The Diamondbacks run a cash flow neutral model, which is none of the owners have ever taken a penny. None of them. Ken's the majority owner. He's never taken a cent. Whatever money they make, they put back into the team. So if they have a good year and they make money, they put it back into the team. If they have a bad year and they lose money, it comes out of their pocket. Their goal is to be neutral. Their goal is to just put everything they have back into the team and try to put a winning product on the field. But what they don't want to do is they don't want to spend $100 million over what's coming in, because that's not how they want to run their business.
4 o'clock reset is next. Let's see if Lauren can focus it in for the next segment and tell us what's going on in sports here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Ryan Waldschmidt is hitting 324 with an 822 OPS and playing the defense that he's playing.
Yeah.
It's worked out pretty well so far.
They got to get him a different nickname than Waldy, though. It's just too close to
Okay, here we go.
So I was going to lean on you, Jared.
All
you got
right.
something?
You know how they say a lot of players play like a bulldog, right? A different kind of dog maybe for Waldy. How about a Schmitzu?
Oh, man.
The Schmitzu. Anything there?
We're spitballing.
Okay, spitballing. We're Schmidtballing.
We're spitballing here.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks keep rolling. They just won their 5th straight game last night, 6th in their last 7 games. They're going for a 6th in a row tonight in Game 2 of their series against the Rockies. Michael Soroka will make the start. He goes against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, this time from San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game is going to go up 2-1 in the series. Tip-off is at 5:30. Coverage will start at 5. That'll be over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. How about ASU softball beginning super regional play tonight against Texas in Austin? It's a best 2 out of 3 against the Longhorns, so the Sun Devils got to get 2 wins to get back to the College World Series. First pitch is at 6. And then ASU baseball in the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament. That's taking place at Surprise Stadium, so you could check that out tonight if you got the time. They're facing West Virginia, and first pitch is at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, reset time on this Friday. I'm just teasing her. Lauren does a fantastic job. We love her. Lauren.
Just start playing some Italian music. Let's throw him off.
I don't think that'll throw him off, though. I think that would throw you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I need to, figure out your karaoke song and, play that or something like that.
I'm telling you, I just think I'm a solid professional. That's
Oh, that's it. Pat yourself on the back.
I'm just a solid pro. It's just who, it's not like I'm keeping track of the fact that I have 8 segments left before I get on a plane and fly to Rome. I'm not keeping track of that at all.
You haven't been sending me a Teams message countdown for the past 2 days at all.
No. I mean, yesterday it was 28.
I get it. First time you're ever going to Italy, the excitement level is through the roof.
I'm ready to go.
You're not going to want to come home.
We'll leave tomorrow. We'll see how that works out.
I get depressed every time I got to come back.
Something tells me we're coming back. I got to figure out a way to pay for all this. So, you got the top stories of the day.
I do. I have another exciting thing that happened in sports.
Okay. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1, your final.
And with that, the Diamondbacks have a 5-game win streak. They look to keep that going tonight against the Rockies. Game starts at 6:40. Pregame starts at 6. Michael Soroka on the mound.
Yeah, Soroka's been great for them. One of the best free agent pickups in all of baseball this year. Signed this guy for a 1-year deal for nothing, and he's been terrific. They're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat. The Giants are terrible. The Rockies are terrible. You want to go to the playoffs. The first thing you need to do is beat the teams that you're supposed to beat.
Carroll's going to get all the love, and rightfully so. The 2 key guys beyond him last night were Kevin Ginkel and the fire he put out for Juan Murillo in that 8th inning, and the 8-pitch walk that Gabriel Moreno drew ahead of Corbin Carroll as part of that inning it's everything we haven't seen out of this team the last couple of weeks, everything we're starting to see out of this team in the last week or so. Longer at-bats, seeing more pitches, doing the things that Torrey's been wanting to do. It was a big moment for them. So if they win 6 in a row, it'll be the longest win streak since August of 2024 if they win tonight. So there's that.
Also, shout out to our guy Kellen Olson, who's holding it down for Steve Zinsmeister, doing pre and post yesterday, and doing pre and post again today.
How about that?
It ain't just the Suns with Kellen.
Man.
He knows his
multifaceted writer, on-air host.
The versatility is through the roof right there.
Staggering.
Like if we were doing a mock draft, and we would highlight his versatility as his strength.
If this was a dodgeball game, he's off the board first.
If it's anything athletically, he's going to be picked last in this radio station. But his versatility to write and talk and do those things is pretty good.
His stats are all over.
I would not pick him to be on my dodgeball team.
Backhanded a compliment as you're ever going to find. In the history of compliments, there's never been more backhanded than that. But I would agree his versatility is extraordinary. Go get him, Kel.
All right, and the A's $2 billion Las Vegas stadium remains on schedule for a 2028 opening before the start of the season. So the entire 2028 baseball season will be played at that stadium in Vegas. They released a video today on social media showing the stadium. Doing a pretty damn good job there.
What she's mentioned in the A stadium, you want to make a bet on whether she'll bring up the Bears situation or not today?
No.
You think she'll bring up the Bears situation?
The thing is that there's nothing new.
Bears have
It's the same
exhausted
thing.
all Chicago stadium options.
They're
The
basically
Indiana
saying,
Bears,
No, to
baby!
stay
The
in
Indiana Bears!
No.
To stay in the downtown Chicago
To
area.
stay, yeah.
It's either going to be the Arlington Heights area, which is way north, or Indiana, which is across the state border. It's just to be like where Soldier Field is in downtown
They
Chicago.
are no
Those
longer
options are
exploring
exhausted.
options within the city of Chicago.
Yeah, that's not shocking. There's no room.
The place to put them.
Make room.
There's no. What are you gonna do? Tear down a skyscraper?
Sure. It's the Bears. Tear down whatever you got to freaking tear down.
No, the McCaskies are not gonna do that.
I look forward to going to see that A's stadium when it's built.
Yes.
Not because I don't really go to Vegas much anymore, but I was just talking off the air about all the ballparks that we've been to, and that one just vaults right to the top of the
Don't
list.
they have a
the
couple
minute
of
they build it.
useless colleges they could just knock out and use the grounds for that? What about Northwestern?
Or
They don't
DePaul.
ever win anything.
Northwestern- They
How
didn't-
about DePaul, Tim Ring?
Yeah,
Let's just
yeah.
knock that down to the ground.
DePaul
Loyola-
hasn't been
I
good
mean, look,
since
between-
Dallas Comegys played there.
DePaul and Tim Ring, Loyola Chicago, and your daughter, and Northwestern rejecting my application to get in when I was a senior in high school. We got all sorts of options for things to knock down in Chicago. Knock them all down.
You'd have a
Nobody
beautiful
goes
stadium
there.
right on the
Goes there.
lake if you took out Loyola Chicago.
Or Northwestern. They just built their new
Northwestern,
football
yeah.
stadium
Yeah,
on the lake,
knock
too.
it down.
My daughter played a soccer game in Northwestern. It's beautiful there.
They said no to me. To hell with them.
To the NBA playoffs. The Knicks, they won 109-93 last night over the
18-0
Cavs.
run. They had an 18-0 run.
Incredible.
Incredible.
They have a 2-0 series lead in this
I love the game Jalen Brunson had because they said we're going to do everything we can to not let Jalen Brunson get by James Harden because James Harden is like what's the bull guy that lets the
Matador.
The Matador. James Harden is just so bad. They said we got to help, so they kind of put a lot of pressure, traps and double teams on, and he had like 14 assists. Hart was incredible. He had a great game, Josh Hart. He was huge for them during that run, and they end up winning that game and going away, and they're up 2-0 now.
I still think the Western Conference Finals are the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think so too.
But given the injuries that have happened in the West between Jalen Thompson and Dylan Harper, it does make me wonder if that's... Jalen Williams, I'm sorry. What did I say?
Jalen Thompson. He's a football
Pivoted to
player.
football.
That's it. Okay, that's
There
it.
it is.
There
He's
he is.
on his way.
There it is. I have
He's
checked out.
Jalen
I called
Thompson.
Jalen Williams Jalen Thompson.
Former Cardinal.
It does make me wonder if the door is slightly ajar for the Knicks. If either of those teams are still suffering from those injuries when the finals roll around. Because you're talking about literally the second or third best player on either of those rosters, depending on which one you're talking to. Makes me wonder if it opens the door a little bit for the Knicks to have a fighting chance against either of those teams.
Listen, I didn't see the Knicks win a championship in the 70s when they had Monroe and Frazier and DeBusschere and Bradley and Phil Jackson was on that team. I don't remember that team. I remember the Knicks when Ewing took them to the finals twice with Charles Oakley and John Starks. And, it's been a long time. I mean, the Knicks haven't won a championship since the early 70s. Madison Square Garden, the Mecca, they're going to go crazy just to have the finals there. And it still is a difficult place to go play and win a basketball game. So that's something for Oklahoma City and San Antonio to deal with, whoever wins.
Those injury updates you speak of, Burnsy, Dylan Harper is a game-time decision versus the Thunder, and Jalen Williams remains day-to-day with that hamstring injury. Also tonight, Oklahoma City is not favored for the first time in 33 games. The Spurs are favored by 2.5.
Dang. All right.
So something to keep an eye on there.
We've grown up hating the Spurs here, hating the Spurs.
Yeah.
Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, all the times they knocked the Suns out of the playoffs. That's an easy team to like, that Spurs team.
And
That's an
Oklahoma
easy team
City
to like.
is quickly becoming an easy team to hate because of all the flopping and all
Did
the.
you see the chart today?
The chart,
The chart of amount of times you fall down,
Oh,
when
yes.
you're fouled,
Yes.
when you're not fouled.
It's like SGA is blowing everybody away in the NBA in terms of
30% difference between him and the next guy.
how much time he spends on the ground compared to the next player on the list.
Over 10% of his shots, he ends up on the ground, whether he's fouled or not.
It has really become a
Now
national
do
narrative.
Booker. Now, dude, I'd love to see what's Devin Booker compared to him. I'd like to know. I don't know.
He didn't make the top 5.
He didn't make the top 5.
I saw 5 names.
I did too.
Devin Booker wasn't one of them.
I need John Voida from Bright Side of the Sun or one of the. And where does Book? Because I feel like he's on the ground for most of his shots. Where does Book rank in on the ground shots? I want to know.
Good question.
John, if you're listening, we have that question for you. D-back stats and info. If you're listening and want to pivot over to Suns for a minute here, we'll take that too.
Anyway, where can I get my Indiana Bears jersey?
Oh, goodness.
Are they for sale yet?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Goodness gracious.
I know.
All right.
He's the instigator today.
I
He's
know.
really trying
and
to get under your skin.
you can watch it too. The corners of his mouth go up like I'm about to say something controversial just to be annoying, and then it happens.
Pretty much.
Yeah. All right. We have an NFL update on a story from yesterday. Adam Schefter is reporting that Malik Neighbors most likely not ready for the start of the regular season now because of that knee surgery.
Boy, what did the doctors do wrong to him? What do they?
Loose bodies.
What
Everybody's got loose bodies.
What did they screw up? Because
Something.
it's something. They messed something up in that because he had second surgery and now he's not going to be ready for the start of the year. Ooh, boy.
Did he go through the team doctors or his own doctors?
Great question. Great question.
And we'll wrap this reset up with some Koa Pete news. At Clutch Sports Pro Day in front of NBA teams at the Lakers practice facility, Koa Pete debuted a new jump shot. He has changed his jump shot form after ranking last in a lot of the NBA combine drills. Pete now has until May 27th to make the call on whether or not he will stay in the draft.
So next
You know-
Wednesday.
Yeah. Arizona, well, I love Arizona basketball. But I grew up watching St. John's. My favorite team ever was Chris Mullin, Walter Berry, Bill Wennington, Mark Jackson. Arizona is playing St. John's at the Garden this year.
You should go.
I had one of the guys that's running the event say, if you want to go, I got tickets for you.
should go.
Why would you not go?
Why would you not go? Go.
It's
That'd
in
be
December.
so- yeah,
I
you
might
should
have to
go.
just fly out to New York,
Go.
Yes.
get myself
Yes.
a Carvel ice cream cone, and go see St. John's in Arizona. The Garden. How cool would that be?
Very cool.
Yes.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yes.
Go.
I'll take the day off for you right now. I'll submit it on the time off calendar.
We'll put it in for you.
Yeah.
Go.
All right. And another place that we're heading people off to, London.
Cheerio. It's time for Devils in London.
London.
Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, one call only, please. Okay. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870.
Am I going to get this one?
Yes, you are.
I'm going to get this one, okay.
Don't blurt it out. What former ASU quarterback has the nickname The Snake?
Are you kidding me with this?
We'll quiz one lucky listener on that and tell you who says the Cardinals could make the playoffs? Huh? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, let's do some math for you young first-time home buyers. You people that are renting right now, you've been renting for years. Let's do math. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,000 a year. $26,000 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, figure that out. That's $132,000 that you've handed somebody. What do you have in equity? Nothing. Zero. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. That's why I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. They can get you out of renting, get you into a home, pre-qualification, so that way you'll know exactly what type of home you could look for. So if you're sitting there and you've been renting for all these years, think about how much money you've paid and you don't have any equity out of it. It's not your home. You don't own it. You don't get anything back. But if you owned your own home and the price of the house goes up and the mortgage goes down, that's your equity. You can build generational wealth. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right. Find out if we got a winner here. Join us right now.
Have we had a loser on any of these questions? You guys have? Has anybody lost?
No.
Nobody's lost. Man, we are handing you the bone.
I think maybe it's become pretty clear to all of us that we're really trying very hard to make sure you get registered because these questions are pretty low-hanging fruit. Derek, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Derek. How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing today?
Fantastic. You ready to get yourself 50 entries into the Devils in London contest?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm going to change the question on you.
No, he's not. No, he's not, Derek. No, he's not. He's not going to change the question on you. What former ASU quarterback has the nickname The Snake?
Come on, everybody should know that one. Jake the Snake Plumber.
It's not Rudy Carpenter?
No, come on.
Rudy Carpenter.
I love Rudy Carpenter.
Congratulations, Derek. You got 50 entries into the Devils in London contest. The confidence in which you answered that question leads me to believe you're a big ASU fan. So this is a big deal for you.
Yeah, come on. If you didn't know that, you shouldn't be going to London.
That's true. You shouldn't have a phone.
You certainly shouldn't be living here.
You shouldn't be listening to sports radio.
If you didn't know it was Jake.
If you don't know that question, you shouldn't listen to sports radio.
Yeah, no doubt. All right,
That's
Derek.
true.
Congratulations. We're going to put you on hold, get all of the necessary information that we need from you. Now, for the next hour, you can enter to win on Arizona Sports Contest page with the keyword plumber. Plummer. Devils in London is brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Okay, I got to know because I'm a little jealous. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay.
I pride myself on my ability to prep for a show and find stuff that's kind of out there in the ether.
Yeah.
Where did you find this Ian Rappaport predicting the Arizona Cardinals to make the playoffs? Because this is...
It was on Twitter.
Was it do you know who? Because I follow a lot of people on Twitter, and I prep for the show a lot on Twitter by looking to see what they've tweeted out. I can't believe he actually said this. I can't believe Ian Rappaport on the Between the Tackles podcast today.
I think I put it in my... Did I put it in my email?
I think you did.
Okay.
I was very impressed because I thought, wow, that's a great pull. That's an unbelievable find.
I actually thought maybe it's not even real. Like maybe it's just like AI.
Are we sure it's real? Are we sure he said... I'm looking at Lauren like, what, I'm the arbiter of what's real or what's not when it comes to AI? Well, we're getting to the point
in the world, it was Manish Mehta Sports, NFL reporter, host, NYDN, SNY, NJ, I guess a New York guy.
I'm just going to play it. I'm going to play it and assume that it's real. I can't believe he said this.
How about a team that's didn't make the playoffs last year that's going to surprise people?
Cardinals. Cardinals had a good offseason.
Are you serious? Cardinals?
I think Cardinals will make the playoffs as a wild card team.
Wow, okay. I think the Cardinals have the number 1 pick in the draft, so you and I are on polar opposites there.
We'll see.
All right. Manish Mehta, NFL reporter, Tackles podcast host, NYDN, SNY, NewJersey.com, ESPN's The Sports Reporters.
Okay. That's cool. That's fine. That's cool.
He just did this whole thing with Rap Sheet. He's got Rap Sheet on criticism of NFL sliders after the Rossini Vrabel story, predicting all 30 teams' NFL records, and he's got this thing on, what teams, what team would be this. Yeah, Super Bowl prediction. You didn't play the whole thing. His Super Bowl prediction is Ravens versus Packers, and it says who will surprise in 2026, and he said, I think the Cardinals will make the playoffs as a wild card team.
Okay. Well, I probably should have, I should have brought this up before we played it on the air before we got to the segment. I was just very impressed. I can't believe there's somebody, and I have a lot of respect for Ian Rappaport. I like him. I mean, he's an insider. He's more of an insider and less of an X's and O's guys. But that still is a bold point of view from Ian Rappaport to say that he thinks the Arizona Cardinals are going to make the playoffs next year. I mean, is there anybody else in the world who's going to say such a thing?
No.
Anybody?
No, I'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that thinks they're going to win more than 5 football games, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
First of all, they are the underdog in every single game they will play this year, including the freaking Jets.
Home against the Jets, they're underdogs.
The Jets are favored over the Cardinals. Do you know how bad the Jets are?
Yeah, I do.
The Jets haven't had a good quarterback since Kenny O'Brien.
So I've heard you say.
Many times.
Many times.
The last time they had a good quarterback was Kenny O'Brien. Before that, they had Richard Todd. He was pretty good. They haven't had a good quarterback since then. So to sit here and think that the Jets could be favored over the Cardinals here, the Raiders are favored over the Cardinals. The Raiders are. Every team that they're playing is favored to beat them. So for somebody to come up with that's a really bold prediction. Now, what I will say, very similar roster to last year outside of the quarterback. Last year, the Cardinals were a sneaky pick to make the playoffs. A lot of people were saying this could be a team that makes the playoffs. They had a miserable year. They fired the coach. New offensive coordinator, new coach comes in, new offensive coordinator. The roster's very much the same outside of the draft and a couple of free agents from a team that many people thought was going to make the playoffs last year.
Look, I'll give Ian Rappaport credit for this, and who knows, maybe one day we can get Ian on the show, and I'd love to ask him about this. I really, really would. The whole point of a bold prediction is for it to be bold, and I'll give Ian Rappaport all the credit in the world because you don't want to. Yeah, my bold prediction is that the Baltimore Ravens are going to win. Yeah, okay, whatever. We all know the Baltimore Ravens are good. You want to come up with a bold prediction? Be bold. Come up with something strong.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Having the Arizona Cardinals in the playoffs, I would assume his reasons why are similar to the ones that you just said. This is a team. I mean, heck, I thought they were going to win 11 games last year. There's obviously enough talent a year ago to make us think they were headed in the right direction. I still think the quarterback situation just makes it almost impossible for them to win enough games in this division, let alone this conference, to be able to get to the postseason. But I just love to know his reasoning. I'd love to know his rationale.
Just what would you think it's based on? Can't be the division. The division's a juggernaut. What would he possibly think could lead them to 9 or 10 wins?
Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr.
You didn't mention the quarterback.
I know, but just
so you're saying they're going to overcome.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying I'm trying to guess what his reason is.
You would have to believe that Carson Beck is great, or I'd love to see what his reasoning is too. Like I wish they would have pushed him on it. Like what? Like
or that
because the guy said seriously,
or that Mike LaFleur is great. Or that Mike LaFleur is going to be all that in a bag of chips when he coaches this team.
There's got to be a reason. Because you can't look at the schedule and think, like, it's not an easy schedule. It's the hardest schedule in the NFL.
Yeah.
They have the toughest schedule in the NFL. There's got to be a reason he likes them.
When we come back, is there a reason for optimism that Kaman Malawach can develop into the next great Suns big man? And what do the Suns do with last year's big man? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 v. the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP, Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP, and Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort.
Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks keep rolling. They won their 5th straight game last night and 6th in their last 7. They're looking to win their 6th in a row tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Rockies. Michael Soroka will get the start on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, this time from San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game goes up 2-1 in the series. Tip-off is at 5:30. Coverage will start at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. ASU softball begins super regional play tonight against Texas in Austin. It's a best 2 out of 3 against the Longhorns, so 2 wins gets the Sun Devils back in the College World Series. First pitch is at 6. And ASU baseball, they're in the semifinals for the Big 12 tournament. That's taking place up at Surprise Stadium. They'll face West Virginia tonight at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Have a great long Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Join us on Tuesday morning when we get back. We'll recap everything that goes down in the world of sports over the next few days. Don't miss a minute. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And it's all right, Gambo. I'm going to start this conversation about Come On Mama Watch with Mark Williams for just a second, if I could. Because I saw this after I sent my email, and I thought we should talk about this, and we could talk about this when we're talking about Come On, because the two are very closely related. Did you see the NBA free agent rankings? Bobby Marks' his top 20 players for 2026 among free agents?
I did.
Okay. He ranked them by unrestricted free agents. I'm scrolling down right now. Unrestricted free agents, player options, and then restricted free agents. He had Mark Williams listed as the 5th best restricted free agent available.
Yeah, the price range that he has him at is reasonable. The Suns aren't going to pay him $17 or $18 million a year. Do the Suns like Mark Williams? Yes. Do they want to bring him back? Yes. But if they can't agree on a price, then you got to look at sign and trade. Because you've got Oso, you've got Malawach. But for Mark Williams, again, I think the priorities... Well, they want to bring back Goodwin. They want to bring back Gillespie. And I think after those two, I think Mark. I can't say they don't want to bring him back. They would like to bring him back. but they're not going to pay him $17 or $18 million a year. So when I saw that price, he had a 3-year price for him, right?
3 years, $42 million.
Yeah, that's
what he
14
calls
a year.
The deal I'd offer.
Yeah.
3 years, $42 million.
That's it, because that makes him tradable. That makes him a tradable commodity at $14 million. I don't think that they'll pay him $17 or $18 million a year. If it's in the 12 to 14 range, I could see them bringing him back because, again, that makes him a tradable commodity for them if they want to pull off a trade.
He lists, and we like Bobby Marks a lot. We have him on the show. We have him on the station all the time. Phoenix, the Atlanta Hawks, the Boston Celtics, and the Chicago Bulls as the best fits for Mark Williams' services. Now, keep in mind, restricted free agency, obviously, it's very different in the association, and it's not always easy to get deals done. A lot of times those guys aren't pursued very heavily because it's just kind of assumed that the teams that have them are going to match the offer. But I don't know if you can make that assumption with the Phoenix Suns and Mark Williams, given where they are with the center position on the roster, given where they are with Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin and the need to want to bring both of those guys back. I don't know it's a conclusion that you could sign Mark Williams to an offer sheet if you're somebody else and the Suns are just going to lickety-split match it, because the Suns have some things they want to do first, right? Some things that they're going to prioritize first.
Goodwin's more of a priority. They got a mid-level exception that they'll be aggressive on. You've got the draft going on as well. So, they're picking 47 right now. We talked about the draft a little bit. I mentioned a few more players on Twitter right now that they're going to have coming in next week. I'm sure we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I got a couple new names for you that I'll put out there. If I would have told you 3 months ago in mid-February that the Suns could get Mark Williams at 3 years and $14 million a year, you probably would have jumped at it.
Probably, yeah.
Early February.
Yeah,
there was a point where
he was playing pretty well.
He was playing really, really well.
Yeah.
Like, was it the first 40 or 50 games? Like, wow, this guy's good. He's impacting the guy. I love the way he runs the floor. They haven't had a big man. There were times he's exposed, but overall, he's a good center in this league. He's a good middle-of-the-pack center. So there was a time when you probably would have said, okay, that's a reasonable price for him. I like him. I want to keep him. The thing that everybody keeps asking is, how does that stunt the development of Malawach if he's here and Oso's here? Because you've got to eventually develop Malawach. But Malawach is still 19 years old. You know how many guys are going to be in this draft that are older than him?
Yeah.
How many guys are going to be in this draft that are 2, 3, 4 years older than Malawach? So, I understand the need to develop Malawach and also, to make sure that you're protected with some veteran help out there at the center spot.
Yeah, we had a really good story on our website from Kevin Zimmerman at ArizonaSports.com about kind of all of this, but mostly focused on Kaman Malawach. And Zim, as he's wont to do, kind of took a deep dive into the numbers and said, look, when it comes to rim protection, and granted, they were very careful about picking spots for Kaman Malawach and choosing opponents for Kaman Malawach and where he got his minutes. But when he played, his rim protection was elite. It was among some of the most elite numbers in the NBA when he played in terms of his ability to protect the rim and to limit field goal percentage at the rim. He was very, very... So in that regard, Kevin kind of concluded, hey, look, I don't know about the rest of Malawach's game, but that part of his game, the Phoenix Suns got very, very right in drafting that right guy. Now, clearly, they have to develop the rest of his game, and you can't just be a center in this league because you protect the rim. There's got to be more to it than that. But he said it's a great, for as much as people wonder and worry about Malawach's development and when he's going to play, that's a good jumping off point to starting to build a good career for Kaman Malawach. You've taken this thing that he's good at. He's clearly good at it. Now you got to get him better at other things so that he can become the guy that allows you to let Mark Williams walk. I think he's got to get more playing time next year. He has to.
He has to.
Whether that's as a starter, the man, not the man, however you do it, he has to start playing next year.
I told you I think the plan for Rasheer Fleming is about 25 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they would love to get Fleming 25 minutes a game. There's got to be a plan. I can't tell you what the number is for Malawach because I don't know it yet. But there's got to be a plan where he starts to get more minutes, gradually get more minutes. I think that initially they thought he'd play a lot more in January, but then Oso started playing well and Williams was playing well and there's just no room for him. but he's a big shot blocker, and his offensive game's got a little skill to it. I like him. I think he could really develop into something. Do I think that he could have helped the Phoenix Suns win games last year? Probably not. I mean, if you want to be real honest, like that's the question. Can this guy help you win basketball games? I don't think he would have made that much of a difference in winning or losing basketball games. He's a 19-year-old kid who doesn't have a lot of experience. But I do think that he's worth developing, and whatever that number is, if Bashir's at 25, can he get 15 minutes a game?
Yeah.
Can you get him 15 minutes a game? Because that would develop him.
Yeah, I just think I agree with that. I just think they have to be careful with Mark Williams because there are two things that kind of work against him. Number one, other than his offensive game in the paint, he's pretty limited. There's not a whole lot else that he does. He's not a great rim protector. He's good scoring in the paint, but that's about it. The injury question is always going to linger for Mark Williams. And then the money question for him, if they pay him too much, you certainly can't prioritize keeping Mark Williams over Jordan Goodwin or Colin Gillespie.
No,
right?
they won't.
And I know they won't. But that is something that, are you really going to go over the tax for a guy like Mark Williams when you drafted Kaman Malawach, number 10 overall a year ago? That's
especially if they're not trading Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal.
Especially if they're not doing any of that stuff. Those are the big questions that make me think Mark Williams is going to end being pretty expendable at the end of the day. It's just my guess. I think he's going to end up being pretty expendable.
I'm not ruling out sign and trade. They could even let him walk. I don't think that's the best scenario because what you gave up for him, but it's an option that's on the table.
Coming on the heels of our conversation about Ian Rappaport picking the Cardinals to make the playoffs. All right, let's take it a step further. Are they one step away from success, like closer than we think? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I'm coming to London. The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie.
Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, updating the poll question that can be found at ArizonaSports.com. Here is Lauren. It was running. It's a unique question because the options that we're giving you are unique, which I appreciate. I respect. And it was pretty close between the top two. Still close?
Well, wouldn't that be spoiling it?
I suppose it would be.
It would be. All right, well, let's give people a chance to vote. I'll reread through the options because we're asking which of these Cardinals offseason storylines is most important for the franchise. Is it who will be the number 2 safety to Budda Baker? Is it the development of Will Johnson in year 2? Or Michael Wilson following up his breakout season?
Development of Will Johnson in year 2. But it's close with Michael Wilson.
I agree. Will Johnson being a shutdown corner would really go a long way.
Yeah, it would.
Michael Wilson is still out in the lead with 49% of the vote. 40% going with the development of Will Johnson in year 2, and 11% going with who will be the number 2 safety to Budda Baker.
Mitch Vareldis was filling in on the midday show with John Lund, and they both had a really, I thought, thoughtful conversation about just how much money Michael Wilson should get in a contract extension this offseason and when it should happen. Like, basically, pay him as a number 2 wide receiver before he becomes a number 1 wide receiver, and the price goes way up. It was a good thought, and it was a really thought-provoking conversation. Like, get him now, because if he has another one, that price is going to go way, 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 way up. If you lock him in now.
I would do it.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, I would too. All right, thanks, Lauren. That's the poll question. On the ArizonaSports.com page is where you can find it. I played this earlier. I'll play it again. Ian Rappaport on the Between the Tackles podcast today, predicting the Arizona Cardinals will make the playoffs.
It didn't make the playoffs last year. That's going to surprise people.
Cardinals had a good offseason.
Are you serious? Cardinals?
I think Cardinals will make the playoffs as a wild card team.
Wow, okay. I think the Cardinals have the number 1 pick in the draft, so you and I are on polar opposites there.
We'll see.
It's a very aggressive podcast.
I got the feeling that Ian Rappaport was kind of pissed at that guy.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, Cardinals, and the guy's like laughing, like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah, I got the Cardinals making the playoffs."
Yeah, I got the same impression. Like, he was a little
angry.
Yeah, hey man, I'm a guest on your show. Don't mock me like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you asked me the question, if the Cardinals are going to do it, why are they going to do it? How are they going to do it? Is it because their defense played lights out much better than a year ago? Is it because Carson Beck was the quarterback that we're kind of hoping he could be? I mean, what on earth would
What are you
lead
banking
them
on?
to be that team, right? And then
Jeremiah Love just runs just for 2,000 yards in his rookie year. Nobody could stop him.
And in combination with that, we were also talking earlier in the show a story about how, look, skill position-wise, there are people around the league who believe that the Arizona Cardinals are just a quarterback away. Now, I know that's a big deal to not have one. I'm not trying to minimize it. But they look at the skill position players. They look at the offense in general.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one NFL scout in the story that I looked at who said, man, those skill players, that offense, on any other team where they've got a decent quarterback, you're going to win a lot of football games with those guys. Is that enough when you don't have the QB?
There's 3 tiers of quarterbacks. There's the first tier, your 1 through 10 guys. Those are great quarterbacks, star quarterbacks in this league. That's your Josh Allen. That's your Patrick Mahomes, those guys. The second tier, which Kyler Murray was in, was your middle of the pack tier. That's, between like 10 and 20, those guys. Now, if you're in the upper 10, 11, 12, you have a chance to win. We always thought Kyler Murray was as middle of the pack as you could get. You could win 8, 9 games with that, maybe make the playoffs. The chance of winning a Super Bowl with a middle of the pack guy is slim unless you have a great team around him, like Sam Darnold did. Then you get the bottom 10, which is the teams that have garbage quarterbacks, and those teams are going to be taking a quarterback in the next draft because those quarterbacks suck. If Carson Beck is middle of the pack, doesn't it put you right back to where Kyler Murray was? Right back to you've got a middle of the pack quarterback? And and Cardinals didn't do very well with the middle of the pack quarterback. So I almost think that it has to be where Carson Beck pops. But as we know, the chances of a 3rd-round pick being a successful quarterback in this league is slim. It's about a 7% chance.
Sure.
To be a star, it's about a 2% chance. But I look at that and I say, okay, what if Carson Beck is just middle of the pack? Can you win if the team is good around him? I don't know, because for years and years and years, we looked at Kyler Murray and said, he's about the 15th or 16th best quarterback in the league. Where did that get you? Nowhere. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to have to be better than that. He's going to have to be on the verge of being a top 10 quarterback right out of the gates for them to make a move. And that's why nobody's picking them to make a move outside of Ian Rappaport, because nobody's expecting them to have this quarterback come in and all of a sudden be a top 10, 11, 12 quarterback in the NFL.
No, because no matter how, and everybody's acknowledged this, no matter how much talent you have offensively, and the Cardinals do appear to have quite a bit of it between Jeremiah Love, between Mike LaFleur being the coach, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, the additions they've made on the offensive line, Tyler Algier, on and on and on and on. What good is it if you don't have a quarterback to tie it together? And even if you have a middle-of-the-road quarterback, it might not be good enough. No, I think, and you brought this up earlier, if there really is some leap to be made here, yes, obviously the quarterback is an essential part of that. The leap happens because the defense goes from being the garbage that it was last year to elite. Or to what you anticipated it. Like I thought under Gannon, and it felt like for a while they were trending in this direction and they just took a giant step backwards. That under Gannon, the very identity of the Arizona Cardinals was going to change from an offensive-oriented team to a defensive-oriented
team. To a physical,
team.
Get after a defense.
And it just never happened to the level that we thought. For them to really, truly shock some people this year, given how uncertain the quarterback situation is, it's going to require the defense to reach a level of greatness that we haven't seen much of these last few years. That's to be sure.
And you got your star pass rusher who didn't show up at OTAs.
Yep.
Some controversy on, people just speculate. Does he want to be here? Does he not want to be here? He didn't show up at OTAs. He's the leading sack guy. Now, there are 4 or 5 guys that have the potential to pop. And if they do all pop at the same time, this defense could be great, but we don't know. That's a B.J. Ojolari and Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. And there are a lot like that. These are guys that we thought were all going to be really good football players, and we just haven't seen it yet. A lot of it's because of injuries. If it works out and those guys are healthy and they play well, then the defense might pop.
All with a coordinator who curiously was kept. And I'm playing back in my mind the answer Mike LaFleur gave us when we spoke to him this past week about keeping Nick Rallis, and it wasn't ultra convincing. I'll be honest with you. There wasn't a ton of conviction.
These guys have been in the system, and it is a unique system, and it is tough to prepare for. And Nick cares so much about this that he's as hard on himself as anybody, which is all you want in a coach. You want that in players, but you want that in coaches too. Like, I'm going to be my biggest critic. Like, Like I never think you've ever gotten there, you've arrived or anything. You're always going to be critical of yourself, and I see the same things in Nick, and I know these guys have a lot of respect for the way that he works and the way that he coaches those guys.
There were guys that they went after, right? It was Wink Martindale, it was Gus Bradley, Aubrey Pleasant. They were like. It wasn't like it was always going to be Nick. Like, they interviewed a lot of guys. Was Bradley the guy I think we talked about a lot that they kind of wanted?
Yeah, because he had head coaching experience, and we thought that might counterbalance things with the floor.
Titans job, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
So they looked at they cast a wide net for defensive coordinators. And when they didn't get some of them, they came back to Rollis, and he said the right things about Rollis. It was tough to prepare for this guy. I had to go against him twice a year. He's very well prepared. But he said we went through the process. We just didn't settle on Nick. We talked to a lot of different guys, but in the end, we felt Nick was the right guy for this group. And you get some continuity there because I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah, I don't know either. It's just I think it's in the running for the weirdest thing that happened this offseason with the Cardinals. Maybe I don't know if it's the weirdest thing or if it's in the top 3 weirdest things, but it's up there. It's pretty high on the list that they kept Nick Rollis. Yeah. I don't know.
Usually a new coach comes in and just cleans house and doesn't keep the old coaching staff.
Yeah, usually that's what happened. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Nolan Arenado edition has shown to be very successful for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Should they have tried to add a former Arenado teammate as well? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If there's a feeling in that organization, they've seen enough from Mike LaFleur right now to know if Mike LaFleur is wowing them with what he's putting on paper and what he's putting out as strategy points and pathways, then they might go, well, you know what? We get this guy developed and this guy that we might shock the world. Who do we do that with? Well, Jacoby Brissett gives you the best chance. But again, you drafted Carson Beck the year before. You're going into one of the more talent-rich drafts for quarterbacks. You have to get clarity on Carson Beck.
You have to.
Have to.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been serving Arizona families like mine. My entire family, we all bought our vehicles at Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. Right now, if you purchase a new vehicle, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson Ford. You get a $500 Circle K fuel card when you purchase your new vehicle at Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing's going on right now. You pay what they pay. The 2025 Bronco Sport has a great price on it, just $29,840 for a brand new Ford Bronco Sport at Sanderson Ford. And they've got great deals on the F-150 truck, the Mustang, and all the different vehicles. The Ford Bronco, the regular 25 Bronco, is just $41,995. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Sanderson Lincoln, we love the Lincoln lineup. My wife drives a Navigator. I love the Aviator, the Corsair, the Nautilus. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. They also have employee pricing going on. So go online at sandersonford.com or sandersonlincoln.net.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks keep rolling. They won their 5th straight game last night and 6th in their last 7. They're looking to win their 6th in a row tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Rockies. Michael Soroka will get the start on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, this time from San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game goes up 2-1 in the series. You can listen to the action right now on ESPN 620 AM. ASU softball begins super regional play tonight against Texas in Austin. It's a best 2 out of 3 against the Longhorns, so 2 wins gets the Sun Devils back in the College World Series. First pitch is at 6. And ASU baseball, they're in the semifinals for the Big 12 tournament. That's taking place up at Surprise Stadium. They'll face West Virginia tonight at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
We've got D-backs Rockies Game 2 on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
And the 0-1 from Rodriguez. Karros swings away, grounds it. Oh, what a backhand snag by Arenado. He rises to his feet and he throws to first. Incredible. Just incredible over at the hot corner.
We had our doubts about Nolan Arenado there for a while.
Yeah, he didn't hit the first 2 weeks he was here.
First month of the season, it was a little tough.
Yeah.
The hits that were happening were bloops, right? And they were just kind of falling in. And even defensively, he wasn't airtight over there at third. He was making a couple of mistakes that we don't normally see Nolan Arenado make.
On April 19th, he was batting 205. 205.
Yeah.
That's like the season started. That was 3 weeks into the season. The guy's batting 205. Like, all right, like maybe he's toast. Nobody wanted. The Cardinals couldn't wait to get rid of him. They paid most of his salary to the Diamondbacks because they just didn't want him anymore. And here he is, and he's kind of, refound himself, and he's got 7 homers. He's got 25 RBIs. He's on pace for a good season, 23 homers, 83 RBIs. Batting average is good. The play yesterday saved the game. That great backhander saved the game with Rodriguez on the mound. Like, that was sensational. So he's been good. I mean, I didn't think that he just turned 35 years old. And sometimes, your prime used to be 27 to 32 in baseball, and now it's extended because guys take better care of themselves, and the training and the travel's easier. So your prime could extend to 34 or 35. It was odd to see him struggle the last few years because you felt like he was still in his prime. It's nice to see him getting back to the type of player he used to be.
There's no doubt. And it's been kind of hit and miss with some of these older players for the Diamondbacks throughout the course of the year. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. But with the success that Arenado is now having, and he's clearly morphed into one of the most important players on the Diamondbacks roster, and at the rate they're paying him, I mean, it's a steal. It's $5 million this year. It's $6 million next year. I mean, it's just it's an absolute steal. It has led some people to look at the experiment on the other side of the diamond over at first base. Now, for now, Ildemaro Vargas is doing just fine over there, and he while it's not a 27-game hit streak, he's rebounded from the end of that very nicely. He's hit the ball very well. He continues to be a player who's not going to get his way out of the lineup anytime soon. But there is a former Arenado teammate, and there is a former Diamondback.
Yeah.
Gotten off to a good start, too, that was rumored a lot to be headed to the Diamondbacks in the offseason, and that's Paul Goldschmidt.
They had some interest in him, but they said they didn't want to pay him a lot of money. They were in the more of the $4 or $5 million range. They didn't want to pay him any more money. And if you look at Paul Goldschmidt, he has played pretty well as a part-time guy because Ben Rice is there. So in a part-time role, he's done a good job. He's back to being efficient through his first 91 plate appearances. He's hitting .269. He's got 5 homers. He's got 14 runs batted in. So you're starting to see a guy that's that's playing well in a limited role. He's still good defensively. So now the other name that was out there was Rhys Hoskins. He's been terrible for Cleveland. He's batting .185, 4 homers, 18 RBIs. They went out and they got Santana for $2 million. But at that time, and I will tell you this, they are not at all concerned about being able to add a first baseman either now or at the deadline. It is the easiest position to add a player in all of baseball. They're a dime a dozen. They're out there. Anybody can play first base. Designated hitters, first base, outfield, anybody can play first base. So they got Vargas playing first base. Ildemaro Vargas, he's not a first baseman.
No.
He's been their first baseman now. They're going to be able to find a guy to play first base if they need it.
Well, I mean, let's call it like it is. They're playing Vargas over at first because there's really nowhere else to put him, right?
Right, but I'm saying, he's your first baseman.
But that's twofold. One, there's nowhere else to put him, and number two, I haven't really thought of the need for the Diamondbacks to get a first baseman. The thought really hasn't crossed my mind. You know what I mean? Like I
think it's crossing their mind, and I get
it's not. It doesn't feel like a pressing need at this point for them. At least in my mind, it doesn't.
playing good at third. You've got Marte at second. Perdomo hasn't been good at short, but Vargas has to play somewhere.
Vargas has to play somewhere.
Unless
Pavin Smith is coming back soon.
Yes.
And not that you're going to want to play him over at first base a bunch, but certainly you're going to want to give him a look.
He's likely the first guy back. His 60-day window opens before anybody else's. So he's likely the first guy back because of his 60-day window opening.
So that just reinforces what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's not... Like, it's all supply and demand, right? Like, okay, what do the Diamondbacks need? What do they need? What do they need? If we're sitting here having an honest conversation about what the Diamondbacks need, is first base high on our list?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
With Vargas doing what he's doing over there?
You've said it, so I'm just going to say what you said. Like, how long was that going to continue? Ildemaro Vargas this month is batting .266 with 1 home run. The whole month. He's batting .266 with 1 home run. Like, that was a little bit of a mirage. We all knew it when Ildemaro Vargas was batting .378.
Yeah, but I don't think he's come. I'm not saying he's going to continue with this, but I think his crash back down to reality hasn't been as drastic as I thought it was going to be. I don't feel like his return to reality has been. For a while there, it was.
Yeah.
For about 2 weeks, it was like, oh boy, reality's slapping you in the face. I feel like he's bounced back from that rough 10 days he's had, and he's bounced back okay to the point where he's still a guy you're going to want in the lineup just about every single day. I think he's gotten back to that. You disagree?
I worry about it. I worry about a 35-year-old journeyman. He'll be 35 in July. A 35-year-old journeyman. It's been on 8 different teams, who's got a career batting average of 258, and it is at a whopping 27 home runs in the 11 years he's been in baseball, being your everyday first baseman. He got on a crazy tear. I mean, I remember, like, it was almost like the Jeremy Lin sensation with the Knicks for 2 months. Like, isn't Ildemaro Vargas eventually going to resort back to what he always has been?
I mean, so I just ran the numbers real quick.
Go ahead.
Last 9 games. Small sample size, I'll give you. Last 9 games. 308 batting average, 735 OPS. You'll take that every day that ends in Y. That is a player who will not be leaving a lineup anytime soon with a 308 batting average and a 735 OPS. It's just, and so I agree with you that it could be a problem somewhere down the road. And yes, first basemen are easy to find. I don't know. I'm trying to think what is, I mean, the priority for the Arizona Diamondbacks is, I think, to your point, you got to get Geraldo Perdomo back on track. I think that's, if you're creating a to-do list for the Diamondbacks, I think number one on your to-do list right now today is figuring out where has Geraldo Perdomo gone off the rails a little bit and how do you get him back on?
He gives you nothing offensively.
He has not been the same guy.
No, he's not. And listen, you love him in a lineup. Torrey loves him. He settles everybody down. He's a good defensive player. But, this is a guy who last year had his, breakout season. He hit 290. He drove in 100 runs. He hit 20 homers. He's batting 222 this year. 222. He's got 2 home runs. I didn't even want to look at what his projections are. It's good. He drove in 100 runs last year.
Yeah.
He's got 15 RBIs right now. He's probably on pace for what, 50? Let's see if I could see a projection here. He's on pace for 50, exactly.
Were you
He's
right?
on pace for 7
50?
home runs and 50 RBIs for a guy last year who hit 290 with 20 homers and 100 RBIs. He's having a bad year.
Yeah.
He's having a bad year.
His slug is way down from a year ago. Way, way, way down from a year ago. I
don't have him on your fantasy baseball team, do you?
No, I do not. Don't worry. The guys I have on my fantasy baseball team suck bad enough as it is. They don't need any help sucking. Trust me when I say that. So,
I told you, Fernandez, I think, will eventually be the shortstop for this team.
Yeah, you've mentioned that.
But so Perdomo, I think, could move to third eventually if he fit. But he's got to play better than he's playing right now.
Before we start figuring out other options at first base, a couple things have to happen. Number one, Ildemaro Vargas really has to fall off the table. And I think, like I say, I think he's steadied his fall with how he's played lately. And number two, I think you have to give Pavin Smith at least a decent look over there before you start making
and his 60-day window is going to be the first guy. He'll be there before Lawler. I think he'll be the first guy back, and then Lawler will come back. Puck's going to have a spring training. That's 30 days. So 6, 7, 8 appearances somewhere, and then he'd be back.
All right, you're running out of time. Your Devils in London keyword of plumber is about to expire. Head to our contest page. Enter PLUMMER now before time
plumber
runs out. That plumber.
Not the regular plumber that comes to your house.
Jake the Snake Plumber. Don't miss your shot at a trip for 2 to see ASU at Wembley Stadium. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. The Buzzards are circling with even the slightest whiff of discontent between Josh Sweat and the Arizona Cardinals. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes.
Just on double, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
Wow, that was good.
British-like accent. All right, Tim, stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
Yeah,
good.
Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
All right, we all know it's coming, that brutal summer heat. Your AC is going to be on for the next 6 months, and you need to get it tuned up. Where do you turn? Christian Brothers. 3-generation family-owned company. They're Texas certified, background check, trained to the highest standards in the state of Arizona. You cannot do better than Christian Brothers. And I'll tell you what, when they come out to your house, they're going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow. They're going to clean the condenser coils. They'll check the temperature splits and all the major components as well, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear, so you know if your system is performing the right way or not. You want to get your AC unit serviced. You got to give it a little TLC. You want to make sure it gets you through the summer. If you ignore your AC unit, the much higher chance it's going to break down on you. It's 117 degrees outside. You're going to have to go to a hotel for the night because you might be struggling to get somebody to come out and fix it the same day. That's why I recommend getting it tuned up right now by Christian Brothers. Call 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Bill. I'm a real client and a raving fan for Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. After a free consultation, Bill designed my specific program. Workouts last just 30 minutes, 2 to 3 times a week, and they're always intentional, purposeful, and efficient. Perfect for my busy schedule. Best of all, you get results. Next to marrying my wife, this is the best thing I've ever done for myself. For your free consultation and $100 off the first month's program, go to BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Jesse. Where do the Diamondbacks stand after the long weekend? We'll be talking D-backs on Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, for what it's worth, since we're talking Cardinals here, I will mention this. and this is from Josh Weinfuss over at ESPN.com. After months, this is word for word, after months of negotiating, quarterback Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals are still not close to reaching an agreement on a reworked deal for this season. A source told ESPN that the two sides are, quote, significantly, close quote, far apart, for what it's worth.
I don't know what he's asking for. I know he was paid as a backup, a middle-of-the-pack backup. 2-year deal, $12 million. I think only 1.5 of it's guaranteed this year. I would think if he's going to be the starting quarterback, he has a right to say, pay me, a little bit more money. I don't think he can say, pay me like I'm a top 15 quarterback in the league. But I think he could say, make the argument that he wants a little bit more guaranteed money. There's not a lot of leverage on his part. Like, there's not a lot of, you got...
Virtually none.
Yeah, what's your leverage is... you believe Gardner Minshew is just as good as Jacoby Brissett. Okay, I think Jacoby Brissett's better, but all right, just say you're right. We'll just go to Gardner Minshew. The only thing that could be a knock. Look, the Cardinals always get knocked on all the grades and everything. Are they really going to ask a guy to be the starting quarterback for $6 million a year with only $1 million guaranteed? Could that be a knock that agents could use against them or players could look at? And so I do think that there is a fine line there. I'm not saying you go pay the guy a fortune, but listen, let's be reasonable here. I'll raise your salary a little bit. I'll throw in some incentives. And if I'm the Cardinals, I might even be honest with them. You're not going to quarterback all 17 games.
Of course, yeah.
We have to see what Carson Beck can do.
Absolutely.
Unless you go 8-2 in the first 10, then, it's very likely if we're a below 500 team, we're going to let Carson Beck play. So, I think there should be an agreement somewhere in we'll pay you a little bit more money. We'll guarantee the deal a little bit. We'll throw in some incentives, and let's call it a day.
Yeah, I agree with you that it doesn't. He's not going to play all 17 games, and the Cardinals are probably looking at this, and that adds to the lack of leverage that Jacoby Brissett has in this situation. The Cardinals know that they have to turn this thing over to Carson Beck probably sooner rather than later to see what they've got. You cannot waste time in evaluating Carson Beck to see what he brings. And so because of that, we're not going to guarantee you a whole lot more money because, best case scenario, you're going to play 7 games for us this year, 8 games, whatever, 10 games, whatever it is. What we don't know is how much more he's asking for, because if he's just asking for a little bump, and Josh has the numbers in here and we've gone over them. Right now, he's currently guaranteed $1.5 million. By comparison, Gardner Minshew is guaranteed $5.14 million. So the guy who's the designated backup is going to make 3 times more guaranteed money than the guy who's considered to be the starter. Okay, if all he wants is money that is similar to what Minshew's making or a little bit more than what Minshew's making, this should not be that big of a deal. This should not be something the Cardinals should bat an eye at. This shouldn't be something the Cardinals should stand firm on. Give him a little bit of extra scratch guaranteed and call it a day.
Right.
If he wants way more than that, if he wants,
you tell him to take a hike.
Yeah, and that's
we're not going to do that.
Without knowing that, it's impossible to know who's in the right here.
Listen, there was a lot of discussion that they could have traded Jacoby Brissett if they wanted to. There were several teams that would have had interest in him as the backup, or maybe even to push for a starter role. I don't know if you could revisit that or not. But if it gets to be ridiculous, you might want to explore that option. Yeah. I think Jacoby Brissett, the plan was for Jacoby Brissett to be the starter. See, that's the thing that sucks too. You plan on Jacoby Brissett being the starter, and then if you're not prepared for this, and then you have to trade the guy, it's you have an unproven rookie at quarterback, and you've got a career backup in Gardner Minshew. I think Brissett's better than Minshew, but I do think that there's a number where you're out of your mind. I'm not going to pay you that.
Exactly. Either the Cardinals are being really, really cheap here, or Jacoby Brissett is being very unreasonable with how much he thinks he should be making, and he's standing on business that is faulty ground.
I would not think that the Cardinals are set in stone. Hey, you signed a 2-year deal. You're going to make $6 million this year. We're not going to add anything else. We're not going to guarantee any more. I don't think that they would do that.
JetsWire.com, part of the USA Today network, and they're not the only ones either. There was also a story on
everybody.
Jets X Factor they're smelling blood in the water with this Josh Sweat thing. And they're like teams that don't have an edge rusher. I saw another report. Oh, who was it? About a team that should make a play for Josh Sweat. I think it was the Philadelphia Eagles. No. It was the
Eagles, where he used to play?
No, it wasn't the Eagles. It was the Bears. Was it the Bears? I don't know. I don't remember who. I should have known this.
That's another knock on just not being ready and having to put out the door for Italy.
You have no idea how badly I want this. Yeah.
I was going to say, I'd take Josh Sweat in an instant.
Just the mere hint of some dissatisfaction with Josh Sweat and the Arizona Cardinals and the Jets and other teams, their media are like, can we get him? Can we get him?
So when I reported last week that Josh Sweat was missing OTAs, and it was not because of an injury. It was not because he was hurt. And it wasn't like an excused absence like it was for LJ Collier. I didn't know it was going to take off the way it did. It took off really a lot. Now people are saying maybe he's not happy, and he did. He signed a 4-year, $76 million contract. He had a great year last year. He had 12 sacks, tied for the 8th most among all the players. He had 47 pressures. He had 4 forced fumbles. And, he did a great job. Now, he was very upset that he didn't get any accolades at all, right? No Pro Bowl mention. No, he didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I think he was very upset by that. I don't know if that's an issue or not. I don't know if it was a voluntary, right? You can't tell guys to show up. It's voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you would hope that a player sees you've got a new coach, you've got all these new coaches, let me go support them. You guys gave me $76 million. The least I could do is show up for OTAs to support the new coach. So I do think there's something there I'd be a little worried about. I said it's something to keep your eye on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens. When you're away, we're going to have mandatories coming up in June. We're going to have that, and then we'll see if these guys show up.
It was the Bears. I Googled it real quick. There was a report that maybe, and again, it's no one's reporting the Bears are interested. It's just a bunch of fan-based websites that are saying the Bears should be interested or the Jets should be interested. If he's available, go get this guy. The mandatories are June 8th through June 10th. 2 guys now we got to watch to see if they're going to be there.
You'll be back by then.
I'll be way back by then. Josh Sweat.
Unless you decide to stay. I'm going to take my winter vacation and just stay here in Positano.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo.
Ciao tutti.
We'll see. I'll probably be back. When we come back, Troy Lavello on a lot of different topics earlier today, including the play that he's been getting from his guys lately. What has been the secret to that? You'll hear what the manager had to say next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
They have a 2-2 now. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into right. Here comes Moreno. He's going to try and score, and Carroll wins it for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 your final. They walk off the Rockies and hang 5. It's 5 straight victories for your Diamondbacks.
Reacting to this D-backs win and previewing Game 2 via the Rockies on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Meg, Tam Sir Kleiman. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks keep rolling. They won their 5th straight game last night and 6th in their last 7. They're looking to win their 6th in a row tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Rockies. Michael Soroka will get the start on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Tomoyuki Sugano. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA playoffs, Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder, this time from San Antonio. Winner of tonight's game goes up 2-1 in the series. You can listen to the action right now on ESPN 620 AM. ASU softball begins Super Regional play tonight against Texas in Austin. It's a best 2 out of 3 against the Longhorns, so 2 wins gets the Sun Devils back in the College World Series. First pitch is at 6. And ASU baseball, they're in the semifinals for the Big 12 tournament. That's taking place up at Surprise Stadium. They'll face West Virginia tonight at 8 p.m. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening. And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Gambo is busting right out of here.
Go see my D-backs.
Getting down to Chase Field a little bit early, so we'll do the last segment of the show here without him to preview the game.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille. 1,000 thanks.
Oh, how do you say you're welcome?
Prego.
Prego.
Prego. So just as simple. Grazie. Grazie.
Grazie.
Prego.
Prego.
Molto grazie. Thank you very much. Molto grazie.
Molto grazie.
Prego.
Prego.
Piacere. Somebody, piacere. Can you say piacere?
Piacere?
Piacere. Not cherry. Piacere. Pleased to meet you. Piacere.
Sounds like you say Piacere.
Piacere.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Piacere.
Ciao's good.
Okay.
I'll Buongiorno is good for most of the day. Buongiorno. Instead of hello, ciao, buongiorno. At nighttime, when you're going to bed, it's buonanotte.
Buonanotte.
Buonanotte. Buonanotte.
Okay.
In the evening, it's buonasera. Buonasera. Good evening. Buonasera.
I need to brush
You're gonna
up
love
on
the
these.
language.
Yeah, I need to brush up on
Yeah, you might not.
these.
You're going to be in some areas where they speak English. You should be fine.
Diamondbacks baseball's on tonight, 6:40 first pitch. We've also got NBA tonight. It's Game 3 between the Thunder and the Spurs on what's been a highly entertaining series. That game starts any minute now. NHL, you've got Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. Vegas leads the series 1-0. They in Colorado are scoreless with about 10 minutes to go in the first period there. And ASU softball is on tonight.
Let's go, Sun Devils.
First game in the Austin Super Regional against number 2 Texas.
So great.
Starts at 6 o'clock tonight, and it's on ESPN.
It's always been a great program.
ASU
ASU softball has always been a great program. It's good to see them back.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We had Troy Lavello on the show earlier today, and probably the biggest, maybe it's the biggest issue, maybe it's not, but certainly one of the few struggles they've got right now is trying to figure out a spot for Brandon Pfaadt. And you asked Troy Lavello about that earlier today when he was on with us, and this is what he said.
Yeah, it's been very challenging. It's a lot of the conversation that we have inside of my office with the front office and the pitching coaches. We're very situationally aware of the need for that sixth starter. And to have him sitting here growing and developing, we feel is very important. But, at some point, it becomes very critical. I said that yesterday, that we do have to find some games for him. He came into a game a couple days ago that should have been Juan Murillo's inning because we wanted to keep him on some sort of a pitching schedule. I'd been on Juan so much. I felt like it was a good time to back out of that and give Brandon this inning to keep that arm sharp and that sequencing and pitchability the exact same way that we want to keep it. And overall, we're doing the best that we can. Getting him stretched out is nearly impossible up to 70, 80 pitches as we always had hoped. But we're going to do the best that we can. And you're right, Gambo, to get him out there and get him up once, like a 1+ into that 25, 30 pitch range is about where we're at right now. And if we can get him that third inning, depending on how good he is, we will. But we got to find the right opportunity. I'm not going to pull out Eduardo Rodriguez after 5 innings just to give somebody that chance to get stretched out. We got to win a baseball game. I'm going to do the best that I possibly can to put the right guys in there to make that happen.
We were talking yesterday about the move that we regret the Diamondbacks not doing. Somebody had said they're going to regret not trading Ketel Marte. I mentioned regretting not calling Ryan Waldschmidt up sooner.
Yeah.
The right answer might be the biggest regret for the Diamondbacks season is not sending Brandon Pfaadt down to the minors right away when you broke camp. Send him down. You and I talked about that a lot in the moment. Like our preference was not right away, but once you realized he wasn't going to be a starter, but you wanted to keep him doing starter things.
Talking about Pfaadt?
Talking about Pfaadt.
One issue with that.
What's that?
Ross wasn't any good as a long reliever.
Yeah.
So you needed a long reliever.
But we still talked about keeping him on starters innings and keeping his arm built up.
Yes.
And the only real way to do that is to send him down. Now, you can't really do that now. I mean, you can, but I think you're really running the risk of injury.
So you're
if you
saying
do it now.
if you sent him down right away and he's a starter and every 5th day he's pitching in Reno.
And then when you need a starter, you're good to go.
He's good to go.
He's good to go.
Sure.
Because now he's not.
I wanted
he's
to do
not
that.
Now. Yeah, and so did I.
I
thought that was the
preference.
move. Yeah. And maybe that's the thing. Hey, you know what? In retrospect, that's what we should have done. We should have just sent him down to the minors at the start of the season so that he'd be on a starter's rotation.
They thought that they could have played it the way Ryan Nelson got played last year because everything worked out perfect with Nelson being stretched out. 3 innings here, 4 innings there. It hasn't worked out that way for Pfaadt. There's no innings available. Every guy keeps taking the ball and going 7 or 8 innings. There's no, you can't pitch 3 innings in relief. They don't have it available. So, no, that's not going to last forever either. Eventually, they're going to get some of these guys are going to get their brains beat in, and you'll have that option available.
And obviously, at the beginning of the season, Merrill wasn't available, so you needed Brandon Pfaadt to be here. But as soon as Merrill came back and he was back for good, that was kind of the point where you had a decision to make. And they clearly made the decision to Ryan Nelson this with Brandon Pfaadt. And I think at that point, that would have been the moment to send him down. That would have been the time to send him down to the minors and just keep him regular, routine, arm built up, ready to go at a moment's notice if you need somebody. Not that I understand what you're saying about Ross and Rashi to a certain extent. They've kind of struggled with that long guy role in the bullpen anyway. But even now, I mean, what'd you say? Best case scenario, Brandon Pfaadt could give him 2 innings, maybe 3.
If he started the tops, you would only have him as a 3-inning pitcher tops right now.
Torrey also talked about Ryan Waldschmidt as being one of the pivot points of this season the moment they called him up.
You know what? We had this conversation today in my office about Ryan Waldschmidt. The day he got here, we got better. Nothing against the guys that were here before. They're special in their own way, but Ryan Waldschmidt has got a great bat to ball skill. He can check off on certain pitches. He can get on base. He got on base via walk yesterday and was able to score a run for us. So not easy to do when you're hitting in the 9-hole, but he doesn't care. He's going to have a quality at bat no matter where he's at.
I think it's his second game of his professional career where he went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, that's it.
I think his on-base percentage since then is like 400.
That was his first start in the major leagues. Yeah. Because he pinch hit in his first appearance, got a base hit, and then he had the 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Since then, he's been literally on fire.
Yeah, he has. And he's getting on base, and I really do believe that his call-up has been not the only thing that has caused the offense to wake up, but has been one of the main things that has caused the offense to wake up. I really believe that.
It's one of the biggest factors. Now, give them credit, right? Because you're taking this kid who hasn't got a lot of experience in AAA. He kind of jettisoned through the system, and you already did that with Fernandez, and now you're saying, okay, is this kid really ready? But he's proven to be. Now, some guys prove to be ready, and some guys don't. And, you got to give him an opportunity, and he's taking advantage. Like, if he comes up and he plays in 8 games and he gets 30 at-bats and he's 2 for 30, like, you got to send him back down. He's not ready. He's proven to be ready.
And then, obviously, one of the big topics this past week, Ketel Marte finding his groove.
First of all, we're built differently. We got to do those little things. We got to play a little baseball. And that part of the game really fires me up. I mean, that's what I want us to be able to do. And I also love when we can hit 3-run home runs like Ketel did to help us win a game. Ketel's a really complete baseball player. If you were to watch the bunting practice that we do, we have the bunters go out there and work, 2 or 3 times a homestand to just keep tuned up. He's one of the best bunters on the team, and you wouldn't believe it. I just think there's been an ease to his game. I told him about 10 days ago to not be so hard on himself. You can see when he doesn't come through, he feels like he's letting the team down, letting the entire state down. He's one of the best baseball players I'll ever manage. I've gone on record saying that for now the past 4 or 5 years. So I put pressure on him, right? So I just called him in and just said, have some fun. Go out there, be the best version of yourself by just controlling the zone, swinging at strikes, and doing what you do best. And I felt like it was a matter of time before he turned this around. He's just too good of a player to do what he was doing. The average is climbing. He's checking off of pitches and driving the baseball and help us win games. And that's what he loves.
I think they're in a good spot right now. Offensively is still a struggle. Starting pitching has been great. Bullpen has been great. Offensively, you're just trying to, get some main guys going. The key guy to get going was Ketel Marte. That's there now. Corbin Carroll's on a little bit of a roll now. That's been good. Gabby Moreno's starting to contribute a little bit more. That's good. Now, they had 4 hits yesterday, Burns. They had 4 hits. And the sixth inning ended. They had 2 hits. They were both by Ketel Marte. Got to find a way to get more offensive production from other guys still. But I am happy with the way Marte's playing and Corbin Carroll as well.
All right. That is going to do it for Gambo. He's going to
I'm going to head over to the
D-backs
game.
Out of here to the D-backs game. We'll preview that game next.
One more second, then you're off to Italy. Have a great time.
Will do. Say
hello to all the Gambadoros if you run into any.
They're picking me up at the airport,
cousin
so I'll say hello to everyone.
And Chiara both live in Rome.
Okay, so they're going to come pick me up. All right.
I could have it if you want it.
Game day hits different at State Farm Stadium. Feel the energy of the Red Sea this season as the Cardinals host NFC West battles with the Seahawks, 49ers, and Rams, plus the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Raiders, Jets, and Broncos come to town. Explore ticket options today on the official Cardinals app. D-backs Rockies Game 2 going for 6 straight W's. We'll preview it next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Ryan Waldschmidt is hitting .324 with an .822 OPS and playing the defense that he's playing.
Yeah.
That's worked out pretty well so far.
They got to get him a different nickname than Waldy, though. It's just too close to Goldie.
Okay, here we go.
So I was going to lean on you, Jared.
All
you got
right.
something?
You know, they say a lot of players play like a bulldog, right? A different kind of dog maybe for Waldy. How about a Schmitzu?
Oh, man.
The Schmitzu. Anything there?
We're spitballing.
Okay, spitballing. We're Schmitballing.
We're spitballing here.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
To hydrate or caffeinate. Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
You want to live free?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month during the Memorial Day Save-a-thon event at Liberty GMC. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months. Plus, save $6,250 on the 2026 Sierra HD, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Game 2 of this 4-game series against the Colorado Rockies. The Arizona Diamondbacks have won their last 5 games. The Arizona Diamondbacks are on a roll right now. 6-1 in their last 7, 9-3 in their last 12, making up ground in the National League wildcard standings. We'll get to that in a second, but let's start with today's pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Window Depot. For the Colorado Rockies, 36-year-old right-handed pitcher Tomoyuki Sugano gets the start. The righty is 4-3, with a 4.02 ERA. Michael Soroka gets the start this evening for the Diamondbacks, the 28-year-old right-hander, having a very good season in his first year here in Arizona. He is 6-2 with a 3.49 ERA. Both of these pitchers made their last start against the teams that they are facing tonight. It wasn't on the same day, but they both pitched against each other's teams last time out. For Soroka, his last time out came on Sunday against Colorado. He went 5 2/3 against the Rockies, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 2, struck out 8. For Sagano, his last start came against the Diamondbacks the day before when he was pitching against Eduardo Rodriguez. He went 5, gave up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and only 1 strikeout as he got the win in that one. Soroka got the win in his as well. It'll be, always challenging. We'll talk about this a little bit later in the keys to the game. Always challenging when you're pitching at Coors Field. Things are a little different. Things are a little wonky. Things don't always work the way they're supposed to in terms of your pitches and things like that. It'll be interesting to see how Sagano's stuff plays here. We know how Soroka's stuff plays here, but how Sagano's stuff plays here, and if Soroka gets an advantage because his stuff has played so very well at home so far. The injury report is brought to you by the Ivy Brain Tumor Center. Learn more at ivybraintumorcenter.org. There are no new injuries to report. But Troy Lavello was on with us earlier today on the Burns and Gambo show, and he did give an update on somebody that he has used sparingly as of lately, and that is Juan Murillo. He pitched last night. He didn't pitch particularly well. His hit by pitch tied the game up last night in the 8th inning. But Troy assured everybody he is not injured. He's fine.
Yeah, health is great. Health is great. He's a horse. He goes out there. He's got a great pitcher mentality. And we want him and we need him to be as good as he's been all year long. And I just got to preserve that. I can't just go out there and keep abusing him. And next thing you know, he's got 80 appearances and he's got nothing left in September. So we consciously picked this time to kind of back off of him a little bit. He's fine. The one thing that he said to me, and I've known this, and the pitching coach has also known this through conversation with him, is the more he pitches, the better he gets. So a little bit of rust yesterday, but he's right back in there today for sure. If the opportunity arises, he's going to be back in.
Yeah, he's been such a key guy for them and their bullpen, in particular late inning, late game, high leverage situations. You're facing the top or the middle of the opposing lineup. That is often a time we've seen Juan Murillo pitch, whether it's the 7th or the 8th inning, and you've got to kind of get through the meat of the opposing team's lineup. That has been a big thing for Murillo, and last night he definitely was rusty, and certainly we haven't seen a whole lot of him lately. I believe before last night he had thrown a total of 5 pitches in his last 2 appearances. They have been staying away from him, but in general, the bullpen has been extraordinary to the point where Troy Lavello, quite frankly, because his starters have been so good, is having a hard time figuring out when to deploy his top relievers.
I would agree with you. Both we know what they're capable of doing. They led us to the World Series in 23. I think they both battled some injuries and some really hard times, getting on the mound, staying healthy, and collecting big outs for us. But we've seen it in spurts that when they are healthy, they're really, really good and dominant. They can go out there and they can fill up the zone and get some big outs. Agree. With Thompson, you want a ground ball in play, some action. He's the guy that's going to do that. Kevin Ginkel yesterday, we needed soft contact, potential strikeout. We got both, got us out of that mess. And I didn't think that was going to happen. Juan Murillo's been lights out for us. He's been one of our best relievers, maybe one of the best relievers in baseball. But we're there to pick one another up, and that's the mindset they all have. Like, if you didn't get it done, my brother's waiting to take over for me. And when these guys are. It's been very lean. When these starters are going so deep into games, it's been hard for me to get everybody into a rotation, but that's my job, and I want to continue to do that.
Yeah, to the point where it leaves him with very fresh arms almost on a nightly basis, which is a position of strength that Troy Lavello, especially recently in the last couple of years, has very rarely enjoyed when it comes to his bullpen. Usually it's maxed out, it's stretched super thin. How is he going to get guys the day off? How is he going to be able to do that? The luxury of his starters going deep has been really evident in how he's been able to use and save some of his bullpen guys.
We do have an injury update from the Colorado Rockies coming down about 45 minutes ago. Their home run leader and RBI leader, Mickey Moniak, has been placed on the 10-day IL with a right ankle sprain he's been dealing with since he collided with a wall in Pittsburgh.
Oh, that is an unfortunate event for Colorado. It's good for the Diamondbacks. But you're talking about one of their 2 or 3 more feared guys in that lineup. Lauren, thank you for jumping in with that. We do appreciate that. Diamondbacks lineup, Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, Arenado, Vargas over at first, Gurriel in left. Moreno catching. Del Castillo is the designated hitter tonight. Ryan Waldschmidt is batting ninth and playing in center field. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC.